This is Jocko podcast number 403 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
I had the biggest, fattest head of any baby that was ever born into the human species. My head was and remains a combination of the head from the alien in Alien and a prize-winning albino cassava melon from the Iowa State Fair. I feel truly sorry for my parents, Patricia Shea Whitman and Robert Bob Wilson, when I imagine them cradling my doughy giganticness in the rain-soaked winter of 1966 on their houseboat in Seattle. I was one of those tots that you see and gasp under your breath in quizzical horror. I wasn't one of those babies that made it easy for viewers to hide their surprised revulsion. I'm sure no one knew what to say when they saw my white, bloated Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade head lolling about on my snowy, damp potato sack body. I was like some kind of larva. I was the color of grub worms that have never seen the sun. Picture an ashen manatee with a tiny human face. Now picture this creature screaming to have its diaper changed. You get the idea. No, you don't. I need to keep going. I'm not sure if you fully understand the large-headed pale horror of baby Rainn. If there were a maggot with vaguely human features wrapped in swaddling clothes, that would have been me. The University of Washington Hospital probably bleached the entire pediatric ward after I left due to my resemblance of a life-size white blood corpuscle. I was like Louis Anderson with the head of E.T. If the nurse at the hospital had swapped me with a big-eyed albino hippo baby, that would have explained everything. Instead, my parents were handed a lumpy Jabba the Hutt-like infant that made sounds like a calf being strangled by an octopus. Me. And that right there is an excerpt from a book called Bassoon King: Art, Idiocy, and Other Tales from the Band Room, written by Rainn Wilson. And Rainn Wilson, if you don't know, besides being a large-headed baby, is an actor, comedian, podcaster, producer, writer, director, philosopher, and I made the term spiritual voyager. You might know him because in 1997 he played Casey Keegan in the iconic ABC drama One Life to Live. In 2001, he played Guy in Supermarket on CSI for one short part of an episode. He was the janitor in an episode of Law & Order in 2002. But he's most well known for his portrayal of Dwight K. Schrute of Schrute Farms on the TV show The Office. Now, this show came from the British version, and my wife, being a Brit, we had already watched this program and we were somewhat obsessed with the British version of The Office, but the American version of The Office ran from 2005 to 2013, which were, for me, some rough years. There were some rough years in there. Those were the war years. And I put my family through a lot during those years. But we got through it through deployments and distance and death. And one thing that no matter what was going on, one of the things that always connected us was that show, The Office. It was funny, sentimental, it was reflective. And we still watch it and we reference it and we quote it. And we are thankful for the joy and connection that that show brought us. And we are thankful to have Rainn Wilson here with us tonight to share his experiences and lessons learned along the way. Rainn, thank you for joining us.
Jocko, Echo, bros, I'm so happy to be here. Oh! I was hysterical. That is some fucking funny writing.
That's some funny writing.
Who wrote that shit?
That guy's talented. Your ghostwriter is a skilled individual. He or she did a great job.
It is true, though. I would always see these baby pictures and family pictures from like the late 60s, and I'd be like, that was me? I mean, I'm not exaggerating. It was like this watermelon-headed. My head was the same size as my body. There was something really
Are
wrong.
your parents large-headed at all, or is this like skipped a generation?
My dad's my dad's whole side of the family is Norwegian, and they call Norwegian round heads, and that side of the family is big round basketball heads, no question.
So let's talk about you. Let's start at the beginning. You're growing up. You're born with this giant head. Your name is Rainn.
Yeah.
Legitimately Rainn.
Yep.
The immediate reaction is your parents are hippies.
Yep.
But then they're a little bit old to be hippies, true hippies.
Yep.
A lot of people in the SEAL teams, you'd meet guys that had weird names, right? And it was just so obvious, they'd be like, "Oh, my name is whatever, Harmony." You'd be like, "Oh, born in 1969 or born in 1970, the parents were hippies," and they just, that's what they're doing to rebel against their parents, by the way, because their parents are probably still hippies.
Right.
And so they're like, "I'm going and be a freaking commando."
They're like, "Hey, listen, Harmony, you can do anything with your life what you want, but don't go into the military, man." So, of course, 18.
Yes, boom. That's what we're doing. What's up with your parents? So they're a little old to be hippies. That's correct, right?
It's hard to sum up my parents. They're a strange lot, They weren't hippies in the sense of like, well, my mom, I think she did some alternative substances, shall we say, but like my dad in a weird way was very like, he was very like in later years, very Reagan Republican, but at the time, and he didn't have like the long haired kind of thing, but he had the kind of bohemian artsy kind of thing. So he's this, my dad, let me put it this way. For 20 some years, my dad worked in sewer construction. He was office manager, sewer truck dispatcher, billing, accounts, et cetera, like that. Total blue collar guy.
Yep.
Then, put that aside, he would get home, put on opera, and start painting abstract paintings, murals, like crazy, fantastic stuff. And then when that wasn't enough, he was writing like crazy science fiction books that no one ever read on the side. And he was a member of the Baha'i faith. So he's this weird thing of growing up, and it's like this real blue collar home. We didn't have any money at all. I don't think he ever made over 15 grand in a year. And we lived in little rental, concrete, 900 square foot houses. And yet we had this bohemian artsy kind of thing. So that's what was going on when I was born. Like they lived on a houseboat. He was a pancake chef when I was chef. He was a short order cook when I was born, but he wanted to be an artist at the same time. So it was a weird time.
Did he grow up in the Northwest as well?
No,
I thought he grew up in like Wisconsin.
Illinois.
That's right.
Yeah. Mom's from Wisconsin. Dad's from Downers Grove, Illinois. Yeah.
And this, what year were you born? 66?
Yeah.
And yet in 1968, your parents get divorced.
Yeah.
And what are your memories of that going on?
Well, I don't remember any of that, but that was it's one of the defining, events of my life when I look back on it, because I've been in a lot of therapy around it. But, my mom took off when I was 2. My dad then remarried when I was 3. He moved to Nicaragua. I'm sure you have your Nicaragua questions there for me.
We got Nicaragua highlighted like a boss here.
Up the wazoo. But it was kind of crazy because he would never answer why they got a divorce. So I would say, "Dad, why did you and Shay?" She went by Shay because she changed her name.
She kind of went hippie-ish.
She went all
hippie.
In,
right?
Yeah, she even joined like a weird like cult called like.
Well, don't you kind of? Isn't that part of the gig when you're going full hippie?
Yeah. If you're going full hippie, there's got to be some kind of cult membership. And then she worked in an insane asylum in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Sounds healthy.
And she had a goat named Angel of the Morning. Oh, yeah. So she went there.
Yeah.
She went there.
We used to do training. There's a site, and I forget what state it's in, but it's an old insane asylum. So we used to go in there and like clear buildings and do like extra military type exercises. But it was in the freaking creepiest place, and you'd have all these Navy SEALs, and be going through, like, everyone is on edge, freaked out, scared shitless. It's all weird.
There's some, like, old dilapidated wheelchair in the corner with, like, a blood stain on it, and you're like, ugh.
Yeah, there's old, like, you could, like, weird gurneys, all. It was creepy.
Yeah.
Creepy thing. But that's where your mom worked.
Yeah. Stuff like that. So when I finally I didn't really see her very much between 2 and 15. Maybe just a handful of, like, visits where we'd have, like, a sandwich or an ice cream cone or something like that. But then when I got to know her, and around 18, 19, I asked her why she left my dad and what happened there. And she admitted that she had had an affair with a theater director because she was doing experimental plays. And I never knew, like, why did I have this impulse to be an actor? Like, I didn't know anyone that was an actor, but I just, in my body, like, I always wanted to be an actor. I wanted to make people laugh. I wanted to do skits. I wanted to do characters and stuff like that. And turns out I didn't even know this, that my mom had been an actor when I was a toddler. She had done the crazy experimental plays where she'd, like, been topless and, like, painted her torso blue and run around in the audience. I know you've done a lot of that kind of stuff, Echo. And
Echo's already a fan.
And she had an affair with the theater director of the crazy theater play, and left my dad and left me, big-headed toddler. And but I do want to say, like, she came back into my life when I was 15, 16 years old. She committed to coming back into my life, getting to know me. She felt bad about what she had done. She wanted to repair the relationship, and she really worked hard to have a relationship and atone for her mistake. And you know, this is a shout out to anyone that's, you know, had a kid and didn't raise the kid for whatever reason. No judgment. You can always come back. It's never too late. And she made a big impact in my life when I was a teenager. Like, she had a big heart. She really knew about emotions, and she put her arm around me and just talked to me how I was feeling. And no one in my existing family did that at all. And it made a big difference. And probably I wouldn't have been as successful as I am today without kind of a mom coming back into my life, and from, like, 16 to my early 20s, like, really being with me in that way.
And one thing I noticed about this, and I was going to talk about it later, but I'll just bring it up now. So I found it interesting that your dad, like, kind of didn't tell you. And to me, that seemed like the right thing to do. Like, if I was to get divorced from my wife, and my wife did some heinous things and my kids were little, I would try not to be the dad that's like, your mom's a filthy, disgusting. Yeah. You know, I would try
She's
not to
a
be
whore.
I would try not to be that guy.
Yeah.
Because I would think that the best thing you could do is try and give them the best possible image, and when they grow up, they'll figure it out. It seems like that's the move.
You hear about this all the time. You hear about these painful divorces, and you hear about both sides putting the kids in the middle. Yeesh. And, like, bombarding the kids with, like, well, your dad did blah, 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 and with the secretary. Well, your mom stole all the money and spent it on the blah, blah, blah. And, these poor kids are being traumatized in the middle. Like, it was, and my mom, Shay, was shocked when she said, and I remember, I'll never forget the expression on her face. I'm like, why did you guys really get a divorce? And she's like, you mean your dad never told you?
Salute to your dad.
And he didn't do it. He didn't say one bad word about her. Not one bad word. And she broke his heart. God. And
dude, you've got this picture that your dad drew in the book. And again, this is things that the book is, hey, get the book. This book, you got another book out called Soul Boom. This book is called The Bassoon King. Get the book. It's freaking fascinating to read. But you got this picture in there that your dad drew. And it's like disturbing. It's like your dad's, like, laying on an altar, and there's a woman, and she's got a knife in her hand, and it says,
it's, like, an operating table, and
it's
like he's being, like, tortured by her as, like, this naked doctor. It's very
crazy.
Yeah.
But your dad never told you.
Never told me. No, that was that. You know, he had some real integrity around stuff like that. You know. In fact, I will say, like, my dad rarely said a bad word about anyone.
That's such a good way to be.
Yeah.
I recommend that course of action for pretty much all humans.
Yeah.
You mentioned, okay, so your dad gets divorced. Your dad gets custody, which I guess you probably didn't know how that was happening, but I guess if your mom's doing all this crazy stuff, he was probably able to make it work.
Which never happened in 1966.
No, hell no.
Babies didn't go with dads.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it was just the fact that she couldn't have supported your head carrying you around, and it was like no option.
He had enough upper body strength to be able to manage
that.
Yeah.
They looked at you and they're like, no. But he remarries some woman named Kristen.
Yeah.
And like you said, they moved to Nicaragua. You said there's some highlights. You definitely got some highlights from Nicaragua. Here's some highlights from Nicaragua. I remember Kristen getting caught in quicksand on the muddy beach and being pulled out of the sinkhole by a guy with the tree branch. I remember a friend of ours emerging from the ocean after a swim. He was screaming and falling to his knees covered in jellyfish stings. I remember running and flying kites on the hilltop with the local kids, all of them barefoot, me in giant rubber boots that cheese grated my ankle bones. I remember Devil Day, the local equivalent of Halloween, when terrifying men dressed as devils in outfits adorned with wings ran around with fireworks. They would chase kids, pick them up, and scare the holy bejesus out of them by tickling them and screaming in their faces. I was so horrified that this would happen to me that I refused to go outside. I'm pretty sure this was the work of the Catholic Church, turning a fun pagan festival into a helpful traumatic reminder of the evils of Satan. I remember bulls being driven and herded up and down the mud streets of Nicaragua by Nicaraguan cowboys who lived in the jungle. I remember the best oatmeal ever made, served up by our cook, Antonia, and the taste of fresh shrimp and fried plantains. What's that?
Plantains.
What's a plantain?
It's like a banana kind of thing, but it doesn't have the sweetness, and they fry it up. You haven't? All Central America is really big.
I've only been to Central America a couple times. I went to Panama. Yeah, and that's it. You go through this list of the freaking animals, and you got mosquitoes, dogs, parrots. You had a pet sloth named Andrew.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you get to keep a pet sloth? Is that legal? Is
Probably
there laws?
not. Probably not. There weren't many laws around there. I mean, Nicaragua is a pretty lawless state, but then the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua, which, by the way, Theo Vaughn is a buddy of mine. I watched his episode with you, and he talked about Nicaragua. But that area, Bluefields, is where I lived, where Theo Vaughn's dad. We're going to do a Nicaragua trip, me and Theo. At some
I'm going
point.
with you.
Would you provide
100%.
security?
Yeah, provide security.
You in?
Echo's going. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a really lawless part of Nicaragua. I mean, it's there's Indian tribes that wander down from the swamps, and there's cocaine cowboys, and it's all different. They don't barely speak Spanish there. It's a lot of Creole, a lot of English, and it's crazy Germans, and it's pretty nuts out there.
There's crazy Germans in Nicaragua?
Yeah, in that little part, in that little chunk. Yeah.
Are these the ones that couldn't make it to Brazil? Or what?
Maybe there's a Nazi connection. I didn't even think about that. Theo Vaughn is a Nazi. Maybe his daddy Vaughn was from there. So anyways, so there weren't many laws, but what were we talking about? Like, the sloth.
Oh, the sloth. You guys had a pet sloth. Talk about the legality of that.
The most hysterical thing, which I have vague memories of the sloth in the cage, but I don't. My dad would always tell this story that they would put the sloth in the cage, and then every morning they'd get up and the bars of the cage, because sloths obviously super slow but really strong, right? Kind of like Echo. And
Slow,
the
but
bars
strong.
would be pulled open and the sloth wouldn't be there, but they're so slow that they just had to like walk around, and they knew within like 30 or 40 feet, and then he'd find him in a shrub and like pick up Andrew and put him back in the cage and go and bend the bars back, and then repeat that every single night. But I think eventually they just put him in the jungle and let him go. Are we going to talk about the worms?
Yeah, let's talk about.
Are you going to go there? Is it a bit much?
We got oysters, we got amoebas, we got monkeys, and then we got worms, which is like.
You want to go there? I don't know that you do.
I mean, the one quote that I self-edited and self-censored was the opening line, which says, "My most vivid memory of life in Nicaragua involves worms coming out of my butthole." I'll let you take it from there. I was going to leave it out. You know, sometimes you write things when you're younger and you're like, this is so edgy and flashy, but now I was going to do the courtesy and we're not going to put it in there. But, you know, you brought it up. Obviously, this is a fond memory of yours.
You got a tough listening audience. I think they can handle this. No, it's not that. It's just, I had worms. Most people have worms. You get worms down there. That's what happens. You know, the little eggs are in the water bins and whatnot. And then you take deworming medication. But, you know, what happens to those pesky little buggers? Well, they got to come out somehow. They're not coming out this way. So I remember walking down the street and then all of a sudden, and I was to Kristen, my stepmom, I was like, Mama, I got to go poop. And it was like, oh, and then I reached down and pulled out a worm longer than this, and then this knife wiggling. And there were a bunch of neighborhood kids around, and they saw this happen, and they were like, ah! And I threw it on the ground, and I forgot how to say, like, kill it in Spanish, but my stepmom was like, muerte or muerte or whatever, to kill it. And, like, some kid came out with a shovel, and they were stabbing it and crushing this worm that had just come out of my butt. And then they laughed at me and mocked me, and that's why I have the personality that I have.
I mean, I don't know if normal people. I don't know what that does. What does that does to your brain? You should have ended up in your mom's asylum in North Dakota.
I know. I needed some treatment.
Evolution.
Yeah.
So you get done with the worms. You end up moving back to Washington State in 1971. That's your next move. Mm-hmm. And you weren't really quite sure, it seems like, why you moved back there. Like, what was the reason for that?
They just ran out of money in Nicaragua. My dad tried a bunch of different business ventures. He had an oyster farm for a year or two. So they had just oysters, chock-a-block with oysters, and he was shipping them up and sending them to like nice hotels in Managua and then shipping some back to the United States and stuff. But there was so much corruption that everyone wanted a piece of his profits, you know, and he couldn't make it work. And they kind of ran out of money and came back. So he got a job in the sewer company, in her family sewer company.
Oh, convenient. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
You say this in the book. My family was poor. Not food stamps or Haiti poor, but poor. We rented a 2-bedroom cinder block house with a dirt yard in Olympia. My dad got a job working with the kids at the high school. It was a program for juvenile delinquents and troubled teens just out of jail. He taught art and English and Spanish and made $5,600 a year. I truly have no idea how we lived off of that. Kristen was a housewife, as most women were in those days, and had never learned to drive for some reason. So she was truly a stay-at-home mom. I remember my dad's shaggy juvies often dropping by the house in their bell-bottoms and leather-fringed vests. Kristen would stare as if the Manson family had just stopped by for a chat. Here's how I remember our poverty. We drove an old, used Edsel from the 50s and then a 1972 powder blue Ford Pinto replete with exploding gas tank. I drank powdered milk instead of regular and got all my clothes from the Salvation Army. I had about 7 toys and 11 books and stared in awe and wonder at the Nip-Nops and the Rock'em Sock'em robots.
You don't remember
I don't remember those things.
From the 70s?
No, I didn't have them.
It's like it's a toy and it sends little ping pong balls through a thing. You know, click, 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 and they had, it's like Stretch Armstrong and Rock'em Sock'em robots.
I remember those.
Yeah, it was one of those kind of things.
Gnops.
Yeah.
That one slipped by me. Normally when I'm reading stuff like that and I see something I don't recognize, I look it up. I didn't do that with the Gnops.
You really did not come prepared.
Kind of a shortfall. Rock'em Sock'em robots and light brights and lawn darts and twisters and vibrating electric football sets that the other kids in the neighborhood played with. We never took vacations, and eating out was a complete luxury. When we did, it was usually Bob's Big Boy, Shakey's Pizza, or this crappy restaurant that overlooked the local bowling alley where I once found a rubber band in my cheeseburger. We never owned a washer and a dryer, and our weekend was always marked by a major trip to the laundromat where Kristen washed her clothes for the week, and I wandered around trying to fish quarters out of the machines.
Yeah.
So there you go.
There you go.
The good times.
Good times. And it's so funny because I didn't feel that poor. I mean, my friends had nicer toys, but I wasn't living my life like, we're so poor. Mm-hmm. But it was.
I wonder how old kids are when they start to realize like what money is and how much they have or don't have.
Isn't that a junior high adolescent thing where all of a sudden like you have this like you're 12 or 13, you have this like burgeoning realization of like who you are and how you fit in. Like, oh, I remember like being 12 and like, oh, I'm one of the nerdy kids. Oh, they all don't like me and they don't play with me. And like, that realization of like where you fit in the social strata, and like, not only I'm nerdy, I'm poor and nerdy.
Yeah.
It's like Al Yankovic.
You got the hand-me-down pants and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So my parents were both school teachers, which is not a high-paying job. And, but you always had a job. That's what was nice. Like my parents always had a job. And so we always had food, I remember, but we didn't have like the cool stuff, like everything that you just mentioned, like that electric football thing, but it was and you set up your moves and your plays. I saw it, but I never had it. Never had the Rock'em Sock'em robots. I think one of my sisters had the Light Bright thing.
Light Bright, making things with light.
There you go.
It's fun making things with Light Bright. I remember all the commercials from the early 70s.
Yes. And your family obviously had enough money to have a TV.
We had a TV.
Because you start talking about TV, and this is, again, how old are you right now? 56, 57?
Yeah, 57.
Okay, I'm turned 52 in a few days. So yeah, all this stuff is like very familiar to me.
Welcome to the 50s, man. It sucks. Everything starts going downhill.
Everything's been going downhill.
Oh.
Adam's Family, MASH, All in the Family, Laverne and Shirley, Three's Company, Happy Days, WKRP in Cincinnati, and Taxi. I'm assuming that you just watched all these television shows all the time, because that's what we did.
Yeah. That's what,
when I say we, I mean the United States of America. It was like we.
Yeah, collectively, that's what we did. It's interesting now. Everyone talks about parents, with kids, and talk about like screen time, like limiting screen time, because now there's so many more options. Like my son can open his phone and he can go on social media. He can play a game, or an app, or he can watch YouTube, which has 18 billion videos on it, or he can get Netflix on his phone, or he can turn on a TV, or he can turn on his computer, do this. There's just all these options. 70s, black and white RCA, turn it on, and just 3 channels, and then whatever was on was on. But boy, they knew how to do those reruns. And it was one of these. I won't say I was a latchkey kid, because my stepmom Kristen was at home, but it was, the TV was just on from 3 p.m. till I went to bed at 8 p.m. and it kind of raised me and kind of taught me about the outside world. And we don't have to get there now, but I talk about this in Soul Boom, about how 2 of my favorite television shows from the 70s, for me, were kind of taught me about spirituality. And you want me to go there?
Go for it. You talk about Cain.
I can cross-pollinate the 2 books.
You can do whatever you want, man.
So, Kung Fu was a show a lot of young folk don't know about, because it's not played. It's so boring to watch, is why. But it's brilliant. So, Chinese Shaolin monk martial artist, Kung Fu master, goes to the Old West and wanders around. He's looking for his brother. So he's always encountering like these racist guys and like aggressive, mean guys, and he's very peaceful, and he tries to like solve all the conflicts. But then there has to be a couple of ass-kicking fights throughout the course of the show. And the other show that meant so much to me was Star Trek. I love that original series. I saw every episode like 10 times. I had 1 or 2 Star Trek books that had like how the ships worked and stuff. I memorized it. And to me, I was kind of, when I was writing more about spiritual themes later on in Soul Boom this last couple of years, I was thinking about these 2 shows as like a parallel of our spiritual journey, because Kung Fu is like our personal spiritual journey that we all have. We have our skill set. We have ways in which we, deal with forces that come at us. And we seek to be wiser, kinder, gentler, to grow our spiritual qualities as we go about our individual path in the world. But the Star Trek story is interesting because I find it to be a very spiritual story, because it's about humanity has gone through World War III, and which was horrific, and it's come together united as a species on the planet. And out of that unity, and they, because of technology like the replicator, they're able to feed everyone. the races all get along, and they're able to go out into outer space and boldly seek out new life and new civilizations. And this is like the collective spiritual journey that humanity is on. And that's one of the points of the book that I make in Soul Boom, is like, we don't put enough focus on that story. Like, when people talk about spirituality, they usually mean church, or they mean some kind of like, I do these 3 or 4 things to kind of make myself feel better, like meditation or whatever, or read inspiring quotes or whatever. And, I'm going about my spiritual path. I'm trying to be just more peaceful in my life, let's say. But we don't kind of have a conversation about like, hey, where are we going as a species? And how can we spiritually evolve collectively to kind of make the world better? And what is our individual responsibilities to making the world better? Not just making my life better and my family's life better, but expanding that vision of what our family is and trying to make the world a better place. And we do that in lots of different ways. You can do it through your church. You can do it just on a community level. You don't have to feed starving kids in Africa. I mean, you can, but you don't have to do stuff like that. But that we all have a role to play and a kind of a certain spiritual responsibility. And that was really taught to me by Star Trek, and thinking about that collective journey where humanity has kind of matured and kind of realized its full potential.
It's interesting to think about when you sit here and talk about that. You would think that, look, everybody watched Star Trek, right? And how many people miss the whole idea of, hey, we're working together to try and go towards a more common beneficial scenario. And with Kung Fu, it's just interesting to me that, or what does it take? And I mean, I guess I kind of know your life story a little bit from reading your books, but not everybody gets there, Not everybody gets there. There's people that are just mad. There's people that they're not happy unless they're undermining someone else or taking from someone else, or I know known many people like this in my life. And it's interesting to think about, like, I'm thinking about, again, having just read your books and thinking about even what you just said about your mom coming back to you when you were 15 or 16 years old, and how that had such a big impact. Like, what if she didn't? If she didn't do that, is that the thing that made you start saying, oh, she helped me, I should help other people, or I should feel good about, whoa, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, this is what I should be doing, and you just wonder where those holes that don't get filled in, what do they get filled in with? If they get filled in with something negative, if your mom would have come back and been like, I never should have had you little bastard, whatever, would you have taken a left turn instead of a right turn, or a right turn instead of a left turn?
Yeah, that's that's fascinating. I love that whole way of thinking, and part of the, sometimes therapy gets a bad rap. I think people are more understanding of it and appreciative of it these days. But that's been one of the great things about therapy, is to kind of unravel this really complicated childhood that I have and had, and be like, how did it lead me to be the man that I am today and doing the work that I'm doing today, as a goofy actor, as a storyteller, as a producer, but also as a writer, someone who's interested in kind of spiritual themes and topics as well. How did that come from? But I do think that, a lot of parents want their kids to like do good in the world, or give selflessly or whatever, but the parents aren't doing it. And I think we learn it from the people around us. You hear people that do great work, in service to others, and they'll be like, why do you do that? Well, I saw my grandfather doing that, or I saw my dad doing that, or my mom would always go to church early and do the meals at the soup kitchen, or whatever it is that, we mirror that behavior. So it's super important for parents to understand that they, it's deeds, not words. You got to practice what you preach. And so, I had a lot of people around me that were trying to make the world a better place in a lot of different ways. I grew up a member of the Baha'i faith, and, Baha'is are often working, trying to make the world better and doing service work. And Baha'is look at service itself as an act of worship. So that idea that, we give to others is really the ultimate, just like in Jesus's example, serving the poor and the downtrodden is a kind of a worship in and of itself.
So you're putting this together post situation, but in the 70s when you're watching Star Trek, you're just like, this is freaking cool.
Yeah, it's just cool. Yeah, laser guns. Beat me up.
And then you got this section in your book where you're talking about comic sidekicks. You go through all these characters that I grew up with as well. Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley,
Yep.
Radar O'Reilly from MASH,
Yep.
Reverend Jim Ignatowski, what a great name, from Taxi, Les Nessman from WKRP, Horseshack from Welcome Back, Kotter. You go through those characters and you actually have a guest author that comes in and write. Dwight K. Schrute comes in and writes his opinion of each of those, which is really funny. Get the book, and it's weird too. Like you mentioned, your dad was, doing his day kind of blue collar job, and then he's doing this kind of wild stuff at night, writing all these books and doing this art. You've got a list. You got a list of the books that your dad wrote, and I got to run through these titles. Ghosts of Ea. Is that how I say it?
I have no
You have no
idea.
idea. Ghosts of Ea. Curse of Gittan Mu. The Chromium Kid. The Subways of Clarissa of Tomb. Arizona Hospital. I don't know how that one fits into it all.
I'll explain Arizona Hospital
Let's
because
go.
it's set in the far post-apocalyptic future, and the only institutions that are still working are hospitals. So there's like Arizona Hospital, Minnesota Hospital, Virginia Hospital, and that's where humans have congregated to fight off the legions of mutants that are always attacking the hospital. And the lead character's name was Romeo Sierra, which you know from Call Signs. Romeo Sierra, and that was the hero's name. And most of these don't even exist anymore. I don't know what happened to all his. It was before like word processors. He was on typewriters. He was writing these things. So
to mention now you have Amazon Publishing, so he could have written these things and published them tomorrow afternoon.
And they might have done well.
Yeah. And people could be like, "Oh my God, have you read Tentacles of the Dawn?" Which is the one that did get published.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of Tentacles of the Dawn?
I have anytime they come up on eBay. Now I shouldn't tell people this. I buy Tentacles of Dawn so I can have it in my collection. But yeah, I've got like 7 or 8 Tentacles of Dawn.
We have blown out books. I've covered some old kind of historical out of print books.
Yeah, and then they're just gone.
Yeah, and I would buy a couple copies for $4 or $3.99 or something, and then we do a podcast and they're $280 or $350. So yeah, if you are looking for Tentacles of the Dawn right now, good luck. You're gonna pay a pretty penny for that.
Damn you, Jocko.
And meanwhile, you're nerding out, and I think you say this in the book, before nerding was cool. Yours full on D&D, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
You are Ragnar the Radical,
who,
this is your character that you play, 11th level fighter adept with both bow and sword, with a moral alignment of chaotic neutral, with a moral alignment of chaotic neutral, which meant he could do whatever he pleased.
How ingenious was that, the inventors of Dungeons and Dragons, that you had a moral alignment of your characters? Good. Lawful good, which is like paladins. Chaotic good, which is like, I don't know, the Lone Ranger. Like he's doing good, but he's off on his own, just kind of doing it in his own way, not part of any structure. And then there's neutral, chaotic neutral, lawful neutral, then evil, chaotic evil. And so, the dungeon master, if you start to do behavior that's different than your moral alignment, then your moral alignment changes and the dungeon master can change that. So it's fascinating. I love it. You didn't nerd out you didn't do D&D? Come on. You beat up the kids who played D&D. Didn't you, Jocko?
Well, you're gonna
because your name is Jocko and it's not like
Nerdo?
Sordo.
My buddy Jason Gardner, who's a SEAL with me for many, many years, 30 years he did, but he's like heavy D&D. In fact, he's no stranger to putting on chainmail and picking up a broadsword and putting a picture of himself on Instagram or whatever. But I remember D&D, and I probably tried to play it like 4 times or something, and was just, I just couldn't. I couldn't get into it. Echo Charles, could you get into it? Did they even have it in Hawaii?
I vaguely remember something. I don't know. But I dig it, though. I dig it. So,
Okay, that's the most
I'll hear this
freaking politically correct answer you've never heard of it, but you dig it. Okay, cool. I see what you're doing over there.
The chaotic neutral and all this. I saw that spectrum somewhere, and I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I didn't know where it was from.
Yeah.
So now I do.
But you talk about in the book, you guys are full on.
Full on.
Hey, have you ever seen LARPing?
Oh, sure.
Have you ever done it?
I haven't done it, but I've watched it.
Yeah.
I've gone to LARPing. I've gone to LARPing festivals. Well, I don't know what they call them.
Yeah, I guess they call it LARPing festivals.
I'm a spectator. I'm like the popcorn. I'm like,
hey, down here in San Diego, they have like and speaking of Jason Gardner, he would send me pictures like once a year. They have like full contact fighting with swords and shields and stuff like. But it's not role playing.
You can see
real.
videos on YouTube, and it's real, and people get hurt, and they get like their arms cut off.
Yeah, so that sounds
intense.
cool. A little bit.
You'd be into that if you could actually bash people in chainmail with a Morning Star or something. A mace.
That does sound like fun.
We would get out of school. No joke. This is not an exaggeration. We would get out of school at 3:00. By 4:00, we were at my friend Sean Higgins' house. And I remember Sean Higgins' house because his parents were divorced. And the dad was a fruit exporter of fruit. So they never had any, and they were really poor, big Catholic family, suburban Seattle. There was never any food around, but they always had boxes of fruit everywhere. And a lot of it was going bad. So it was like stale basement fruit. So, but it was cool because we could go like, like, hey, do you have any food? It's like, we don't have any food, but we got this crate of pears. Oh, cherries just came in. So we would we would just be shitting like, and
rolling the 27-sided
and rolling the dice and eating fruit. And occasionally we'd splurge for a pizza. But we would play. So we would play from on Friday night, 4 till 11. Saturday morning we'd reconvene like 10 a.m. and play till 11, 12, however late we could make it. Straight. We'd get some food in there somewhere. Sunday we would meet again like 11 or 12. After he went to church, after Sean Higgins and his brother Tim Higgins, who was a dungeon master, after they'd go to church, we would play from like 1 to like 6. And then from 6 till 9 at night, that's when we did our homework for the week.
How old were you at this time?
That's just like between 10 or 11 and like 13. 14.
So multiple years.
Many years of that. Yeah. 2 or 3 weekends a month was that schedule.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just getting after that D&D.
Oh, it's all about the treasure. It's all about the loot.
And it's
leveling up.
You can't really win, can you?
There's no winning. It's like life, Jocko.
Hey, I just
keep going forward.
Wait, I just remembered something from D&D. Stormbringer. Was this a sword?
Stormbringer.
I remember a sword called Stormbringer.
Yeah, Stormbringer is a title of, here I'm going to nerd out, of a fantasy novel by Michael Moorcock about Elric of Melniboné, and his sword was called Stormbringer, and there was a Stormbringer series of books, so good memory. Those are from Daw Books from like 1968 through 78, and that was a big inspiration for D&D. But that soul, you do not want to go LARPing with Stormbringer, because if it kills you, it sucks your soul into it. So no afterlife. Forget the afterlife, Stormbringer.
Yeah. There's something about naming weapons. Occasionally guys would name their machine guns.
Oh, I don't know if I like that.
And my friend had a machine gun. And I think it's the best name ever. He had a machine gun. His name was Roadblock. And I just thought that was epic.
That's pretty cool.
Roadblock. He'd be like,
cool.
Don't worry, I got Roadblock. Okay. So you're full on. You're going full on this nerd stuff. And if people think I'm making fun of you, this is all self-admitted nerd activities.
Yeah,
right.
I'm
not
trying
to corner you.
I have no problem with this. I own this. Yeah.
Chapter 5.
I was not a Navy SEAL. Okay, can we just like?
Yes, sir.
Can we just get that out of the way? Can we just say that? I don't know how to hit people. You know, I will thumb wrestle the fuck out of you. But
I stand down. I do not accept this challenge.
This is roadblock right here.
Yeah, roadblock. Thumb. Chapter 5. Because just when you don't think it could go any more nerd. Chapter 5, The Bassoonist. I ask you to savor the following sentence. For several years, off and on, I was a member of the following clubs at school. Marching band, pep band, orchestra, debate club, computer club, chess club, model United Nations, and pottery club.
Oh, yeah.
Note, the above list does not include any of my aforementioned role-playing gaming, Baha'i youth activities, medieval weapons sketching, kung fu movie obsession, or vast Columbia record and tape club cassette collection featuring Journey, Styx, Asia, and REO Speedwagon. And you do a big tangent about the whole that whole scam, the Columbia record tape club. I remember that thing too. I couldn't afford to whatever even get in the program in the first place. And then, if that wasn't enough, I decided to play the bassoon. Boom. Universe explodes, then implodes, then explodes again, quickly folding in on itself, only to create infinite other bassoon-shaped universes. So, the bassoon. What's up? Talk to me about the bassoon.
You want to get into bassooning?
Look, I don't want to get into it, but maybe a brief description would be good. All right, get into it. Let's go.
No, man. Here's the deal. You start out in band. I'm on the recorder. That's cool. Then they're like, okay, pick your instrument, you know, in 6th grade, right? Did you guys play at all? It's band at all?
I made it to recorder.
Okay, recorder, not past recorder. You didn't
make
go
it
to
past
trumpet
recorder.
or
No, because I
anything
got a
after
guitar. I got a bass and a guitar.
Yo, let's go. So then I went to clarinet. Okay, whatever. And then I played a little saxophone on the side, and then I wanted to play saxophone. Saxophones are cool. Mm-hmm. And I talk about that. Like the saxophone section, they could wear Hawaiian shirts and have sunglasses. Kind of like Bill Clinton was going on, like doing the rock'em sock'em rock and roll saxophone, right? And then I said to the band teacher, whose name was, and I'm not kidding you, his name was John Law. Johnny Law.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, Mr. Law, I want to play the sax. And he's like, we've got enough sax players, but I've got something really cool for you. Oh my God. I have got an instrument. Everyone is going to flip. It's amazing. It's so cool. It's called the bassoon. I was like, ooh. I was very susceptible at that point. You know, after my long 48-hour weekend, long Dungeons and Dragons, I wasn't thinking straight. I'm like, sign me up.
He profiled you too.
Yeah,
like this was
he got right in it. Yeah, he was like, the girls are going to be all over you. They're going to be licking your bassoon. Sorry, Mom. So bassoon is a big double reed instrument. You assemble it. It's like this big. You hook it around your neck, and it's pretty big, you know. And then it sounds like this. So I spent many years playing the bassoonist. I actually got pretty good, and I was like, you know, it's another. You talk about these life choices. There's a parallel universe where this guy is a professional bassoonist with the St. Paul Symphony Orchestra.
Hell yeah.
So thank God I dodged that bassoon bullet.
Now, despite all this nerdery, you're still doing some rebel-ish type things. You're forking lawns and toilet papering trees.
Yeah.
You get rolled up by the police at some point.
I do. Yeah, I did my time. I spent 11 minutes in the Lake Forest Park, Washington police precinct. My parents being called at 2 a.m. because we were out. We called ourselves the taco terrorists because we would do unusual things to people's lawns. And one time we would taco them.
What does that have to do with tacos? Oh, okay.
We would go to buy stale tacos in bulk, and then we'd put them all over. We'd get shaving cream and make shaving cream tacos and cover people's lawns with tacos. So we were imaginative. We had a lot of fun.
Who would you target?
Assholes.
Like assholes from school?
Yeah. sometimes friend assholes, like they really are friends, but we kind of like wanted to get them. And sometimes it was like just the asshole jocks.
Did they ever seek retribution?
No, not really.
Did you guys maintain anonymity?
We did, except to the police, that crack police force of Lake Forest Park, Washington, that arrested us. We went into a 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. to buy eggs and bought out all the eggs from the 7-Eleven. And the cashier guy was like, hey, Marty, down in the precinct, we got a bunch of 12-year-olds buying eggs at the 7-Eleven. You might want to roll up on this. And we got some reports of people's houses getting toilet paper. Let me search your pockets here. We didn't know like our rights. Be like, hey, you can't search me. What's the probable cause here? And so then we got put in. Then the parents got called, and that was it. Yeah. But I did my time, man. I've been there. The big house.
1982. You're 16 years old, and you end up moving to Chicago. Yeah. Again, this is all in the book. Funny ass stories, details are in the book. Get the book. But you end up moving to Chicago, and there's a transition that happens here.
Yeah.
Especially a musical. We'll start with a musical transition. So it was Billy Squier, and it was Air Supply, and it was Styx, and it was other lame music.
Yeah.
You get to Chicago, and you actually didn't cover really where this introduction came from, but you get to Chicago, and all of a sudden, it's Violent Femmes, it's Husker Du, it's The Clash, Joy Division, Psychedelic Furs, B-52s, X, Joy Division, English Beat, Talking Heads, and Black Flag.
Yeah, right on.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there was.
How did that happen?
Well, it was this weird con that was being played in the American people, and it may not have happened in California because people in California were cool, but in Seattle in the late 70s, early 80s, the only way you could get music was through Columbia Records and Tapes Club, and because no one had any real money to go buy into a record store, and we bought some records, but even at the record stores, you couldn't find punk rock or new wave or indie rock or any of that kind of stuff. And the radio stations, KZOK and KISW, all they played was classic rock, which is pretty awesome. I love my classic rock, but there's this whole other world going on at that time, that we just they didn't play any of those songs. And so I wrote, I'll never forget, like this girl, I can't remember her name. I've got to figure out her name from my Seattle school. She's like, listen to this. And she gave me a cassette tape. And it was the early Police, like Zenyatta Mondatta on one side, and it was the Clash, like, on the other side. And then she gave me another cassette later. It was like Elvis Costello and like early kind of Talking Heads that was way more punky. And I was like, oh my God. I had no idea that this world of music existed that was angry and crazy. And I mean, we got some like Black Sabbath stuff, but not like this really smart, edgy, weird, experimental music. And so I was all in all of a sudden on that. So
that actually happened while you were in Seattle.
Yeah, and as I was leaving. Yeah, it was the summer that I left.
And then you get to Chicago, and now you're kind of like into that music.
Yeah. And so I change up my whole wardrobe. I get rid of my nerdy wardrobe. I bought a tie with a piano keys on it, the skinny one. And I had a ska tie with the checks, the ska, like English bead and specials. And
yes, indeed.
And and I wore like it was a John Hughes movie.
Yeah.
I basically walked into a John Hughes movie, essentially.
That's when you got to Chicago.
Yeah.
This is also kind of, I believe, where the acting thing started. Because you're in Mr. Rutenberg's acting class.
Yeah.
And he tasks you guys. Does everyone take acting, or do you enroll in acting? Was it your elective? Did you just get thrown in there because you were late?
This is one of those things where I'd always, we talked earlier about like all the comic sidekicks on the TV shows that I used to watch. For whatever reason, even though I never met an actor in my life, I didn't know that my birth mother had done acting. I just had this, I want to do that. I could do that. I don't know what it was. I don't know where that comes from, God, or it comes from within. I don't know. It's like, I want to do that thing. That's what I want to do. And so here's my chance. We go to Chicago, has a great theater department in this big high school in the suburbs, and I sign up for an acting class. That's really my first acting class. And then, so our first assignment. I'm the new kid with my piano tie, and he assigns it's called public and private, or private and public, something like that. Like how would you act in your room? Just be what you would do in your room. So I brought in a record player, and I put on Elvis Costello's song Mystery Dance, and I put it on, and then no one knew me, and I just went ape shit, because this is what I would do in my room. I just was like dancing around and like air guitaring and thrashing around and pogoing, and it brought the house down. And all of a sudden, for the first time in my life, Jocko Welling, girls talked to me. And all of the cute girls in the acting class came up and were like, "Hey," patting me. "Hey, you're new here from Seattle.
Tie.
Nice piano tie. Will you sit at the lunch table with us? We sit over here. Say hi. My name's," and I would meet all these girls, and they were just like, "That was so funny. That was so great." And I was just like, and I was like, "That's it. Fuck the bassoon. I'm in. I'm all in with the drama nerds now." And I found my tribe.
You cover this in the book. I had crossed over, not from the movie cliche of unpopular to popular. I had crossed over within subgenres. You see, I had moved from the regular old geek nerd to the very top of the geek nerd hierarchy, drama geek nerd. And the reason that drama geeks are at the pinnacle of the food pyramid of geekdom, it's not the tragedy comedy logo or cat's pins on the raincoats. It's not the black eyeliner on both the boys and the girls. Neither is it the ability to burst into song or a tap dance in the school hallway at the drop of a theater reference. No, the thing that separates theater dorks from the rest is one word. You guessed it. Girls. There were and are and always will be pretty girls who sing and dance and act and improvise and joke around and are willing to make fools of themselves. And, this is the most important point of all, and they're willing to hang out with geeky guys and even go to rap parties and occasionally make out with them. This sets up drama geeks as the lions of the dork Serengeti. So that's how it went down, huh?
Yeah, that's how it went down. Yeah. No looking back at that point.
Are you doing any sports at all?
No.
No sports.
Just PE, You
Guess-
put your clothes that you wore all week, and then you forget to bring them home on Friday, so you're like, fuck it, and then you wear them the next week, and they just stink, and you're doing kickball and stuff like that. So, but I played some sport. I play tennis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And your grades are good?
Yeah, straight A's.
Straight A's.
Yeah.
Are you you're trying in school?
Yeah, I try. Yeah. Smart. I read books. Yeah.
You have a rock and roll band.
Yeah.
You don't play the bassoon in your rock and roll band.
No, I don't. I'm the singer.
The band is called Collected Moss.
Right. Because of Rolling Stone.
Look at you.
See? We were horrible. Horrible. 2 gigs. I think we had 2 gigs. Yeah.
Not bad. Could be worse.
Could be worse.
So now you start applying to colleges. You get rejected by Brown. You get rejected by Stanford.
Yeah.
You get rejected by Oberlin. Is Oberlin in the league of Stanford and Brown?
I don't.
You just
no,
threw it in
they're
there?
not. I just
For balance?
I don't know. Screw them. They're weird. They're weird. They're weird cornfield hippies.
But you get into Tufts.
Yeah.
And Tufts is a great school.
Yeah.
Did you go visit it? Yeah, you went and visited it and you loved it immediately.
Yeah.
What did you love about it?
I mean, it was like seeing those movies of like what a college is, it's like these buildings and churches and trees and a quad, and dorms, and it's like this pretty little New England kind of vibe. And they had a really good theater department.
So you're thinking theater.
Yeah. I wanted to secretly be an actor. I was studying international relations, psychology, English, but really I wanted to, I knew I wanted to be an actor, but I was on the fence about how to take that move, to fully commit.
You had a roommate, Rob. I think I'm paraphrasing, but basically like a long-haired, muscly dude from Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like exactly the kind of guy who listens to your podcast. Yeah.
Sounds like an awesome dude.
Yeah. No, it was cool. I'll just tell the Rob story real quick. So I move in to my dorm room, and there's this guy, shoulder length hair, like built. He came in his truck. He drove from Prescott, Arizona to Boston. He's got his guitars. I think he's got a gun rack. I'm not sure if he brought his gun to school. He's got Jethro Tull posters all over his half of the dorm room, and like some velvet curtains and stuff like that, and his bong, right? And we couldn't be more different. He doesn't talk to me for 2 months. And finally we start to talk. And finally he admits, like, oh, I found out you went to this suburban Chicago high school that was kind of wealthy, and someone told me, like, oh, that's where rich douchebags go. So I thought you were a rich douchebag, so I didn't talk to you for those first 2 months. But then after that, we became really good friends, and it was awesome. We hung out a ton, and he's a great guy. I think he's a chef now. He's like a world-renowned chef somewhere.
Hair still looking good?
I think the hair's gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a bummer.
Yeah, it happens.
You kind of talked through we talked through already. This is when you kind of now really reconnected with your biological birth mom.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of get the backstory on all that, and finding out that she had gone through this whole acting phase.
Yeah.
Do you think that made you think this is sort of genetic thing?
I mean, what else could it be? I mean, my parents were really great in that they supported me in doing the arts. You know, a lot of parents, kids have an artistic inclination, like that's not practical, and they kind of shut it down. My parents were very supportive because my dad really wanted to be an artist, and he was kind of like, he was kind of a failed artist, right? Because he didn't really apply himself. He didn't try and get his paintings out there. He didn't like really try and publish his books. So I had this inclination, but I didn't know any actors or anything like that. It was mind blowing to me at like 19 to find out that my birth mother had been an actor for several years, and because I was just filled with that longing to go down that road. So it's got to be genetics, right? I don't know.
Did it scare you at all? Like your dad is kind of tried the art thing, but not really getting it done. Your mom sounds like she kind of tried the art thing, and now she's not kind of really getting it done. Did you think?
So, we make these life choices. We don't know how they go down, but here's one thing that I do know, that if you want to be a professional artist, you have to devote yourself to that craft, to that art, to that discipline, hardcore. You've got to give it 10 years, and you've got to work 16 hours a day at it. And there's no other way. I mean, there are some actors that have stumbled into it and other artists that have kind of fallen into things, and that's all fine, but that's not the standard, right? So here I am growing up. I have a failed artist dad, kind of a failed artist mom, and I know I have this longing to do acting. I'm pretty good at it. I'm not like this prodigy, but I'm pretty good at making people laugh. I'm playing characters and stuff like that. And that's when I'm like, okay, Rainn, if you're going to do this, you have got to give yourself to it and commit your life to it and your work to it and your 100% of your focus. Otherwise, you will never make it. So in that way, I'm grateful for what my parents taught me from what they didn't do and the choices they didn't make. I remember having conversations with my dad when I was like 12 or 13. I'm like, how come you never go and try and sell your paintings? He'd be like, oh, well, I went once or twice and they rejected them, and I just don't really. He'd have all these excuses. And even at 12 or 13, I'm like, no, just take your paintings, go down to art galleries and, knock on the door and say, hey, I got this really cool paintings. You should sell them. And he would never sell himself. So when I finally made the decision to be an actor, I knew that this was going to be a really important decision because I was going to have to go all in. There's no half-assing it. And, you got to put both feet in. And so I applied to acting schools. I left college. I was at that point, I was at the University of Washington in Seattle. And, I auditioned. I moved to New York City. I was 20 years old. I didn't have a pot to piss in. I had like $307 in the bank. And, you know, I went to NYU and went to acting school. I'm like, I'm in it to win it. And I'm going to do 10, 20 years, as long as it takes. I'm all in, but I'm grateful because I knew what the alternative was, that if you just kind of try it and like it, but don't fully go in, I see where that road takes you.
Mm-hmm. And it's also no guarantee that you could go 100% in and you could dedicate your entire life to music, art, acting, and you can still be working as a waiter or whatever.
I spent the first 10 years of my life as an actor, an artist. I never made over 20 grand in a year. First 10 years of working as an actor. Because I was mostly doing theater. I couldn't get into TV and film. No one would audition me because I was kind of weird looking and they didn't know what to do with me. So, but I just kept going. And then came out to LA and then got some jobs and then, you know, ultimately The Office. But, you know, there's a lot of times I was thinking about pulling the plug.
And you applied to Juilliard,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't get in.
I didn't get in, no.
And then you auditioned at NYU,
Mm-hmm.
and there's an interesting thing that you talk about in the book. You're doing the C monologue from Long Day's Journey into the Night, which I went and watched on YouTube because I do research things when I don't know what they are. But I went and watched somebody doing it. It was interesting. A woman named Zelda Fichandler.
Yeah.
She told you, like, take all the performance out of it.
Yeah.
So it's like you were going over the top.
I was acting. I came in with my audition. I was like, I forget the first line. It's like, you told me stories about your life. Do you want to hear some of mine? They all have to do with the sea. Here's one. Actually,
Gosh.
And then he tells this monologue about being on this boat, right? Which really happened to Eugene O'Neill, the playwright. He was a merchant seaman and sailed around the world on these boats. So he was telling this story, and, you know, I did it and I did my performance and scene, you know, and she's like, okay, shut up, stop it. Like, just, then there was a guy, there was like the dude there, the dean, like, just pretend he's your dad, look at him, and just say the words. And I start again. You told me some story. No, stop. Just talk to him. Like, okay. You told me. No. Right. Just literally just talk to him like you're having a conversation. I was like, you told me some stories about your life. You want to hear some of mine?
Ooh.
And then she's like, good. Keep going. They all belong to the sea. I remember one time when I was on, and I connected with, I started to cry. Like he started to cry. Like we had this like, and I was like, oh, fuck, that's what acting is. It isn't all this drama club shit. It's like, and so she was like, boom, come to New York, kiddo.
So now it's on. 1986.
Yeah.
New York City.
Yeah.
New York City at that time was mayhem. Drugs everywhere. Gangs
no
everywhere.
idea. They talk about now, like on Fox News, the deterioration in the American cities, which is happening. But, dude, go to New York in the 1980s. Crack epidemics, graffiti everywhere, dilapidated, you know, empty lots, broken bottles. People. I mean, it was nuts.
This is when I was going to New York. So I was a kid. I grew up in Connecticut, and I was like into the hardcore scene, into the punk rock scene, and so I was going into New York City. We would take the Metro North train down. It cost $8. I'd bring like $20 for the weekend. $8 to get down, $8 to get back, $4 for pizza.
Yeah.
And we'd go to CBGB's. We'd go to whatever shows were going on. We'd go to the New Music Festival. We'd go to just mayhem. But that place was totally insane at that time.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Like walking through Times Square was, I'm not kidding.
You took your life in your hands.
I'm not kidding. Every 4 steps that you took, somebody offered you crack or coke or whatever. Like literally every 4 steps, Echo Charles.
Dude, I would go down on 8th or 9th Avenues because I had a girlfriend that was living in New Zealand, and I buy stolen calling cards. Remember calling cards, like a Sprint calling card, and you'd have to dial an 800 number and then boop, 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 in order to make, and I would buy stolen calling cards for like $20, but I would get $200 worth of calls off of them. But they were offering like, here's stolen license plates. Do you need a passport? I mean, you could get, the dark web was on the streets.
Was on the street. The hookers would be out. It was crazy. Like we'd go to a show, we'd leave at 9 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night to go to a show somewhere on the Lower East Side, and we'd be walking and you see the hookers out, and they're like looking nice, ready for the night, and then we'd come back at 3 o'clock in the morning and they'd still be there. Yeah. Now they're looking like they've been working all night. It was freaking horrible to see, absolutely horrible. Yeah. And so New York was totally insane at the time. You say mugged / attacked a couple times there. Yeah. You got hit in the head with a stick by a random dude, and you got gay bashed, which I found interesting.
Yeah, I got gay bashed. Yeah. I couldn't sleep, and I went walking at like 1 a.m. I was living in Chelsea at the time, which wasn't even a gay neighborhood really at the time. It kind of became one later, but it was kind of, they used to sell drugs up and down 7th and 8th Avenue, so it was kind of dangerous. This is 88. And I went down, and there were a couple of guys, and they were like, called me, I don't know what I can say, the F word and maricon and some other things, and they just started swinging at me, and I wanted to be like, I'm straight. No. But for some reason, I was like, I did your jiu-jitsu shit. Like they couldn't land a punch on me. For some reason, I got so instantly, I didn't punch back, but I was like, whoo. It was like slow-mo Matrix. It was like, whoosh. Have you ever had that happen in a fight? You can kind of see it, and then I took off, and they jumped in their car, and they took off after me.
These were determined dudes.
They really wanted to bash some gays that weren't really gay, kind of gay, like half gay.
Metro, yeah.
I was kind of
Metro bash.
They wanted a Metro bash, and I ran down like 13th, which was the wrong way, and then I crawled under a staircase under by some garbage cans, and I like pulled the garbage can back, and I was like, and I was just, and I stayed there for like 45 minutes and then made my way back. It's brutal.
What do you do at acting school?
Well, Jocko, what do you do in acting school? People watching this are like, what the hell? Can you bring back a general, please, to talk about leadership?
I'm trying to figure out, what do you do in acting school? Now, I will say this. Acting is not easy because people think it's easy, right? People think, I could do that. And then they try and do it, and they look like idiots.
Yeah. And the really good actors make it look so simple. Mm-hmm. They make it look like Brad Pitt, one of the best actors in the world. Mm-hmm. He makes it just look like just effortless. It's really hard to do what Brad Pitt does. Really fucking hard.
And that's what they teach you at this acting school thing.
Although he never went to acting school, but terrible example. But yeah, so, the whole thing in acting school is we're going to teach you how to be theater artists and theater actors. And from that, you can do TV. And if you have that skill set, you can do TV and film. So it wasn't really like on camera stuff. We did a little bit of that. But so we did Shakespeare, we did clowning, we did circus skills, which is all about physical kind of courage and daring and kind of putting yourself out physically out of your comfort zone. We did tightrope, trapeze, juggling.
Does everyone do this? Is these like the general qualifications for acting? Is trapeze?
Everyone in this program did it. And it was, again, there's some, fat kids in there that couldn't really walk on a tightrope or whatever, but you do what you can, and you're supported. But you do voice, you do speech, and you do scene study, and you do stage combat. So we did a lot of sword fighting, like we're doing a Shakespeare play, and learn how to do that, which comes in handy when you're shooting in film and you have to pretend combat and stuff like that, how to take a punch or fake a punch, that kind of thing. And the main thing you do is scene study, where you go, you work with your scene partner, you memorize your lines, you come in and they give you notes on it and stuff like that. And there were some amazing teachers, and I was really lucky.
And you played Hamlet twice.
Yes. Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, we did Hamlet. They cast me as Hamlet, which was an incredible experience. And then the guy who was directing it was really bad director, and I was totally lost. And we would have a rehearsal, and then he would give me a grade on how I did in the rehearsal. So he would write out a thing like,
So is this a course that you're taking?
No, it was just a side play on the side of the courses. We would do plays on the side in the evenings.
But it's part of the college.
Yes, part of the college. Doing plays.
But you get no credit for it.
It doesn't work like that. It's just like you're going through this program and you're there from 9 in the morning till 11 at night every single day. Well, 5 or 6 days a week. Mm-hmm. And part of that is doing plays. Okay. So it's not really picking and choosing courses. This kind of... So I went to the main acting teacher. I was in tears because I was like, I'm so lost. I don't know how to play Hamlet. I don't know what to do. And then he came and watched some rehearsals, and he's like, oh, this guy's an idiot. And he fired him, and he took over. So we shut down, and then I had another chance. We had done like 2 weeks of rehearsal, shut that down, and then Ron Van Loo, the amazing acting teacher, came in, and then he directed me in Hamlet, and it was an amazing experience.
There's something like 30,000 words that Hamlet speaks in Hamlet.
Yeah.
How do you go about memorizing that?
So I knew I was going to be playing him like in the winter, and then over Christmas break, I memorized all of the Hamlet monologues. I memorized all the soliloquies, to be and not to be, that is the question. And so I came in, and then I memorized a bunch of his longer speeches before we started rehearsing. But what people don't understand about like the memorizing lines, first of all, when you're 22, it's way easier. You can memorize things really quickly. But you're spending hours on your feet saying the lines and listening and responding and trying it in different ways. And so it's getting in your body, you know what I mean? You're not just kind of like, it's hard to memorize when you're just sitting there with a book and you're just like trying to memorize it. That's almost impossible. But when you're on your feet and interacting with people and stuff like that. So we did a big cut down version. So it was probably only 20,000 words. We cut big scenes out and stuff like that, but it was a lot. It was a lot.
Yeah, I went and saw a version of Hamlet, and man, it was impressive.
Oh, cool. Where'd you see it?
Right here in San Diego.
Yeah, great theater in San Diego.
Yeah, I saw one version at the Old Globe, which was like the cool one, normal one, but I also saw another version at some like other place, and it was all modern and crazy.
Yeah.
But both those dudes had to memorize a lot of words.
Yeah. One of the reasons Shakespeare is famous, he's famous for so many different reasons, and that's one of the things that makes him so amazing, why people are obsessed with Shakespeare. But the fact that in 1600, he's written this play, Hamlet, that is all about psychology. It's as modern as Freud and Jung and any psychologist or any Christopher Nolan movie that involves psychology. In 1601, he wrote that. And it's all about, who am I? Life, death, should I live? Should I die? Should I kill this guy? Why am I doubting? I should kill him. I was told to kill him, and I don't. Why is that? Is it my own failing? Do we have souls? Like, I'm in love with her, but should I tell it? Like, it's all this stuff, and that's what made him like head and shoulders better than anyone for hundreds of years. It's not until Chekhov, 200-300 years later, that all of a sudden playwrights are like, and Ibsen and Strindberg are like going into the psychology.
We covered Henry V on this podcast, which obviously makes sense, but I was gonna do Hamlet, and I had an actor that I met that I was like, and who had played Hamlet, and I thought, oh, if I can get them to come on, that would be kind of epic, and it just didn't. I haven't pulled it off yet.
Yeah,
but maybe you're that guy.
Let's do it. I'm a middle-aged doughy white Hamlet,
So that's what you're doing. You're doing this. That sounds like a long ass day every day. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You graduate from NYU, and there's one thing that you explain. There's like a draft. It sounds like a draft that happens at Juilliard, where you do like a couple performances or something, or a couple monologues or something.
It's like the NBA draft. I've never heard it compared, but it is.
That's
totally
what it sounded like.
Yeah.
And so you go into this NBA draft thing, or the theater draft thing,
the
or something.
top schools go to this theater in Juilliard, and we perform little scenes for all the casting directors and producers and TV folk and people that run theaters. And there's maybe 500 of them, the who's who of, in both theater and TV and film, watching it. It's totally nerve-wracking. I was 23 years old. My scenes kind of sucked. I didn't do very well, and I had just played Hamlet, This is a good story about how show business works. These agents, pretty good agents, had come and seen Hamlet. They loved it. They called me in immediately. They're like, "Oh my God, your Hamlet was amazing. That was so great." And they talked about it. We talked about it. They're like, "Okay, you'll do these league performances," they call, and then we'll call you back in. And then I bombed at the league performances. Like I didn't do very good. And then they wouldn't return my calls and they didn't bring me back.
Wait, what's a league performance?
This is that Juilliard thing where
Okay.
the NBA draft for actors was called, that's what they called it.
What do you, and you go through this in the book, but this is you trying to be like Mr. Serious Guy, kind of?
Well, it was me just trying to get an agent, right? That's
Okay.
what it comes down to. And the moral of this story is like, these assholes had seen me play Hamlet, and then they see me do a couple of 2-minute scenes, and because I don't do good in those, they don't want anything to do with me. But you had seen me play 3 hours of Hamlet, and that's kind of how superficial the business is.
Yeah, because in my mind, it seems like if you can do Hamlet, you can kind of do anything. It seems like.
You'd think. But, getting to what your other point about, like, so I had this, like, wrong idea about what it was to be an actor, and that's partially NYU's fault because I was still, kind of nerdy, weird, different kind of guy, and I was trying to be like Mr. Theater guy, and so I had this idea of like, this is who I need to be and what I need to be and how I need to present myself, and so it took me several years and a lot of hardship to kind of figure out, and I had a seminal experience that kind of showed me my road as an actor.
Your first acting job, at least from what I could decipher from the book, was 12th night for Shakespeare in the Park. You got paid $210 a week.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of what you're doing out
Yep.
of the gate.
Yep.
Eventually, you joined something called the Acting Company,
Yep.
founded by John Houseman. Is John Houseman the guy that used to do those commercials?
Yeah, he did the commercials.
And then what was that show that he was in?
The Paper Chase.
That Paper Chase. What was the Paper Chase about? Because I
It was
remember
about
that
the
show.
lawyers in Harvard, like
That's
trying
what it
with a really
was.
tough professor. Trying to
He
get
was
their
the
law
tough
to-
professor.
Yeah,
The ultimate tough professor.
Yeah, he was like
when
it's
E.F.
not-
Hutton speaks.
when E.F.
Yes.
Hutton. Yeah,
When
he was
E.F.
that guy,
wrote,
yeah.
we listen.
Yeah.
So
He worked with Orson Welles. He was a big theater titan. He started this company called the Acting Company, and I did 2.5 years of bus and truck tours of Shakespeare plays.
which is freaking hilarious in the book. You're rolling into like whatever town in the Midwest.
Waterloo, Iowa. You roll in at 9 p.m. At 10 a.m. you've got a show in the high school cafeteria.
Oh my
And at 7
God.
p.m. you're at the downtown local civic club, and you're doing these Shakespeare plays
Just-
to places that have never seen Shakespeare before, maybe, or not for years or something like that. Audiences that it was cool. It was
That's
cool
wild.
and hard and sometimes sucky, but I loved it. It was 24, 25. At that point, I was getting $515 a week. So I was rolling in it.
And plus, you're getting this experience.
Yeah.
So you roll into Waterloo, Iowa.
Yeah.
What Shakespeare play are you doing? Is it like a variety show?
Yeah, we had, we did Romeo and Juliet and Twelfth Night. No, and Two Gentlemen of Verona. And then the next year, we did Midsummer Night's Dream. So, yeah.
Did you ever perform to like 7 people and 4 of them walked out?
It wasn't that kind of thing, but we would do a lot of like high school theaters and high school like cafeteria theaters, where the theater's
Yeah.
up in the cafeteria and they open the
goodness.
curtains and they're all sitting and like we would have food thrown at us and stuff like that. We had fun though. We had fun. It was hard. And
I'm picturing when I was in high school, if I was in that situation, I would have made it really. I would have been like such a dick. I'm sorry.
yeah, sure.
But I was just an idiot.
Yeah. We're like, school assembly.
Yeah.
Jocko, be there at 10 a.m. to
Yeah.
watch a 2.5-hour version of Romeo and Juliet. And you're just like,
Who
the kids
booked
are like,
those things?
yeah. But
The weird thing about Shakespeare, and I pointed this out when there was one of the first podcasts we did, I think it was number 15 actually. But because when I studied a lot of Shakespeare when I went to college, and it was like, oh, you're not supposed to understand this. You can't understand this. It's written in Middle English. It's not the same language, and you have to there's some similarities, obviously, but
Yeah.
you need to actually look up what these words and understand the structure. And then you go, holy shit, this guy is incredible. But you got to get people through that transitionary period because they look at it and they go, I don't know what the hell this means. And if they say, oh yeah, I read Shakespeare, it's great. No, they're not. They're lying because there's words you don't know.
Yeah.
You have to look them up.
A
That's
third of the
way it
words
is.
you don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine if you tried to present Shakespeare to me in high school. I'm sorry, I'm such a loser.
Well, you cut out a lot of the stuff that just makes no sense, and then you try it. It's so hard to read Shakespeare on the page, and a lot of people get turned off reading it. But you've got to hear it because when you speak it with intention and like you're trying to get something from someone, and so you say blah 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 blah, and you hear it in context, it starts to make way more sense. And you have that experience, right? When you've seen these productions and stuff.
For sure. So you're kind of
the other thing we would do on the road
that's
is
right, the games.
We would do insane games to keep us sane. One of them was pass the battery, so we'd have a little like AA battery, and it would have to go around to every single person in the cast. So over the course of the play, you'd have to figure out ingenious ways. You'd shake someone's hand, and there all of a sudden there'd be a battery in it. And you're like, oh, and then you go into someone else, you put your armor and you drop it in their pocket, and like so the battery's making its way around. The other thing we would try and do is we would find out the mascot of whatever school we were at. And then we would try and everyone had to incorporate that word. So if they were like the Badgers, you'd have to say, I pray thee, liege, from whence thou come, surely thou art no badger, to say that thou, and we would always try and the kids would be like, no, really? Is the word badger 17 times in this Shakespeare play? That was fun. We did shit we would do withered hand, where at some point everyone had to have like a withered hand on stage, and bunny hop, we would have to at some point incorporate a bunny hop. We got in bad trouble, but we had a lot of fun. There was a lot of debauchery on the road too, let me just say.
And that kind of leads into this next section I want to read from the book. It says here, for an artsy East Village actor, there was simply no room for God, morality, or devotion, or at least none that I could conceive of at the time. In my quest for this tantalizing bohemian street cred during my first year at NYU, I dyed my hair jet black and started smoking a pipe. The hair dye I got from a box of Clairol Midnight Black, the kind so toxic that there's an emergency 800 number right on the box in case you accidentally dump the concoction into your eyes. I looked ridiculous. The first issue was that I'd forgotten about my eyebrows. The hair on my head was like Bruce Lee's, and my eyebrows were a light brown with ginger highlights. I looked like a serial killer who had just written his manifesto on the walls of his cabin with his own blood and feces. And the pipe, my Aunt Wendy, my dad's sister, smoked one. Always had. She was rebellious, artistic, pipe-smoking inspiration, and I always loved her rebellious, artistic, pipe-smoking spirit. As with most things in my life, I was simply trying way too hard. We were such a pretentious lot, us village artists. I remember having one ridiculous late-night conversation with a bunch of pot-smoking artists where the question was posed, would you ever do a commercial? I remember a friend of mine paused dramatically and considered this disgusting capitalistic question quite deeply, stroking his goatee and drawing on his Camel Light. I might do a commercial. And then he added heavily, for soy milk. So you guys were freaking full on.
We were douchebags. No question. You have to find, you always find the most embarrassing thing about me in the book. Not the cool stuff. You find like the most humiliating.
I thought these were
segments.
The cool parts. Okay. No, get the book. There's so many. There's like I said, I mean, I'm reading less, I don't know, probably 5% of the book. There's all kinds of insane, funny stories. And like I said, your ghostwriter did a great job.
Damn you, Jocko. I wrote every word. Every word I say.
At some point you start, fast forward a little bit, now you're dating like a lawyer/drug dealer. I believe you gave her the name Jessie. Your cocaine comes into the picture. You say, I spent countless nights in drunken stumbling and almost vomiting in taxi cabs, speeded speedily through parties and bars, wafted red-eyed and high through many late-night conversations, and woke up desolate, fried, embarrassed, and sad on countless mornings during those years. Good bohemian times. It's weird because, like I said, I was going to New York at this time, and like I would see these people. I probably saw you.
Yeah.
I in fact, if I didn't see you specifically, I saw your people. I saw them down there. They were down there. They were looking exactly like this. This was you. This was your gig.
Well, listen, so there's a bigger conversation here, which is, and this is a little bit in the Bassoon King, I talk about my spiritual journey, and I talk about spirituality more in the new book, Soul Boom. But I grew up a member of the Baha'i faith. It's a very beautiful faith. It's all about love and unity and peace. And I jettisoned that like so many of us do when you're 20 years old. You move to the big city, or maybe you go in the military or whatever, your college, or you go get a job somewhere, whatever your life journey, wherever it takes you. And I wanted nothing to do with spirituality, and I wanted nothing to do with God and morality, and I didn't want to think about that thing. I just wanted to live what I thought of like a bohemian lifestyle, which is party, go crazy, make art, like, live life to the extreme in that sense. And, and that was good. We talked about these hilarious times in the acting company and other theater that I did. And, and then I got more and more dependent on drugs and alcohol. I really realized now that I was using them to medicate my anxiety. So I was occasionally like a fall down drunk, but I wasn't like one of those guys that every time they drink, they pass out in their own vomit or something like that. But I was, year after year using a lot of drugs and alcohol to just cope and just get by my daily life. And I was really unhappy. I was really miserable. And this started a journey for me, which was a spiritual one, where I was kind of like this. And I realized now that I was having a lot of mental health issues at the time. Like I would have anxiety attacks. I was depressed a lot. I was experiencing extreme loneliness. It didn't make sense to me. I was living my dream. We've been through my life story. Here I am living in New York City. I'm working as an actor, and from suburban Seattle, this loser D&D kid. This is incredible, and yet I was deeply, deeply unhappy. And why am I so unhappy? And why am I filled with so much anxiety? And that's what kind of led me to examine God and spirituality as a possible path toward recovery. I didn't, at that point, go into 12-step programs, but I started to really dig deep into God and the meaning of life and, why we're here. Because at that time, there weren't podcasts where you could go listen to, you or Rich Roll or someone that's going to make you like really think and learn Huberman and, learn about how this stuff works. And there weren't that many resources, in the early 90s at this point around this stuff. No one did therapy. Therapy was for really rich people, and I certainly didn't have money for therapy. And, you couldn't call it like BetterHelp or something like that. So this is the only thing I knew to do from my childhood was like read about God. And I read the Bible. I read the Quran. I read I was a big reader. I read the Buddha, the original works of the Buddha, the Bhagavad Gita, and started really thinking like, well, maybe because I threw everything to do out with religion and God and faith and spirituality out the window, maybe I threw the baby out with the bathwater, and maybe this stuff could actually help me. So it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. Like I wouldn't trade it for the world. I had an amazing time. Had it's chock-a-block with crazy adventures of New York and partying and it was fun and great until it wasn't anymore, and I was pretty unhappy, and I was trying to make my relationship work with now my wife. We've been together for 30 years, and and that's what set me on this spiritual journey and an interest in spiritual topics. So that's one of the threads that runs through Bassoon King that I really dive into in Soul Boom.
Yeah, no doubt. You just mentioned your wife. So at some point you take leave, or I don't know what you call it in the civilian world. You go on vacation, I guess. You go on vacation and you go to Washington, and you knew her, but you look her up in the white pages, which was very, very romantic. And, and she's in there.
Yeah.
And so you call her.
Yeah.
Isn't it weird? You used to have to like find a person's phone number.
And she tells a story really funny. Her and her roommate were so broke. They were like trying to decide, like, should we pay the extra 75 cents a month or whatever it is to have your name listed in the white pages? And they're like, yes, we're going to make that investment. Who knows? Someone might need to look us up and call us one of these times. So there she was, Holly Reinhorn. I remember she was hot and cool and edgy and wonderful, and gave her a call and got together.
And you were kind of like, just kind of the romantic dream for her. I mean, you're like this actor guy living in New York City.
I moved to New York. I went to acting school. I was like professional actor.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That was just, you rolled
baby.
in there.
It
You
all-
rolled in there big time.
It all goes back to that first drama class. Yeah.
And then she ends up moving back to New York with you.
Yeah.
It's like a year later. It sounds like you got like the sickest apartment ever in Brooklyn. Like 13-foot ceilings, like this really,
yeah.
and it was dirt. Well,
we lucked
pretty cheap.
into this $800 a month apartment. That was insane. Yeah, it was insane. We had huge parties there. Yeah, it was great.
You roll into this chapter in the book. The chapter title is "I Bombed on Broadway," which is, doesn't sound very good, but it kind of set you in the right motion. And part of this, you just kind of talked about this. Here you were a professional actor, yet you weren't happy at the time, right? You're just not happy, which is crazy to think about. There I was, not happy in Brooklyn, and I wasn't exactly sure why. I would wake up in the middle of the night deeply, deeply sad, alienated, disconnected. Then I would kick myself. Why are you feeling this way? I mean, look what an amazing woman you have asleep beside you. Think of all the incredible theater you're doing. You have everything you ever wanted, including a kick-ass van. We haven't even talked about your van yet, but you had a kick-ass van. Your dream has come true, and yet you're still not happy, jerk face. And fast forward a little bit, I thought I had started sneaking up. I had a thought that started sneaking up around me at this time. Perhaps the reason I'm not happy is I don't have meaning. I don't have purpose. Started asking my friends about God. This is kind of what you were just talking about.
Yeah.
You go through this, like you said, it's kind of what you remembered from your childhood, and like there's got to be something there. Let's start digging. And that's what you do. You start digging, and as you're digging through that, you have a good story about Darryl Strawberry. You asked Darryl Strawberry if what is the Wakantanka, which is the Native American spirit, and you pray to Wakantanka during this baseball game for Darryl Strawberry to get a home run so you can win.
So I really struggled with the idea of God. Like I was really struggling with like God, Daddy, God. I call him Sky Daddy and Soul Boom. Like this idea of this man, patriarchal man with a big beard looking down at us all and judging us. And I just really struggled with that. I'm like, I'm just trying to figure it out. And I was reading a lot of Native American spirituality at the time. And the Lakota Sioux's word for God is Wakantanka, which literally translates to the great mystery. And it's the God of nature and the seasons and beyond time and space. And you can only know this God kind of through nature and through the wind and through the sun. And I was like, oh, that's really interesting. So I was talking to my friend about, it's like, I don't believe in God, but I believe in Wakantanka. So he's like, prove it. And I was like, okay. The Mets were down, bottom of the ninth. Darryl Strawberry was up. And I was like, let's try it. And I literally went, oh, Wakantanka, grandfather spirit, great mystery. If you exist, please help us, and have Darryl Strawberry help win this game. If you show yourself. I am not shitting. Turn to the TV. Whoosh, over the field, walk-off home run, ends the game.
Yeah.
And me and my friend Phil, who's one of my best friends, I was just talking to him earlier. We were just like, whoa. But it wasn't enough to convince Phil. He's still an atheist. But that was, as silly and stupid as that sounds, I was like, okay, gotta keep going. Go down this path. Let's see where this goes.
Meanwhile, you you get this role. You get a lead role in a Broadway show.
Yeah.
And you say this about the role. In the months and weeks leading up to the rehearsals, I grew increasingly nervous. The pressure was building inside. I felt an immediate stress mounting within me about how I would need to really shine in this role. A stressful voice in my head kept prodding, this play could give me a better agent. This role could land me a Tony nomination. This is my chance to get an amazing New York Times review. The pressure continued to increase and build through the rehearsals and eventual performances until, you guessed it, I totally sucked in the role. I bombed on Broadway. But, and isn't it funny how life works, it turned out to be one of the best experiences of my life. In rehearsals, I was stiff and disconnected. I had, for some weird reason, decided exactly how to play the role in my head. All my choices were pre-decided. They were also broad, fakey, and strangely puppet-like. I could feel myself throwing out all my training and rehearsed the play by doing strained line reading after strained line reading. I knew I was sucking and I didn't know what to do. I could tell internally and also from the quizzical, almost sad looks I was getting from the rest of the cast. Joe pulled me aside after a couple of weeks and spoke to me quite seriously about his concerns with me in this role. He urged me to relax and just explore and play and have fun in the rehearsal process. But try as I might, I just couldn't. I was in a gigantic pressurized acting rut and I couldn't escape. All of a sudden, we were getting close to having an audience. I freaked. I began waking up in the middle of the night shaking and sweating. I was terrified. I knew that I was about to suck in my first big show. Holiday was in Iowa at the time. I spent many tearful hours in the middle of the night with her on the phone as she consoled and counseled me. That's when the prayers started. When all else fails, sometimes you just get on your knees and ask for help. And I did. Over and over again, I reached out for assistance from Wankantanka, God, Creator, whatever. I was stuck. I was lost and terrified. I literally didn't know what else to do. The prayers didn't make me a brilliant actor all of a sudden, but I do believe they were a factor in a transformation I made as an artist and as a person at this pivotal juncture. I started to understand that I had been doing the role for all the wrong reasons. To impress people, to gain accolades, to gain fame. I was looking outside myself, trying to be something I wasn't. For others. London Assurance, that's the name of the play you were in, broke me open like an egg. I didn't want to be that kind of fakey artist anymore, performing out of obligation, neediness, and a desperate need to be liked. I knew that I ultimately needed to be myself and screw whatever other people thought of me. I felt this newfound commitment to freedom in my bones, and it was a revelation. After this Broadway fiasco, I learned how to relax and breathe and play. I embraced the natural nerdy oddness that was me. I was never going to be some formal idea of a classical actor man, beloved by casting directors and the New York Times, and rocking an ascot. As the previews went along, I did see some eventual improvement. I was able to relax a bit here and there and get a few occasional laughs in the role. Was I good? No, but at least I wasn't completely horrible. I got mostly poor to middling reviews, but at least I didn't get raked over the coals. More important, after the show closed, I was filled with a much greater purpose and inspiration in my life and work. Yeah.
Keep going. Read the rest of the book. There's only about like 170 more pages.
That's gotta. This had a huge impact on you. I mean, obviously, this is like a pivotal point.
This is a story that I tell young people a lot when I speak at colleges, and it's something you've covered on your pod a lot. But it's like what we learn from failure, and how important failure is in making us who we are. And we kind of, in modern society, it's like failure is a weakness and it's bad and you're wrong and you should never fail. But by sucking in this Broadway play and kind of going through the fire, I was on the anvil being pounded because it, I mean, you've been in firefights with mortars dropping on your head. I'm not comparing it to that. But I will say that when your longing is to be an actor and you're doing your first lead on Broadway and you're doing 8 shows a week for 4 or 5 months, and then you suck and you have to go in every single day and perform and you're not good and the audience is like, it's really painful. And then it caused a lot of soul searching. And like, I was trying to be Mr. Actor Man of New York to get the New York Times review and like get some kind of accolades or a Tony nomination. And I was doing it for the wrong reasons and trying to be someone or something that I'm inherently not. And after I sobbed and talked to Holly on the phone, after I was praying on my knees, after I was like, I just went through the ringer on this thing. I was like, fuck that. I'm never doing that again. I'm never going through that again. I'm going to bring exactly who I am to the roles that I play. And if they don't like it, screw them. I have to be myself. This helped me find my authentic voice as an actor and as a human being. And I'm so grateful for one of the most painful 4 to 5 months of my life I've ever gone through. I'm grateful for it because on that forge, again, no mortars dropping on my head, but on that particular forge, it showed me a path. So my failure, my struggle, my pain forged me into someone that could eventually play Dwight on The Office. I never would have played Dwight on The Office if I had not bombed on Broadway. So what I thought was like the biggest failure of my life actually turned into the greatest success in my life. So embracing roles like Dwight, where I could just draw on my own natural quirkiness and come up with my own vision of how to play the character. When I started Dwight, I wasn't thinking about Emmy Awards or money or stardom or any of that stuff. That showed me the way. Mm-hmm. So it's a really important lesson for young folks, especially, to learn. Sometimes it's kind of like you talk to young people and like, I'm failing, I'm struggling, I'm hurting. Good.
When we were talking earlier about giving 100%, right? And you were saying, hey, you've got to give yourself 100% to acting or writing or whatever it is you're going to do. And I've had conversations with people about two things that are somewhat similar to that, but writing books and doing a podcast, right? And right now, of course, everybody has a podcast right now, and you can write books really easily. But when people would talk to me about it, they'd be like, well, I think I'm going to start a podcast or I want to write a book. That's the two things that a lot of people have said to me in the past 10 years, or I guess it's been 7 years or whatever, however long I've been doing this stuff. And one thing that I tell them is you've got to do it because you want to do it. Like even this podcast, if someone said, hey, or if I said, hey, I'm gonna do a podcast. Here's what the podcast is going to be about. We're going to make it 3, 4, 5 hours long. We're going to talk about war, death, genocide. We're going to talk about the most horrible subjects. It's going to be me. I'm going to be reading from old books that are out of print, and that's what we're going to do. There's no one that would have said, oh, that sounds like it's going to be a hit. That sounds like a
fun
winner. Right.
Yeah, sign me up.
You've got, but I did it. And the path that we went down was just because this is what I'm into. This is what I like. This is what I'm interested in. Same thing with books. If you're going to write a book and your goal of the book is to be a New York Times bestseller, or your goal of the podcast is to be the #1 podcast, you're going to be like Rainn Wilson in that play, trying really hard to get a good review. And it's like, that's not what brings it.
You're looking for something outside of yourself for validation and for happiness, as opposed to an inner motivation. And you do, there's a lot of people that write to me and talk to me about the exact same thing. And they want to start a podcast because they want the accoutrement of the successful podcast. They want like accolades and people looking up to them, and they want to be invited on other podcasts, and they want to be published, and they want to get a speaking gig, lecturing gigs at colleges or whatever it is. And yeah, you got to find your authentic voice, which you have done masterfully. And I was able to do as an actor, and it gave me some success because I jettisoned all of that shit. And I was just like, I'm going to play weird, fucked up roles. And this is who I am. And if you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to watch. Screw you. And it's the same way today with social media and, with podcasting and voicing your opinion and stuff like that. It's like, I got to be me. This is who I am. This is what I think. And I get a lot of backlash sometimes. And it's like, all right, that's fine. You can pull your hair out and threaten to kill me on YouTube. It's all great. It's all fine. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I've just passed that. So I do want to be part of a much larger conversation of how do we make ourselves better people, and how do we make the world a better place. Let's just engage in that conversation.
These are good conversations to have.
Yeah, and have fun doing it.
So now you get this. I'm going to fast forward a little bit timeline wise. The next section that I'm going to go to is Welcome to Los Angeles. And I had to throw this in there. Hollywood, for the 7 of you that don't know, is not anything like you think it is from the association with that famous, grandiose name. There's nothing tinsely or fabulous or razzle-dazzly about that place. This was especially true in 1999. Busy and yet somehow completely destitute, it was populated with drug addicts, strippers, schizophrenics, and Scientologists. Besides a wax museum, some sickly palm trees, an occasional confused Dutch tourist, and the stars on Hollywood Boulevard, there was nothing there to let you know that there was a show business industry in its history or in the vicinity. But if you wanted marijuana, wigs, a taco, it was definitely the place to be. It is weird for people that haven't been to California and Hollywood. It's really like you wouldn't know that there's anything there.
Yeah, it's different now. There's kind of more glitz. There's the mall there and some, right? It's kind of a little better, you know, but you can still buy a wig and a taco and any drug you want, probably. So, yeah.
And you can still join Scientology readily if you want to.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you can walk right in. They'll be glad to have you. But, yeah, it's so funny because all the magic gets made on the sound stages in the studios, but there's nothing in Hollywood that has to do with that. And even then you go into a studio and it just looks like this. It's just like these rooms and there's a couple cameras and, you know, some trailers and some dollies and a bunch of cables and lying around. It's nothing really that fabulous.
And you had come out, you guys had made a show, what is it, New Bozina?
The New Bozina, yeah. We did me and my friends did a clown comedy, sketch comedy, weird, surreal comedy piece that we'd created in New York and had done pretty well in New York, and we brought it out to L.A.
And this was David
Costable.
Yeah.
He's on Billions, and he was on Breaking Bad. Yeah, he was.
I was in Billions with him.
No kidding.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
What a freaking good dude.
Yeah.
That whole place was interesting. It was the first time I ever did anything like that.
Yeah.
And so I didn't really know what was going on. And I didn't know how popular Billions was. And so I got hooked up. Tim Ferriss is a friend of mine, and they asked him if I would want to be on it. Like Tim and I were on the same episode. Anyways, I said, like, sounds cool, whatever. I was going to New York, and I went out there. And actually, I showed up, and David was like, he was like super cool, but he's like, I showed up, and I'm like, oh, hi. And he's like, welcome to Billions, as if like, and I was kind of like, well, that's kind of weird, you know. I was like, that's a little strange, because I had only watched like on my flight to New York, I watched the first like 3 episodes, so I really didn't know what was going on, and I didn't know how freaking good that show was. Then I was hook, line, and sinker, and I've watched the whole thing. But yeah, that was another thing. Like, I'm with those guys, and these guys are studying lines. Like, I'm sitting there. And that's the other freaking jacked up thing. So I had got a script, right? And I kind of thought, like, well, you don't actually like read the script or whatever. Like in a show, you just kind of make shit up. And so I hadn't memorized I don't know how many lines I had, but however many lines I had, I didn't memorize any of them. I thought I was just going to be me and just talk, because I was literally myself, right?
Yeah.
So I get there, and now I'm watching what's going on as they're filming other sections, and
You're like, oh shit.
They do the same thing over and over again. Over and over and over again, like 20 times. And I was like, holy shit, I've got to do the same thing over and over again. I'm totally up a bit. So now I'm like sitting there trying to memorize my 9 lines or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But what a great dude. Actually, everyone there was awesome.
Yeah.
Brian Koppelman and Dave Levine they were just super cool and still super cool. But yeah. And then David from when he was in Breaking Bad and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah. He's one of my oldest, dearest friends, and it's great. He's had a great career, and we started doing these weird sketch comedy clown characters. It's hard to describe what it was, but that's what brought us to L.A. So
yeah, because like your director or something was there. Our
producer had moved there to work in TV and film, and he brought us out, and we did the stage play, a bunch of different theaters, and we got a TV deal at Fox, and just started getting the whole TV and film thing going.
And meanwhile, you do 5 auditions. You eventually get Almost Famous.
Mm-hmm.
Great San Diego movie, by the way.
Yeah.
Galaxy Quest.
Those are my first 2 movies.
The Experiment. Expendables.
That wasn't not the movie you're thinking of. It was a different show called The Expendables. Yeah.
And you say, suddenly I thought I had this whole LA thing figured out. I rolled into town and gotten a pilot and a couple of film roles without a single hitch. We set up the new Bozina at Fox to do a pilot presentation and made more money in a couple months than in all the previous years combined. I was in and feeling like a made man. Holiday and I decided to settle down in LA and make a go of it. She would finish her book of short stories and I would be an actor who could actually pay the bills. Then within a few months, the new Bozina got rejected by Fox and I was unemployed for a full year. Showbiz. Eventually do House of 1,000 Corpses for Rob Zombie. Yes.
Yep. 20th anniversary just passed.
Hell yeah.
20th anniversary.
You did the movie America's Sweethearts, CSI, Law and Order, couple pilots, and canceled shows that no one ever heard of to pay the bills and continue to build my career. You're one of the final actors for Arrested Development to play Job.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
You say this about that. After several auditions, I was once again being tested for the project. There were 2 final scenes that we Jobs would be doing alongside the rest of the family who had already been cast. In one scene, there were 1 or 2 lines, and in the other scene, there were a couple of pages of really funny dialogue and a great chance to show off what you could do with the character. We all filed in one at a time to show the head of Fox the first short scene. The other Jobs went in to do the second bigger scene. I waited, nervously going over my lines and bits in preparation. I waited and waited and waited. I was sitting all alone in the waiting room, and after 10 or 15 minutes, I wandered out of the hallway. Everyone had left. I mean, everyone. Actors, casting agents, Fox executives, janitors, everyone. I finally saw a casting assistant cleaning up in a corner and asked what was going on. I guess they saw all they needed to see from you, she chirped merrily, and I slunk away embarrassed and miserable, having only auditioned with 2 lines for the best comic role I'd ever read.
Yeah, that was, that just kind of staggers me that there were like 3 of us. The other one was Michael, what's his name from Succession, who plays Connor, the older brother. Michael Rudd? I'm forgetting his name.
A brilliant actor
who's on Succession. He was, and it was me, him, and Will Arnett, who was obviously brilliant. And, do the first little scene, and they're like, okay, go wait over here, and we'll call you back in for your next scene.
And they just bounced.
And I wait, and I wait, and I wait. I'm going over my lines, and I wait. It's like, and a half an hour later, everyone's gone, and no one thought to go over. This is how Hollywood works. No one thought, just like the common decency to just be like, Rainn, thanks so much. They're not going to see you for the next scene. They saw what they needed, and they're going to go in a different direction. Thank you so much for coming in. Like, no one could just do that, and it was humiliating. It was pretty humiliating, but it's par for the course. You just keep going, and Will Arnett was great for that, and I'm grateful I didn't get cast in that, because that wouldn't have played Dwight if I had been cast on Arrested Development. He's had a great career. I've had a great career, and it all works out in the end.
I was up in LA talking to a company, but wherever I was talking, there was an audition going on. For something, and there was 500 teenage girls between the ages of like 11 and 14 lined up around the block.
With their holding their pages and stuff.
It was like crazy. Yeah. One of my friends works in LA, and he like runs movies and shows and stuff, and he says it's the worst thing. Like, every person that walks in that room, you are holding their dream.
Right.
You are just holding their dream, and they seem like the nicest, and they're good for the role, but there's someone that's just a little bit better, and you just take their dream and just throw it away. And you don't even have time. Like, what you're saying, he's like, yeah, I mean, you had 3 people, but when there's 500 people in the line, it's like, oh, here's your dream. Oh, yeah, smash it. Next. He said he hates it. He doesn't do it ananymore. Yeah. He has a casting director, and he just like won't do it anymore because it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a brutal process. But one thing you realize when you're, because I've been on the other side casting, on stuff that I've produced or I was starring in or whatever, and especially when you see people in the room, or now it's mostly on tape, so you see kind of on the cloud, they upload their auditions or whatever, but in like 30 seconds whether they're right or not. And it's nothing to do with that. It's nothing even to do with their talent or anything. Like you just see them and their vibe. It's all a vibe thing, their vibe and how they're doing the lines and stuff. Like, Yeah, and
Yeah.
so
That's what my buddy said. Like, someone would walk in, and he did not even 30 seconds. He looked at the person like, they can't play this role. But he's like,
you've got to let them do their
like,
thing. They've worked for hours or days on it. And yeah, it's tough.
freaking awful. By the way, your son was born 2004. This is in this time frame. You got the harrowing story of the birth of your son in the book. So get the book. You end up in this show 6 feet under, and that, as you mentioned, eventually leads to chapter 14. Dwight K. Schrute, assistant to the regional manager. You say, I was the very first person to audition for The Office, literally. Our incredible casting director, Allison Jones, who casts all of Judd Apatow and Paul Feig's movies, as well as Veep and a myriad of other brilliant comedies, had recently gotten to know me as an actor, and I was starting to get some notice because of my role on 6 Feet Under. She called me in to audition for both Michael and Dwight. And I was excited beyond words as I loved the project so much. I sat in the waiting room clutching my pages, literally more eager for this audition than any of the hundreds I had been on in the past.
Yeah.
And that's just because you knew the story.
I knew the British Office. I had seen it early on. I thought it was amazing. And everyone was like, oh, they're going to ruin it, and they can never make an American version. And everyone was shitting on it, especially British people. But I was like, well, why not? You know, and I still am like, there's still people that are kind of like, oh, I like the British better. It's like, okay, you can watch all 12 of the British series over and over again for the rest of your life, every single day. No one's taking that away from you. Meanwhile, we went and made 200 episodes of a different kind of version, and it needed to be different because British has subsidized television. They have no commercials, so they're getting literally government grants. They can do much shorter seasons. We've got to do long seasons, and with commercial breaks, we have shorter episodes. Anyways, the list goes on and on. But I was a huge fan of the British show, and man, I was so excited, and it was one of those things where, you know, Wakantanka was smiling on me. You know, like, I knew from the second I read Dwight, I was like, that's my role. I absolutely know how to play this role. And I was like, there's no one else that can do this the way that I can. So I did a terrible audition for Michael. I went in and just did Ricky Gervais. I literally was like, so I'm a manager here, and you know, it's hard. Everyone nobody loves me, and like world's best boss, and and it was just really not right. And then I went in for Dwight, and I was like, I can and do drink my own urine. And you know, and they were just like, yeah, okay. This guy knows what he's doing. But it was but even then, like, I really killed the audition, but the callbacks weren't for months later. And the callbacks were, this is back in the day, and they spent so much time and energy and money on the casting. I mean, it was really, they spent months on the casting. They saw everybody, and it was a really important project to NBC. And then they mixed and matched us over a course of a weekend, and they filmed us, which hardly, so that a test where like the studio executives decide in a test, a TV test or pilot test, who they're going to cast. It wasn't like coming into a room and performing for a bunch of executives. They just watched the tape, which is a much better way of doing it. So I got matched up with Bob Odenkirk, who was up for Michael. He was like, it was between Bob Odenkirk and Steve Carell. Wow. Two brilliant talents, but Bob was a little dark.
Yeah.
He was a little dark for the role.
Yeah, he could play the British one, maybe.
Yeah. But he, you know, God bless him. He's had such a great career. He's such an amazing actor. And, you know, as soon as you saw Steve Carell do it, it was just like, I hadn't seen him act before, and they sent us in to like improvise with each other, and I was like laughing in the audition, and I had never seen an actor like that before or since. I mean, his ability, he's just so facile. He can just improvise off of anything. And that's the amazing thing about, I know I'm skipping around here a lot, but that's the amazing thing about Steve is, like, you talk about learning lines. Like, he would learn his lines, but he's the kind of actor, like, you could throw anything at him. I did it over 200 episodes, and it would never break him, and he would never. You couldn't throw him off. You could not. He had done so much improv. You could not throw him off. You know, if you're doing a scene and you're talking about how, well, we better go to the Italian restaurant on a lunch break, and you're like, and you just throw in a line like, you know, I really never loved my mother. And he would just be like, Dwight, what are you talking about your mother right now? We got to get to that Italian restaurant. It wouldn't even like phase him. He would just take anything and weave it in. And that was incredible to learn from, because I came from this Shakespeare background, right? Theater background, and memorizing lines and performing and stuff like that. And Steve was all about just mercurial and just being able to turn on a dime.
Who's Greg Daniels?
He's the showrunner. He was the main writer for our show. He took the English thing and shaped it for the American audience. And he's kind of, when they showrunner basically means they make all the decisions. Right. So the casting, the edits, the cuts, the final scripts, the budgets, they're really the big executive producer overseeing the whole thing.
And would you say he's the guy that like had the vision of, because they were obviously putting a lot of effort into this.
Yeah.
Is he the guy that thought like, hey, this is going to be, if we do this right, we got a freaking gold mine here?
100%. Yeah. Greg Daniels he doesn't get enough credit for what he did, but he's very meticulous, and he really just had lists of like, here's what I love about the British office, and here's what is not going to work for an American audience. And he really wanted more heart. I don't know if here's a good indicator of that. Look at the difference in Michael Scott from season 1 to season 2. So in season 1, Steve himself was a little overweight. He'll admit that. And they had Michael Scott, like Ricky, slick his hair back, his thinning a little bit. And like, he was much more like, just unlikable, just kind of like a greasy used car salesman a little bit. And they realized, even though season 1 is pretty brilliant and pretty freaking funny, they realized like, we need to make Michael Scott more accessible, approachable, because he's doing so many more horrible things. So they kind of like did his hair better, and they dressed him a little better. They lit it a little nicer. Just look at the difference even in the lighting. And they gave him a little more heart, just a little bit more. Not all of a sudden he's hugging puppies, right? But in fact, they say that on TV, like if you've got an unlikable character, then you've got to show them early on being really nice to an animal. And then the audience will like them, and then they can forgive all the dastardly things they do. But it wasn't like that with Michael Scott. But they just gave him a little more heart and a little more warmth, and you felt for him a little bit. You realized like, oh, he's kind of a lost puppy dog himself. But in season 1, he was it was a little more like the British show. But so Greg Daniels is the one making those decisions and going, you know, and being really sure that. And he said early on, he said, listen, because at the time, I don't know if you remember this, but American television comedy in 2005 was not very good. Putting Seinfeld and Friends aside, which were brilliant, there was a lot of crappy shows out there. Everybody Loves Raymond was great. There were some classics, and then a sea of crap. And so he's like, you know, if we can take the world of comedy and just turn it. It's like comedy's like an ocean liner. We can turn it 1 degree in the right direction. We can influence comedy in the right way. And that's what The Office did. It didn't do 1 degree. It did like 5 degrees and made comedy a lot smarter. But it was so revolutionary what we were doing at the time. Single camera, poorly lit, like fluorescent lights, really average to unattractive characters. And even like Jim and Pam, like Jenna and John are really good looking, but they're not like models, right? They're
real people.
They're real people who are kind of on the good looking side of things. And at the time they were casting all these like models in these sitcoms and stuff, and that wasn't working out so well. So the fact that it's real people, handheld, like shaky camera, there were a lot of things that really broke. And we almost got canceled so many times. I mean, we did not do well. We got terrible reviews. Go Google the early reviews of The Office. They were terrible. Like, oh, not as good as The English Office. And
there's some haters on that English Office, huh?
Oh, my God. It just never It just never. It still doesn't end. It's just incredible.
Well, British people have a different sense of humor. Like I said, I'm married to a Brit, so I get some of that English humor, but Americans don't have that same sense of humor.
Right.
We needed The American Office.
Yeah.
And we needed it bad.
Yeah.
Like the British Office, if you're an American watching it, you're depressed. You can very well end up depressed. You're like, oh, this doesn't make me feel good. It's funny, but I'm like laughing at these people and I feel guilty about it when I'm done. It's like not a feeling.
It's pretty cynical. Yeah.
And The American Office it's American.
Yeah. Well, and I think the interesting thing is about The Office, which no one saw coming, by the way, was when it started to stream on Netflix in 2016, 17, and 18. I don't know. I don't even know when it started. Someone should Google that. Get on that.
Yes, sir.
Never been called sir before. And all of a sudden you had, and this probably applies to your kids, you had teenagers watching the show over and over and over again. And all of a sudden I was meeting 14-year-olds who had seen the entirety of The Office like 7 times. And this was way back. Now they've seen it like 70 times.
That's my kids, 100%. All of them.
They just leave it on. But I think that little bit of heart that Greg Daniels, the reality and the heart that Greg Daniels put in every episode, and he said, listen, the show's got to be just 85, 90% just comedy, but just that 10 to 15% of reality and heart that we sprinkle in will go a super long way.
I remember that even as a kid watching MASH. I remember because I was always interested in war and I'd get to watch this show and it was like funny. And then every once in a while you'd be like, oh, like I'm a kid and I'd be like, oh shit, these guys are at war. I remember this one scene, Alan Alda, it was towards the end of the series. Alan Alda's talking about like this woman. He's like, oh, she had this chicken and chicken was making noise and they were on this bus and blah, 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 blah. And she killed the chicken and, and then you find out that she actually killed her kid to get the kid to be quiet. And I remember watching that as a little kid. So it was this funny show, but then it would have these impactful moments. And The Office definitely had plenty of those impactful moments for sure. You got this one section in here where you talk about Greg Daniels kind of early on pulls you aside and says like, he told me in a very diplomatic way, he loved my acting during the improvs and he liked my acting much less during the scripted scenes.
It's true. It's true. That's not, and I'd already gotten the part and I was like, oh God.
And then you go and watch the videos and you're like, oh, I see it.
Yeah. So I convinced the one producer who had a management company and I had a manager at the same company. And I was like, you need to let me watch the auditions. He's like, I can't. I'm like, just let me, I just need to see what I did, what Greg is talking about. Because we hadn't started shooting yet. We would be doing table reads and just rehearsing and stuff like that. So I got to go and watch all of my auditions.
Wait, so you talked the guy into it?
Yes. So he had just on his little like laptop or whatever, and I got to watch my auditions, and I was just like zoned in. I was like, and like there's scenes that were scripted where I had my, my lines, and then there were scenes where they said, you and John just have an argument about getting coffee. Ready, go. And I would look at and I saw it, and I saw what he was, and I was like, and it was still a little bit of that theater actor-y kind of thing where I kind of like would do a line reading, or I'd make a line a certain way, or I'd decide kind of how a line should sound or something. And it wasn't bad. It just was a little more presentational. I don't know how else to put it. But the improv stuff was just much more real. It's just talking and shooting the shit and being weird and in a real natural way. And I was like, it was like, I'm so glad he brought that up. I'm like, oh, thank God. Good. This is good. So then I just made the scripted stuff just sound more like improv stuff. And then I'd improvise off the scripted stuff. And it ended up working out great.
You say this after we were all cast on the show. Me, Steve, John, and Jenna went out for lunch at a nondescript little sandwich place down the street from the studio. We had a conversation that, grandiose as it may sound, is etched into all of our minds. We giddily discussed the very real possibility that this show could go on for 8 years and that it would change the course of our lives, and how these parts we were about to undertake would most likely be our most defining roles. Just think about what we're getting into, the journey we're about to go on. could be amazing, I remember saying. I remember Steve, who was just coming off of doing Anchorman and The 40-Year-Old Virgin, saying all the roles I'll end up doing in films I may shoot, I believe that Michael Scott may be the role I'll always be most known for. It was one of those moments when our destiny was seen with complete clarity, like a country road from a hot air balloon, all while eating a tuna sandwich. But the weird thing is, like, you guys saw that. The magic. You guys saw some of that magic.
We were like, early on, we're like, this could really be something. This could really be something, you know? I mean, we had no idea that. I mean, it exceeded even that. I mean, it's become this cultural phenomenon. I walk into Target and, like, my face is on a mug and a hot plate and an apron and shoes and, like,
we have a freaking lot of office merch at my house.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. We got freaking pajamas with your head on it and shit like that.
Yeah.
But the weird thing is, it didn't come out, like you just mentioned, it didn't come out of the gate that strong.
Not
As a matter of fact, it was like getting picked up ones and twosies, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. So the first season was only 6 episodes, and they kind of backdoored us in. And it really was only because of the success of The 40-Year-Old Virgin. And they were like, hey, you've got a movie star on this show. Like, but like, yeah, but it's so weird. These were the Jeff Zucker years. It was not a good time at NBC. They made a lot of colossal errors. And so they were like, okay, well, we'll order 5 more episodes. And then we did. And then, like, well, we can afford 2 more. And then, well, 1 more. And then it just started to, and that second season started to take off.
And then this thing happened with iTunes.
Yeah.
Which, I didn't recognize this. So the first iPad, what do they call it? An iPod came out, but it had video on it.
Yeah. First video iPod came out in 2005.
And they put, the first season of The Office or the second season?
They put The Office Christmas episode preloaded onto every video iPod. So every rich kid in the country, whose parents could afford a $200 or $300 video iPod player, MP3 player, he got it and he had an Office episode on there, and they were watching it, and they're like, these kids are like, and that was the weirdest thing too. Is like, we're doing a show about people working in an office. We thought the audience would be people that had worked in offices. And our biggest audiences were high school and college kids, which advertisers love, by the way. So yeah, that was another thing that kind of 40-year-old. So many things had to happen in the right way for us to have the run that we had, and that was another one of them.
And then it goes like this. Then all of a sudden, NBC put a giant billboard of us in front of their Burbank offices. Someone on the crew had taken a photo of that billboard while driving past, and I, John, Jenna, and Steve huddled around looking at it, laughing ecstatically. After about 100 elated high fives, we settled back down to do the scene at hand, giggling secretly. A photo of that billboard was hung on the wall just outside of our set and stayed there for the duration of the show. We knew then we were going to be on the air for a long, long time. We were off and running. So that's it.
Yeah.
You see the billboard.
Then you made it. People don't understand about acting is to get on a TV show as an actor in any capacity is really, really hard to do. Even if you're really talented and trained, you've got to have representation. You've got to get the right things just to get a single role. If you get a recurring role on a TV show, that's even harder. If you get a pilot and that pilot gets picked up if you get a pilot, it's so hard to do, and it's a miracle that you get a pilot. And that pilot gets picked up to series, that's a triple miracle. And if the series gets picked up and does multiple seasons, that's a quadruple miracle. And then if it has a full run, like 9-10 year run, then if it wins awards, then if it lasts 10-20 years after you started it, it's like hitting the jackpot over and over and over again. It's like hitting the roulette wheel. I put 20 black, boom, hit it again, hit it. That's what it's like to do The Office. So, I'm just, even today, like 10 years after we have finished our last episode, like I'm just in awe of what we were able to do. I'm so grateful for the role, the experience. I mean, it was a miracle, and with one of the greatest like ensembles ever assembled. I mean, the amount of talent in that room was just preposterous.
And there's got to be some level, I'm guessing, of like the Beatles, right? The Beatles were only the Beatles because of that group of people. And like when they all split off and they were doing their own thing, yeah, they made some stuff and blah, blah, blah. No one really cares about John Lennon or even Paul McCartney, or like they don't care about what they did solo. Really. It's about the Beatles.
Yeah.
Same thing with Black Sabbath, right? You had Black Sabbath, then you had Ozzy break off, Tony. Like, I love those guys, but it's about Black Sabbath. There's something special about that chemistry. Led Zeppelin, same thing, right?
Yeah.
You got Led Zeppelin. When Led Zeppelin is Led Zeppelin, and once John Bonham dies, it's just not going to be the same. So there's that miracle as well, that you get this group of people, and if it had been a different, Michael Scott or a different Dwight or a different Jim or a different Pam, it might have just been just a little bit of chemistry, and then you don't get what you get.
Yeah, and maybe we would have done the 6 episodes and been canceled, or canceled halfway through the second season if we didn't have that. If Bob Odenkirk had been cast. And brilliant. Bob Odenkirk's one of America's best actor, writer, directors. Brilliant. Nothing against him at all. But if they had gone in that direction, who knows,
Well, he's also highly present in my house, as Saul.
Yeah.
Yeah, very highly present in my house.
Okay.
So I guess we would have been winning possibly either way, or maybe losing on both fronts.
Well, he found a better outlet for his acting in that
he
whole
was good.
Better Call Saul universe.
Well, that's what you were saying earlier. Like when people, like, you're meant for that role. Like he's meant for that role. It's hard to picture someone else pulling it off.
Yeah.
It's hard to picture someone else pulling off Dwight. It's hard to picture and I guess now we're kind of all just, it is what it is. That's just the way it is. But if you throw someone else in there, it's just a miss. Could have been a miss.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got nominated for 3 Emmy Awards. How'd that work out?
It didn't work out very well. I lost two of them to Jeremy Piven.
Who's Jeremy Piven?
He was on Entourage. He played
okay.
Ari on Entourage.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
The agent on Entourage.
So is that the leading role?
No, it was the best comic supporting role.
Okay. So you lost to him twice.
Yeah.
Have you ever sent him hate mail secretly? Okay, we can edit this part out.
No comment. I didn't send him hate mail per se, but he received some mysterious packages in the mail.
Check.
I want to break into his house and steal one of those Emmys. He should just give me one of them.
I know.
He's
dude.
got 2.
Yeah.
He did great, and Ari, that was great.
Yeah.
Just give me one, scratch it out.
Be easy.
Yeah.
You got a whole section in here, random office memories. Just go get the book. Freaking hilarious stuff. I'm not going to try and do it justice. And by the way, you read the audiobook too. So I obviously suck at reading you, but I just did it for this podcast. That's the way I'm doing it. Anyways, get the audiobook. If you don't want to get the book because you're too lazy to read, get the audiobook. Then you can hear all these stories from Rainn himself. Chapter 16, Soul Pancakes. After some long consultations and soul searching with some spiritual philosopher friends of mine, co-founders Joshua Homnick and Devin Gundry, we decided to create a destination for the web for people interested in exploring big ideas through the portals of philosophy, creativity, and spirituality. We wanted our endeavor to be a successful business venture and not a nonprofit because we felt there was a large young audience out there that was longing for positive content. And you talk about in the book here about it's just at this time, what's on the web is just a bunch of freaking negativity. And you guys want to do something positive and cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Hence Soul Pancake. How's that go down?
Yeah, so, I talked about, what a lottery win it is to be on a show that's going to be going for a long time. So all of a sudden, for the first time in my life, I'm like 39 years old, almost going into my 40s, and I know that I'm going to have 5 to 10 years of like real paychecks, solid paychecks. I've never had that before. Remember, there's a guy, first 10 years of my career, never made over 20 grand in a year.
What do they pay you for a pilot? Like when you're doing the first, what'd you do, 6 first? No, 13?
Yeah. So pilot fees vary for actors. I mean, there can be a big star they bring in for a pilot and they pay him $1 million to do a pilot.
But you weren't a big star.
I was not at all. So somewhere between, per episode rate for actors is somewhere between 20 grand to 50 grand an episode, kind of early on. Then you renegotiate your contract and then you start getting more. You start getting into the hundreds of thousands per episode and stuff like that.
So this was like exponential money for you.
Oh my God. Yeah. So what that did is, I had already bought a house because we bought a crappy little house in Van Nuys, California that cost $260,000, a little 1,100 square foot house where my son was born, and then we upgraded once the office was going. But there's a responsibility that I felt, and maybe this was my upbringing, my faith tradition. I'm not quite sure. It was like, hey, all of a sudden I'm gonna have this huge platform. Like I'm gonna be this guy who's on this TV show. People know who he is. I've got something to say. I felt a responsibility to try and do something positive in the world. I don't know why. I mean, you talk to other people and they're like, oh, I just want to have a nice life. I'm not saying I'm some saint or something like that. I'm not at all. I'm a colossal screw up. But I was like, what am I going to do? And that's where Soul Pancake came out of. A long series of discussions with some friends about like, what can we best do to make the world a better place? What's the biggest need? And what we went to was like positive, uplifting content for young people that dealt with life's biggest questions. We were doing videos on mental health stuff kind of before anybody was. And uplifting, joyful videos that asked probing questions. I had an interview talk series in my back of my van called Metaphysical Milkshake, and we had Kid President. We had a lot of different shows. It was right at the time when YouTube, it was a lot of crap. It was a lot of like Kardashians and auto credit score stuff and porn and just the kind of fails. Remember, like fails were really big, and it was just kind of the worst of humanity on the web. Like, can we make something beautiful and uplifting and important, but not, it doesn't take itself too seriously. So we made this. It started as a web destination, quickly morphed into making a digital media content company, mostly through a YouTube channel. And we had a YouTube channel that pretty early on had 2 or 3 million subscribers, and we made over 3,000 pieces of content that was very positive and uplifting, very shareable. And we had a lot of brand partnership deals, and we took the company, we sold the company to a place called Participant Media, which is an even bigger media company. And they had it for a couple of years, and then it kind of like faded away. But we had a long, good 10, 12-year run with that, and got over 1 billion video views, and made the world a slightly better place. So I'm really proud of that work.
Yeah, and you were doing charity work in there as well. Mm-hmm. How do you say the thing that you started in Haiti?
It's called L'Idée Haiti. Yeah,
got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still work on that.
And that's it was a really interesting part of the book where they were asking these young Haitian girls, "What's your favorite color?"
Yeah,
and which is like the common question for every 7-year-old kid in America. Like, "Oh, what's your favorite color?" That's just what you do. And these girls didn't even know what that meant. It was like a foreign question to them.
And these were older girls, teenage girls, and it was very clear that they had never been asked this question before. And if that's the case, how are they being seen, or how are they not being seen? Because we asked one girl, and she was like a deer in the headlights, and she was like, blue. And they were like, oh, okay, blue, great, oh, great. And then, what about you? What's your favorite color? And just like, blue. And they all said blue because they just like, what's right? What's the right answer? What's the wrong answer? They had never. So we realized that, and we came in after the earthquake, my wife and I, and we were working with Sean Penn, some in his refugee camp that he set up. He was doing amazing work, and we started doing these classes on the arts and literacy for adolescent girls, and we saw how incredible, what an incredible bonding community it created in the girls. Like, we left doing our workshops, and they still gathered and kept meeting, and we started doing the workshops, and they were so shy and self-effacing and insecure, and by the end of like our 2-week workshops, they were like expressive and sharing their poetry they had written and their photographs they had taken and the drama they were doing. And we saw like how powerful the arts are for creating community, healing trauma, which I'm sure you know from veterans work, and you know, opening the way to seeing these girls for who they really are. And I'll never forget that when we started doing this work with Lide, this girl was like, you know, at first I didn't understand what you guys were doing, because other people come here, they give us shoes, you know, they give us places to live, they give us food. I said, but you give us hope. And that's really what we're trying to do, is educate the whole girl. We're working with over 800 girls in 12 different locations. We have a Haitian staff of 40, and very excited and proud to be a co-founder, but it's really Haitian-led and run, and we just support it. And I whore myself out as Dwight to raise money and send it over to educate these girls. And it's funny because in a couple of weeks we're doing a dinner it's called the Office Dinner Party. So it's me and Steve and Angela are having dinner, and you could buy raffle tickets to win, or the highest bidder to go to this dinner. And we've already raised a massive amount of money just to have dinner.
Yeah.
So
I can see where you'd raise a massive amount of money to have dinner.
Yeah,
with the
you'd
office.
want in on that
100%,
dinner, wouldn't you?
100%. Yeah, I'll definitely be there for that one. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. You close out this book, The Bassoon King. You close out this book with a section called 10 Things I Know for Sure. 1, the deepest happiness comes from service to others. Like 100%. If you think you're being funny, you're not being funny. This is a heads up, isn't it? It's a real important thing, because it's not just think you're being funny. If you think you're being cool, you're not being cool. You know what I'm saying? This applies to a lot of things that we try and do as humans.
Well said.
Gratitude changes everything. Rome is the greatest city on earth.
Yeah.
So you put that in there as a thing you know for sure.
Yep.
Fair enough. Need to spend some more time here in San Diego. No. But no, I've
been to San Diego.
I'm the worst. I'm the worst person.
I love San Diego.
I don't want to leave my house. Like nothing. I don't want to go to Rome. I don't want to go to anywhere. I don't want to go to Paris.
L.A.
I don't want to go. I definitely don't want to go to L.A.
Oceanside?
Oceanside, perhaps. So you make a little shop for Rome there. The opinions of other people are not something to worry about. That's number 5.
Yeah.
That's a very good thing to learn. The earlier you learn that, the better off you're going to be. Now, is there a dichotomy here where if I'm like, I don't give a shit what anybody says, I'm going to freaking spike the punch or whatever thing you're going to do.
Yeah.
Like, there's a certain point where if everyone's telling you you're acting like an asshole,
sure,
that's something you might want to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, that's common sense wisdom. Like we learn, we're social creatures, so we learn like, when I greet people, I punch them in the balls, but people don't seem to like me very much. Maybe I should stop punching them in the balls. Like you learn that way. Yeah. But my sponsor in 12 Steps actually said this, and I just thought it was the simplest thing, and it's so profound. He said, like, what other people think of you is none of your business. What you think about other people is all of your business. So it's always being mindful of like, how am I treating people? Am I respecting them? Am I listening to them? Am I taking them in? Am I filled with resentment? Do I have I know people and they have like this resentment list, like, oh, he's an asshole. I'll never talk to them, like this. And that's eating. It's like a big cancerous tumor on their shoulder. You know, it's hard to live your life with all of that resentment. Like, how am I feeling about other people? Am I keeping that clean? People are whatever they're gonna think about me, it's fine. It's completely out of my control. I'm gonna try and be my authentic self, and bring myself to every occasion with as much authenticity and integrity as possible. And I don't always succeed, but that's what I'm gonna try and do. And that's what's in my control.
Mm-hmm. Number 6, Game of Thrones is our greatest teacher. A few things I've learned from the greatest TV show in the history of everything. A, get a wolf. B, get a dragon. C, women should rule the world. D, politics are a waste of breath and time. Dude, I haven't watched it yet.
What are you doing with yourself?
I know.
You say you never leave the house.
I know.
So watch fucking Game of Thrones, bro. What the
and
hell?
My middle daughter, who you met, she's like says it's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The last season, but yeah.
But I don't know. See, the weird thing is, I mean, there's like kind of a thread here of Dungeons and Dragons, and like I couldn't get into that. And now, and like Jason Gardner, who I told you about earlier, who's like full on Dungeon Dragon kid.
He loved Game of Thrones.
Freaking Game of Thrones all day.
Yeah.
I mean, but
it's not about spells and dragons as much as it's about politics and the human nature and power, and it's a Game of Thrones. It's literally like a giant chess game. A little bit of magic here and there. But it's not like prancing elves and wands and Harry Potter and stuff like that. So,
wait, are you bashing Harry Potter right now?
Can I give you an unpopular opinion?
Yeah.
I think Harry Potter sucks.
Okay, we can edit this out, dude, because I don't
I don't care the opinions of other people. I said unpopular opinion. It's funny. I've gone on podcasts before and I'm like, okay, unpopular opinion. And then I've laid out my unpopular opinion. And then people are in the comments are like, I can't believe he said that. That's so stupid. It's like, yeah, I said it's an unpopular opinion. I don't like Harry Potter. I don't like the books. I don't like and I especially don't like the movies.
How come?
It's endless. And who cares? And it's poorly written. And it's really, really good for 12-year-olds. And all the adults that have read it like 17 times, I'm really sorry. You need to grow the fuck up.
Damn,
because
dude.
it's all about like, I wonder if she likes me and I'll pick out a new wand, and I wonder if the girl in my spells and potion class likes me. It's like, that's great when you're 12.
Okay.
It's great when you're 12. And the movies are 4 hours long, and they look like a stupid CW show, and they make me sick.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just tell you, please, when you get done watching the comments from this, go to Rule 5, which is the opinions of other people. I'm not something to worry about. Any other sacred cows you want to slay at this time?
I've got so many. I could get me started.
Here's one that
would be a good podcast, by the way.
What's that?
Unpopular opinions. Just bring on a guest. Just say you get one unpopular opinion. They'd be like, I don't like sushi or whatever it is, and just like go why, whatever it is, whatever it is.
I don't like sushi.
But
rule number 7. Rule number 7. This is for you, Echo Charles.
Yes, sir.
Sushi is about the fish, idiots.
Yeah.
Meaning all the sauce and rice and stuff. Oh.
It's not the sauces. It's not the rolls and the crispy onions and the fried dough and dressing it up with all of that crazy shenanigans. It's about the fish, bro. Right? You're with me.
I'm with
He's a
you
sushi.
you want to get some sushi after this?
The answer is yes.
Right. You're not invited.
Yes. I don't want to come anyways.
You can go read
I'm
your
gonna
Harry Potter.
Go watch Harry Potter.
teriyaki.
Actually, I haven't read Harry Potter. And see, anything that's magical and fantastical, fantastical?
Yeah.
Anything that's that, I have a hard time like just getting into it. That's just the way, I don't know.
All right.
Like,
fair enough.
Once I saw the 19-sided dice, I was like, yo, this is too much for me. Number 8, my son is my sensei. Beautiful, man, learning from those kids. Number 9, stories make the world go round. Very important thing for people to understand.
It is. Humans are storytellers, and the earliest evidences of human kind of culture is the cave art, right? And you think about shamans in the cave by candlelight, and people putting their hands in like powdered dyes and putting their handprint on the cave walls, and the shamans telling the mythologies, the stories of the hunt, singing the songs, and carrying those stories on generation to generation. Like, humans need to gather like we're doing right here and tell stories. We do that in a movie theater. That's why we really lost something by just having streaming all the time. I went to go see Mission Impossible in the theater last night, empty theater. I had my clown salad. Do you know what a clown salad is?
I do not.
Popcorn, peanut M&Ms poured in the popcorn.
Damn.
I had my clown.
Do you order that? Do they know what it is, or do you mix it together
No,
yourself?
it's a It's a DIY thing.
Check.
Yeah, I brought in my clown salad.
Who are you with? With the fam?
Solo
operation.
My wife's in China right now studying Tai Chi.
Okay.
And my son's off at college.
Okay.
And I was like a kid in a candy store. It was so.
And no one was in there.
No one was in there. No.
Wait, which one? The first one?
Mission Impossible, the new one.
The newest one.
The new
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Dead
All right.
Letter Office, number 7 or whatever it's called. It's fantastic. I loved it so much. Have you seen it?
No. Again, unpopular opinions. Like movies with a lot of explosions and a lot of that kind of stuff going on, they're not my thing, man. They're Echo's thing.
This is my favorite action movie of all time.
Really?
Favorite action movie of all time. There was one of the James Bonds that was really, really good. I forget what it was called, one of the Daniel Craig ones. But this was like, but anyways, the moral of this is it's stories, right? We're huddled in a dark room and they call it, the flickering myth, the story that's in front of you and the story of heroism and courage and explosions and trains falling off cliffs and stuff like that. And I just love it. The office is stories, your podcast is stories, humans gathering, sharing stories, 12-step meetings are sharing stories. Like there's something healing, powerful. We need to share and listen to stories and create stories.
Yeah, I was going to say that as much smack as I talked about this podcast that we do, no, we're just reading books from the historical stuff. But like really, that's what it is. It's these long stories of war and heroism and loss, and
nerdy actors,
and then
occasionally you bring in me and Theo Vaughn.
I had Gary Sinise on here. He's another actor.
He's awesome.
Have we had any other actors on here? I don't think so. Is Theo Vaughn an actor or is he a comedian?
He's a terrible actor.
Kinda, yeah.
Barely a comedian.
Yeah.
He's just a funny guy who tells stories about snakes and toilet paper.
Yeah.
At one time, I met a girl. She had 3 legs.
Yeah.
We called her 3-Leg Susie. Yeah. She's great. She gave a mean blowjob.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. Number 10, the last thing of 10 things you know for sure is that I don't know anything, which is an important number 10, right? It's an important number 10. That's, again, tons of stories in Bassoon King. But it seems like your next book, Soul Boom, it seems like you're trying to figure out what you do know or what you can know or what we're trying to learn. Soul Boom, why we need a spiritual revolution. Is this book trying to learn? Is it trying to figure things out? What are we doing in Soul Boom?
Yeah, so when I wrote Bassoon King, there's kind of a thread that runs through it that a lot of people are turned off by, but I talk about kind of my faith journey and my spiritual journey, kind of it's woven through the funny stories. And the great thing about Bassoon King, and I told him when I was writing the book, I'm like, listen, it's going to be 85% funny stories, 15% is going to be faith, God, questions, and finding my spiritual path and whatever. And, some people love that stuff and some people are like, ugh, but well, you can just skip those paragraphs. But after I did that and then COVID hit and COVID kind of shut everything down, right? Of course, we all know that, but it shut down the whole acting industry too. I'm like, oh shit, what the hell am I going to do? And I had just been jotting down a lot of quotes and ideas and thoughts and stuff like that. I use the Notes app on my iPhone and I'm always just putting in notes and if I can find a quote that I like. And I was like, I do know something. I have spent 20 or 30 years thinking very deeply about spirituality and the big, big questions about like God and the meaning of life and the nature of love and what happens when we die and what is the soul. I've read a lot about this stuff. I've thought a lot about it. Now's my chance. This was my kind of my COVID project. And, I wrote up, I went to my book agent, I wrote up a little outline and part of the first chapter and kind of the thesis of what I wanted to say. And I sent it out. We sent it out to 13 of the top publishers and immediately rejected by the top 12. Just immediately rejected.
What about the people that published Bassoon?
Oh, they passed so fast it would make your head spin.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. They never really liked the fact that I put my spiritual journey in they just wanted funny stories. They really didn't want that in the book, but they begrudgingly allowed me to put some of that in. And so finally, in number 13, Hachette, God bless you, Hachette, they came in and they were like, we love it, totally get it. I think it's important, totally see you doing that. We're on board. They've been a great partner. It's pretty rare in this business. Now, granted, part of the reason is because I'm a known name and they know I'm going to sell a certain number of books just because I'm the guy who played Dwight from The Office. But yeah, so this is really my passion project. This is my, like, I can get hit by a bus and die tomorrow. I'm fine, because in Soul Boom is like anything I've kind of thought about, felt deeply. I share a lot about my mental health journey and recovery journey. And I truly believe, Jocko, that we do need a spiritual revolution, that we keep trying as a society in contemporary America to put Band-Aids on a cancer. And we have to go deeper as a culture, as a global culture of humans, but as an American culture especially, to get to the spiritual roots of the diseases that are afflicting our society. And we're not doing that. We just talk about Democrats and Republicans, like, oh, I'm going to vote for him, or I'm going to vote for him, or we're going to pass this legislation that addresses this. And, it's like, one of the examples I started off talking about pandemics, right? The global pandemic. So we're in the COVID pandemic. Everyone knows what that's like. But we're actually under a pandemic. There's a number of pandemics that are going on worldwide that are afflicting humanity. Now, there's a lot of different solutions for those pandemics, right? You've got income inequality as a pandemic. You've got, 12 billionaires that own as much as half of the world's population. That's not fair or right. Now, there's a lot of different solutions. Already I can feel people getting a little prickly, like, uh-oh, he's a socialist. No, I'm not. God bless those billionaires. They worked hard. They deserve their money. But we've got to figure out a way as a species, like, there's still people living in garbage dumps, like, how do we rectify this, under God, under the Bible, under understanding that we're all beautiful, divine sparks and shards of creation, and we're all light and love and heart, and how do we take care for the poorest among us as Jesus would have us do? So these questions, like income inequality, it's not so much about, yes, you need to pass some legislation that does certain good things, right? Whatever that is. But we have to go deeper. Racism is a great example. Like, we've passed a lot of legislation, anti-racist legislation over the years, right? We haven't solved it. If anything, it's worse now than it was a long time ago. So, but we have to go, well, what's the cause of that? Why are we in this imbalance? Obviously, there's slavery and stuff like that, and we look at the past injustices, but what do we do now? Putting that aside, how do we learn and go deeper? And again, it's not going to be with a bill or the right politician or this. You can pass all the bills you want. If people are going to hate other people and dislike them for the color of their skin and for their culture, then we're screwed. So anyways, I could go on, but it's about looking at using spiritual tools for our personal transformation, Kung Fu, TV show, personal transformation, using spiritual tools for social transformation. Star Trek. Boom. Jinx. You owe me a Coke. So, I could go on, but it's a passion project. It's something that I feel is really, really important, and people have been digging it. So I feel good.
Well, one part of the book that I think kind of captures a bunch of this stuff is you have you spend some time with the idea that we create a religion. Like, you're like, all right, blank slate. I'm just going to create a religion, the religion of Soul Boom, trademark. And you kind of go through, and again, this all builds throughout the book, and it starts off with sort of, I guess you might say, the traditional things that religions generally contain. And you go through these sort of initial things that
Yeah, 10 universal truths about religion that all religions share in common.
And you apply these to this new religion, which, is fictional, that you created, we put together. So number 1, a higher power. Number 2, life after death. Number 3, the power of prayer. And again, this is coming from the fact that you read all these different books, you've gone down all these, you've had this spiritual journey of your own. That's where you're putting these things together. Transcendence. Talk to me about transcendence. How does transcendence play into this?
Yeah, so these concepts it's really easy to look at the differences in religions, right? It's real easy to kind of say, well, Hinduism has 100 different or 1,000 different gods, and it believes X, Y, and Z. I'm a Christian, and I believe in God the Father and Jesus the Son and the Holy Spirit and redemption, salvation, and resurrection, and et cetera. That's totally different. Right, and that's true. Those are, and it's easy to look at those differences. But we need to stop sometimes, pause, and go to the underlying foundational similarities that connect and bind all the world's religious faiths so that we can work together in even greater harmony. So this section right here, I'm talking about the things that all religious faiths have in common. Which is harder to underline at certain points. So transcendence is this idea that we are more than just our material selves. We have in all of us, in our hearts, in our souls, in our guts, a longing to belong, to find meaning, to rise above just shitting and fucking and eating and working and trying to have a good life, right? We have some longing for something more. And this idea of transcendence, which we can know through God, we can know transcendence through prayer, we can know transcendence through meditation, we can also know through art, and great art, whether it's Hamlet at a theater or it's going to a Metallica concert or whether it's looking at a beautiful painting or hearing a beautiful poem or a dance, whatever it is, like the art at its best is transcendence, and we all know when we feel it, that feeling of upliftment and inspiration. So this key element that we are more than just our material bodies. We have souls and hearts that long for some kind of meaning, bonding beyond just being flesh, is part of every faith tradition.
Number 5, community. At Soul Boom, our diverse community will embrace inclusion at every level. More on that in a little bit. A moral compass. This is interesting. People argue about this.
Unpopular
What's right,
opinion.
what's wrong? Unpopular
opinion, but I do believe that our faith traditions and that God or a higher power brings us our morals and our sense of right and wrong, and that's different than ethics. So ethics is, hey, it's not cool to take the drink that you want to take off the counter at Starbucks just because it's been sitting there, but I'm not going to do it because, it is like stealing or whatever, but morals come from a higher place, right? Like, it's the 10 Commandments come down from the mountain. And those don't really change. A lot of things about religious faiths change from religion to religion to religion. Eat this, don't eat this, celebrate this on this day, give to the church in this way, financially, etc. But this underlying moral compass about we are answerable for our deeds when we pass. The golden rule is a perfect example of this. Do not do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Like, that's in every religious faith in the world. That increases compassion. So we, as a society, we've jettisoned religion to a large degree. There, especially in the secular cities and whatnot, and that's understandable because the religion has done a lot of bad shit. But we've also lost a lot, and we see that in the decades that have followed since this has been happening since the 60s or 70s. A lot of falling off of kind of basic human decency, common sense morality, leading with love and kindness and mutual support. So I think there is a religious backbone and inspiration for living and walking a moral path.
Be hard. Don't you think it'd be hard to get people to agree on what that thing looks like?
I don't think so. I think you can do the same thing around morality, and you can break it down into like 10 basic kind of morals. Just even go with the golden rule. That doesn't have to do with politics. It doesn't have to do with, it's not, it's leading with kindness, love, generosity, and compassion, and letting that guide us.
Well, that's the next one. Number 7, the force of love.
Mm-hmm. That's in every religious faith. Yep.
You give a warning here that this is going to get all corny.
Yeah.
And I try not to use the L word on the podcast.
Sure.
Just kidding. Increased compassion, certainly something that everyone could use. Service to the poor, number 9. And number 10, strong sense of purpose. Both the Kung Fu-esque individual answers we seek and the Star Trek-like big picture stuff.
Yeah. Culturally, we've kind of lost our sense of purpose. We've lost our goals. And I try and be as universal as possible. I would love for a Hindu to read this, a Muslim to read this, an atheist or agnostic to read it, a born-again Christian to read it, and go, I relate. I get that. I want it to be inclusive of all of those different voices. But one thing that, again, we've jettisoned religion, again, for a very good reason, because a lot of them have been very corrupt and done really terrible, corrupt things. But in the doing, have we lost a higher sense that there is God the Father, and I am in service to His will, the capital H, and I want to make the world a better place and conform my own behavior and standards to a certain measures, to certain standards of morality, and serve the poor and make the world better and bring light to the world, just as Jesus did, brought light to the world in so many different ways, and the apostles. I don't want to follow in those footsteps, and we can do that individually, we can do it as a family, we can do it as a community, and we can do it as a nation. And that doesn't mean converting everyone to a certain religion, but honoring these kind of basic foundational aspects of faith.
And we didn't go, like you said, you talked about 15% of the Bassoon King talks about the spiritual side, and you give a pretty good, which I didn't really cover, but the Baha'i faith, this is very Baha'i faith-ish in the fact that it seems like Baha'i, the premise is very open-minded with like, yep, all religions have good aspects to them, and that's all there's a lot of similarities. Would you say that's an assessment that's accurate?
Yeah, a lot of it is very Baha'i-inspired. I try and not make it a Baha'i book, or it's not about the Baha'i faith or to convert people to Baha'i. It's mentioned a few times in the book, but this idea that there are universals in religious faith, and that these universals are beautiful and true. We should honor those. And, there's only one God, and we're all ultimately in service to this one God. And let's work together, arm in arm, side by side, with our sleeves rolled up, Hindu, Muslim, Jew, Christian, Baha'i, and make the world a better place. That's really a key part of the book, and a lot of that inspiration does come from the Baha'i faith, which I'm still a practicing member of. I came back around about 20 years ago or so, and kind of have dove in, and it's a beautiful faith. I really love it.
You go on to say this, there you have it. The soul boom takes on religion's fundamental verities. These elements alone are beefy enough for any upstart belief system, but for our ultimate goal of making soul boom as relevant to the present moment as possible, I offer up an additional 10 principles. The goal of these next 10 qualities is to show how this new faith community will embrace the ideals needed to remake and progress our modern world. Again, this is a like a thought experiment that you're basically doing.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah.
let people know you're
It's not a
like
real religion.
literally trying to
No.
convince me to be a member of the Soul Boom.
But again, it's important
thing.
to understand that there's a lot of young people that have just rejected religion. And they're like, ugh, religion is bullshit. Ugh, can't take it. And it's like, okay, but what have we lost? And if it allows you to think about religion in a different way, well, what if we just took the best elements of different religions and put them together in a stew? Would that work for you? So it's kind of reinvestigating, reimagining, rebooting the concept of what a religion itself is.
Yeah. And I love this opener, no clerics. Like, what would you think about a religion with no clergy? So there's not going to be some people that are in charge of the rest of us.
Yeah, yeah. The Baha'i faith has that. The 12-step meetings have that. The 12 steps in AA is the most successful spiritual religious movement of the 20th century, of the last 150 years by far. And
How many people are on AA or 12-step? Do you know?
I don't
Is there
know.
a number?
I'm sure there is. Can you get on that, Echo?
Yes, sir.
Echo doesn't do that stuff.
He doesn't. The
Allegedly.
other pods have someone Googling in the
Yes.
corner like, yeah, bring it up right here.
Other podcasts have people that sit there for a long period and they go, you know what? I could probably serve a purpose here.
Whatever. See, I knew you
And so they say, you know what? I'm going to get a computer. I'm going to start Googling some stuff if anybody asks me. But you know what? Echo, he's over there. He's made a couple notes and whatnot. And he pressed record
good.
a few hours ago.
He did. He checked the mics.
We're getting no information
He's
from Echo
security.
Johnson.
If someone came in that door, he'd be all on them. He's a
Yeah.
black belt.
Yep,
He is indeed.
protecting you, homie.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. I wonder how many people are into 12-step.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be in every city.
Thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah. Yeah. No question. Yeah. It's tens of millions.
When did you get into that?
I kind of got into it backwards when I started doing therapy and I was really unhappy. And then I realized that I had been using drugs and alcohol for a super long, and porn and you name it, to kind of like soothe, escape, medicate my pain. And then my therapist was like, you might want to check out the 12 steps because there's a room full of people that have gone through the same thing. So I was already, it was kind of weird. They call it white knuckling it, where you get sober without the support of 12 steps. But I was sober at that point, and then I started going to meetings.
So you don't do any drugs or alcohol right now?
I don't know.
How long have you been clean for?
It's been a long time. It's about 20 years.
Nice.
22 years, yeah.
Nice. And that 12-step, you said you got into it backwards
Yeah.
because
I had already been sober for, I think it was a year and a half before I entered 12-step.
Was there a rock bottom to that?
Oh, you want to go there, don't you?
I mean, let's do this. You already talked about freaking Harry Potter,
Oh, because I insulted Harry Potter.
Yeah. Now
No.
we're bringing the thunder.
Yeah, so my story is a little different, and I would love to indulge you and say, there I was, Jocko, covered in my own vomit, lying in the gutter, and my wife had left me, and my left eye was gouged out by a hobo with a spear. But I don't have that. I don't have that story so much as just a lot of time of just being. For me, it's mostly about anxiety. So I have an anxiety disorder. For a while, I was on medication. Now I don't go on medication for it, but I was trying to medicate in all these different ways. So it just was years and years of unhappiness, of unbalance. There was, difficulties in my marriage, difficulties in my life from the stuff that I was using. And, I went into therapy and was just deeply unhappy and felt really lost and then realized that this is what was wrong with me. So I'd love to bring you that hitting bottom, kind of that beautiful podcast hitting bottom story, but it's not really about that so much as like I was imbalanced, I was unhappy, I was trying anything and everything I could to even career ambition can be a medication for anxiety and hating yourself, right? So part of it for me was like trying to get that next level as an actor was like, that'll make me feel better. And that's a culturally sanctioned one. We live in kind of a workaholic world, right? Where it's like, you're nothing without your career success. And that's not true. You are something, you are beautiful, you're special, you're a child of God, you're a spark of the divine. And your mission is to bring out your greatest possible Jocko, your greatest possible Echo, your greatest possible Rainn Wilson, as under the eyes of the all-watching, all-powerful God, and which is love. And so it's been a long process in therapy and in 12-step and in service, and but I used to be crippled by this stuff, and now I wake up grateful and content and focused on doing the next right thing. And this process of, this threefold process of therapy, 12-step, and then my spirituality, as a Baha'i and studying and writing spirituality, the meditation and prayer that I do, that this combination has really made my life so much better. And I'm so grateful.
So anxiety.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, what does that feel like? What is it? When you're like, I have anxiety, what does that feel like? What are you thinking about? What's going through your mind when you have anxiety?
I actually really love this question, and it's a really important question because people don't ask that question, so we're not able to kind of start at the very beginning. So for anyone interested in this work, and you should have him on the podcast before he dies, Dr. Gabor Mate, and I know he's been on lots of other podcasts. He is the authority on addiction and trauma, and the way he speaks about it is like he's incredible. I mean, he's the Albert Einstein of addiction and trauma, and he's been on a lot of other pods, and he's so brilliant. So there's a couple of different ways that anxiety works. So number one, there's normal anxiety, like, oh, I'm doing this podcast here in San Diego. I wonder what the traffic's going to be like to LA. Like, oh, I'm supposed to be on that call at 6. Am I going to make it? Like, that's anxiety, right? But that's normal anxiety, and that's going to come every day. That's going to come 20 times a day to you, right? Young people don't quite understand that. It's okay to have that kind of anxiety, to worry about the future and, oh, is this going to be okay, or is that person mad at me, or whatever it is. So that's one part of anxiety. For me, picture this toddler, and we had a lot of laughs at the size of my head and whatnot, but there's nothing more traumatic or sad than a toddler being abandoned at 1.5 years and not having a mother. Have you ever seen a 1.5-year-old, when your kids were 1.5 years, what was their relationship to their mom?
Yeah, 100%.
Just all about the mom. Mom.
I was like a foreign being.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe 1.5 years they were starting to be okay with me, but it's just all about the mom.
Yeah. So for me to have that taken away, there's something working on my nervous system that is like, where's my mom, or where's my place, where's my meaning, how am I going to be held? Am I going to be safe? Like, and that's primal, right? That's in the hippocampus. That's in the base of the brain. That's in the animal fight response stuff. It's physiological. So that showed up in a lot of different ways throughout my life. And it showed up in anxiety attacks in my 20s, where I would literally, so funny, I was talking to this young woman, and she was saying like, oh, I had an anxiety attack because I was so afraid that my tax bill was coming in the mail. And I saw it and I had an anxiety. It's like, you didn't have an anxiety attack. An anxiety attack is you think you're going to die. Your heart is pounding. Your lungs can't get in enough air. You're sweating and you're on the floor and your muscles are tensing without you telling them to do it. That's an anxiety attack. And they're still very common. I used to get them by the dozens in my 20s. And guess what? A little vodka made me feel better. A little toke made me feel better and kind of took that edge off. So I thought, but it was a short-term solution. So there's that kind of anxiety that has to do with trauma, and a lot of people have that link to anxiety and trauma, and maybe they were abused as children or beaten or had a difficult time, whatever, bullied even. So those are two different kinds of trauma. Anxiety, excuse me. And then the thing that I had a therapist say to me once, which I really loved, which was, trauma is merely an unidentified need. So I keep saying trauma. Anxiety is merely an unidentified need. And I love that. So if you're feeling that like unsettled, shaky, fearful feeling inside, the next thing is like, you don't have to be a victim to your anxiety. So how do you proactively tackle anxiety? Here I am, I'm having this. It doesn't have to be a full-on anxiety attack, but I'm feeling it. What do I need? Do I need a hug? Do I need a nap? Do I need to work out? Do I need to get into nature? Do I need to put my phone down and the screens down and away from me? Do I need to go to the beach and watch the sunset? Do I need to call a friend? Do I need to get some therapy? Do I need to, stop drinking caffeine all day long? Do I, whatever it is, there's so many different ways do I need to meditate? There's so many different ways to tackle that. But it's, and I love this idea that anxiety is, what is the canary in the coal mine? It's there to help you. It's saying you need something. So it's a good thing. If you feel anxiety, it's a good thing. It's telling me I need something. But what you don't need is, a shot of whiskey and an edible to soothe it. Because then you're not really getting at the real need that's underneath that.
Mm-hmm. So when you go into therapy, they're starting to talk about like what is the need that you have because you can't identify it yourself.
Yeah, I needed a lot of help. I needed years of help to kind of identify those needs. I was really not good at it.
Can you think your way out of anxiety? So if I'm me and I'm 20 years old and I graduated from high school, didn't go to college, I got a girlfriend, I'm starting to think like, how am I going to pay for her? And I don't really have a good job lined up. And all of a sudden I don't know where I'm going to be doing in 5 years. And she's starting to look at other guys because so this is to me like what I think would cause anxiety to a 20-year-old me, right? Like I don't know what the future holds. Everything seems, I don't know what I'm going to be doing. And if I just think about day to day, like, hey, I'm going to the ball game tonight, I'm going to whatever, then I can it's okay. But as soon as I start thinking about the future and like what's going to be, where am I going to be, how am I going to get money, how am I going to pay for this? And is that like an example of where anxiety comes from?
Well, that's one of the aspects of anxiety. That's kind of the first kind, which is, and it's very real. Like, how am I going to pay this rent? And am I going to lose my job? Am I going to lose my girlfriend? Fear of the future can be an anxiety, right? So in the 12 steps, we learn the serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. There are certain things you can control. Show up to your job and do a better job. Go to your girlfriend, tell her you love her, and be good to her. That's in your control. But whether she leaves you or whether you get fired, that's out of your control, right? So and it's called the serenity prayer because you gain serenity by using that particular tool. So anxiety can be, and it usually is a little deeper than that. It's kind of like something is wrong inside. Something is out of balance, and I am deeply afraid for myself. And oftentimes you can't really put your finger on what it is. And that's why you see so many kids in their teens and 20s right now living in anxiety. And it's an anxiety-filled world, right? So we've got climate change. Climate anxiety is a very real thing that, young people are feeling. There's political discord and rage. Social media is really divisive. And, we live in this technological world. And a lot of kids are being raised by all their different screens. They got their phone and their iPad and their laptop and their TV, and that's how they're being raised. So, we've seen anxiety go through the roof. But,
So we've talked about not a lot, but we talk about depression sometimes on this, and we talk about that people get stuck in, the way I've described it is like people get stuck in like a cloud, like a storm cloud, right? And like, let's say you are all depressed and you're sad and you're bummed. And I'm looking at you from the outside, and I can see that the storm cloud is just around your head. You just need to like come to, hey, Rainn, come here, walk 3 steps forward, and you're going to be out of this thing. But you look in 360 degrees, you don't see a way out, right? It's all around you. And it's the same thing with addiction. Like you can see people that, hey man, drinking is ruining your life right now, and you need to stop. But they don't see that. Or this girl that you've been going out with that's a psycho, or this guy that you've been going out with that's a psycho, is ruining your life. We can see it from the outside so clearly, and yet they can't see it. So when it comes to anxiety, if I'm like, hey, listen, Rainn, like the things you're worried about, you don't need to worry about these things. But it's like impossible for me to tell you that. I can't explain to you that you're addicted. I can't explain to you that this girl's horrible for you. I can't explain to you that you don't need to worry about this thing in the future. I can't explain to you that you don't need to worry about, like, hey, who cares about the reviews that you get? It doesn't matter. You're like doing great. It's going to be great. You're like, no, like I can tell you that, but it's like something that you have to discover for yourself. Is that what happens? And if that's what happens, do you have a pathway to talk yourself through these situations? Or is it what we talked about? Is it the 12 step? Is it the faith? Is that what we're doing?
I love it. Again, such a great question. And you had asked before about, can you think your way out of it? Yes and no. So you had Ryan Holiday on here, right? Love Ryan and the stuff, the work he's doing, the stoicism stuff. I've learned so much from him. He would have some really key things to say from the Stoics that I don't really know.
He'd be quoting like every one of them 14 times in the next 5 minutes.
Exactly. And I'm sure, because I'm sure that the Stoics dealt with this exact same thing. And probably let's all go to his YouTube channel and check out, what he would say. So, and so much of Stoicism is like just about having wisdom and thinking clearly. So in some regards, some thinking can help. There's a type of therapy called cognitive behavioral therapy. And for people who are skeptical of therapy and think it's too ooey gooey, that is a very CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is very meat and potatoes. Kind of like, oh, you're afraid of flying? Okay, let's look at the data around flying. Let's pretend you're on an airplane. Let's talk about that. Why don't you journal about, like, it's really about getting the stuff that's what they call limbic, which is at the base of the brain where you're in that animal fight-flight response, and getting it up into your conscious cerebral cortex, of which I have a gigantic one.
Yes,
I was thinking about renting out space here. Like a little billboard, a little neon billboard.
We'll put Jocko Fuel on there. I get you some money for that.
Seriously?
Yeah, absolutely. Done deal.
Oh my God. That'd be a great science fiction thing, isn't it? You rent out space on your forehead for advertising. Oh my God. This is great.
Yeah.
We're doing
there
this.
There you go.
Okay.
It's on.
So that's very much about thinking. But the problem with thinking is that, and this starts to get a little bit crazy. Do you ever meditate?
No.
Okay. So in meditation, there is this element where the Buddhists call it the monkey mind, right? So it's like a popcorn machine up in your brain, right? You're talking about someone in the fog and they're not able to see it. So you meditate, and then your thoughts are still bouncing around. You kind of let your thoughts go. And then you hit a certain point, and it's really not that difficult to do, where you're kind of up above yourself, not floating above hippy-dippy stuff, but you're just literally seeing yourself in your thoughts, and you're a little detached from your thoughts. And maybe you have some thoughts, but you have this other part of yourself that's kind of like witnessing the thoughts. And that's the witness part of ourselves. And that's our higher self. That's our true self. So then you can kind of look down on your thoughts and like, oh, I wonder if I could call them back. Oh, I didn't return that text. Oh, shoot, I was supposed to pick up a mango for dinner. All of that kind of stuff. And you realize, oh, that's not me. That's my thinking brain, which is really important. We need that. But that's not who I am. So meditation gets you closer in touch with your real self, your present self, your ancient self that is the witness. So I would say that thinking can be very limited, as we know, because it's very hard to think yourself out of a situation. But even like what you talked about, like you have to find it for yourself. Yes, you do have to find it for yourself, but we can do that in community, and we can do that in relation with each other. So therapy is simply a process of like you're paying someone, you ultimately gain their trust and they trust you. So you're not, no bullshit, no one else is listening. You can lay everything out on the table and be like, I hate this motherfucker, and I blah, 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 and one time I did this, and when I was a kid I stole that, and you could just lay it all out, get the shame out of the way, and the therapist is just so present for you. And then the therapist is very keen at seeing all those behaviors, the girlfriend, the drinking, whatever it is, and it isn't going to tell you what to do, but is going to tip little breadcrumbs, lead you down the path so that you make that decision yourself. Mm-hmm. In the 12-step program, it's a similar thing in that you share at meetings. So you turn your anxieties, your fears, your issues into stories and you share them. And then you pick up the phone. A lot of the 12-step meetings is just staying in touch with guys from the program and then laying it out. I do it all the time, every day. I vent about something. I'm like pissed at this, or I'm afraid of this, and you share, and there's healing in that. And sometimes you get feedback, or you solicit feedback if you trust someone enough. What do you think? And so that's part of that healing of anxiety too. So there's a lot of tools out there, and there's a lot of people that know this stuff way better than me. But it's the disease of the modern age.
Okay, so I'm glad I really dove into this because, so I wrote a book called Leadership Strategy and Tactics. In this book, Leadership Strategy and Tactics, I talk about this idea of detachment, which I call a superpower. Mm-hmm. And I explain where I discovered it for the first time. I was doing some training and I was assaulting a training target, and in order to figure out what was happening, I had to take a step back, literally take a step back off the firing line and look around. And I was able to see what was happening, and I was able to make a tactical decision when no one else really did, even though I was really young and really junior. And when we got done with this training evolution, I was like, wait a second, how did I know what to do when no one else did? It's because I took a step back, I detached, I looked around, and I could see. And then I started doing that when I was having conversations with people, when I was starting to feel like I'm getting mad about something. I could just learn to detach. And so, and that's why I'm curious about this stuff, because when we're talking about anxiety, I literally don't know what it is. And the reason I don't know what it is because I'm taking a step back mentally, looking at it and going, oh, you're freaking out. That's your ego talking. That's your emotions talking. You're worried about something that you can't control. And I've always kind of wondered why I don't know what it is and why I'm able to deal with things, because I am able to deal with things. I've been through some pretty relatively hard things, and I'm okay with it. And now I'm from hearing what you're describing, I'm like, oh yeah, I have seen those things in my brain, but it's from a detached perspective. So I see myself, oh, you're getting caught up in the fact that you have lost some friends and you can't bring them back and you should be mad about that. Oh, that's your emotions. And you're getting too emotional and you're letting that, or, oh, this person did me wrong and I'm going to make them. Oh no, that's just your ego talking. They actually won and beat you fair and square. And that's why you should just congratulate them for doing well. So when I was asking you, can you think your way out of it? That was the wrong way of describing what I was thinking. Because to you, thinking is getting wrapped up in the emotions and the ego and all that chaos. To me, thinking is hold on a second, take a step back. What I should have said, can you detach and look at it and see it from the outside? Because that's truly what we want to do. When I'm looking at you and I see that you're caught in a storm cloud, what I want to be able to do is hey, bro, just come over here. Everything's gonna be okay. You just come a little bit forward. But you, like you said, I have to get you to see that for yourself. I have to get you to see that this woman that you're involved with is a train wreck, or this drug that you're using is a disaster, or this job that you got is you need to get away from it, or whatever the case may be. I've got to get you to be able to see that. I can explain it to you all day. You won't listen. You can't. It doesn't change your point of view for me to explain it to you 20 times. At some point, I can try and explain it. At some point, you've got to step out and you've got to take a look at it and go, holy shit, Jocko, I see what you're talking about. This is bad. I'm going to quit drinking. I'm going to get rid of that girl. I'm going to quit this job. Whatever that thing is, I'm going to lose my ego. I'm going to stop thinking, comparing myself. I'm going to stop reading the reviews in the New York Times about my acting or whatever. The shit doesn't matter. The shit doesn't matter. Okay, I get it. I'm going to put my ego aside. So to me, that's a very powerful thing. And again, it takes work. I stumbled into it as a young frogman. I stumbled into the fact that, taking a step back and looking around is very beneficial. And I added it to everything in my life. I was actually, one of my questions I was going to ask you is what do you do in therapy? What do they do? And you've kind of explained it now, so I don't have to cross that. I've written it down. Look at this. 3 times I've written down therapy, question mark, therapy, question mark, therapy. I don't know what the hell happens in there, but I'm how does it help you? Now you've explained, they're asking you questions. They're luring you out of your brain. They're luring you out of your brain so that you can see what it looks like and go, oh shit.
Let me amend that a little
Please
bit.
Do.
Because if you're just talking from a physiological perspective, like Huberman might, you're not luring it out of the brain, you're luring it from one part of the brain to the other part of the brain. So much of anxiety, fear, aggression, depression is happening at our lizard part of our brain, and it's just firing down there. And then, and again, therapy may not be your bag. There's a lot of different ways to do it. You might do it in church or through a group or just with friends or whatever, but you're physiologically taking all of that activity in the brain stem and you're moving it up into the cerebral cortex. So by talking about it, you're then able, because this is where all the higher functioning stuff happens. So you take it out of the lizard brain and you move it into the angel brain. Trademark, Rainn Wilson, 2023.
Well,
Boom.
you said it on my podcast, so it's actually.
So how much IP do you own of
my
angel brain?
Intellectual property. Thank you. Thank you.
Damn it! I never should have come on here. But that's part of the process.
Yeah.
So part of the talking and therapy, it's like, and it gets a bad rap, but part of it is to take, your fear, your shame, your anxiety, your depression, those deepest, darkest things that are like going on way down there in the shadows in the corner of the closet, bring him to the front of the closet, shining a nice light on it. And then you're able to make some decision. Okay, once that's happened, now what are you going to do so you're not a victim?
Yep.
What choices are you going to make? Because it can't, some therapy is bad because it just stays there in the talky talk. And it's like, talk for a while, get it into the light, and like, what are the 3 things you're going to do every day to make this better? And a good therapist will lead their client toward making proactive decisions where they're no longer a victim.
Yeah, that was another thing that I found when people would ask me about like grief. And one thing is like, I unfortunately have had to write a lot of eulogies, right? And I realized that in doing that, that was a way for me to process. That was a way for me to think through. That was a way for me to bring some of those emotions to the surface and be like, okay, I can see them now. I can let them out. Here we go. And that's why, what you're saying about therapy is something that I've done through writing.
Yeah.
And even if it's just writing a eulogy, which is a horrible freaking task, it's been 17 hours. Hey, they want you to talk, like, or, hey, are you going to speak? Yeah, yes, I am. It's like, okay, it's been 17 hours and now I have to write and I got to get these things out on paper. And that stuff is so helpful to be able to do that. Which
that's
is
part of journaling is a very valuable tool that does that exact same thing. And that's what you're talking about. And then in 12 steps, you do step work. So you're doing that same thing. But again, that's always a process of taking it down from the limbic system to the higher part of the brain. There's more to it than that, but that's one of the elements of it.
Okay. Going back to the soul boom religion here. Number 12, diversity plus harmony. Number 13, centrality of the divine feminine. Talk to me on that one.
So in some of my reading and research, I noticed that the humanity put kind of the feminine divine at the center of conversation, of worship, early on in humanity's history. And then around 3,000, 5,000 BC, it became all about the conquerors and the god of, the god of Ur, or the god of Babylon, or the god of Baghdad, or the god of Judea, or whatever that conquered. Then you guys have to worship this god, and it's usually a battle god and a war god, and the Greek war gods and stuff like that. So, but before all that, it was much more of goddess and feminine qualities, nature. It had to do with birth. It had to do with the seasons, and a connection to the divine was found through kind of more feminine qualities. And I do think that I'm sitting at a table covered in knives, but I do think that we've kind of, we've over masculinized our contemporary world. And I don't mean that to be at all like some kind of criticism of masculinity and leadership, honor, integrity, being a provider.
Knives.
It's an occasional knife, an occasional gun when necessary. I don't know about having 45 guns in a closet, but this stuff is really important, right? But we've just skewed in the balance a little bit. And so it would be good to kind of re-examine some of those feminine elements, especially of the divine and worship and connection to like Mother Earth and just like the beauty of nature and the birth cycle and springtime and what happens with flowers and with baby we have all these rabbits in my property and all these baby bunnies hopping around and it's like the Easter bunny. It literally is the spring, and it's these little there are Easter bunnies everywhere, but a reconnection to that I think is something we could benefit from a conversation about.
Number 14, cooperation between science and faith. Number 15, profound connection to the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
I surf. Usually when people ask me if I meditate, I say I surf and I do jujitsu. Because from what I understand, that's a lot.
Can you do both at the same time?
No.
Well,
no, I can't.
You need to detach a little bit more.
I detach harder. Profound connection to the natural world.
No, but you're absolutely right that, we think of this as meditation, but walking in the woods is meditation. Mm-hmm. Walking on the beach is meditation. And certainly surfing is meditation, the act, but also all that time you're out there like on your belly, just like, like it's so soothing and healing. Also, it's important to understand that walking is a meditation in and of itself. They've done studies about we stopped walking 70 years ago. Humans used to walk for 100,000 years. All we did was walk around all the time. And there's something healing about walking, and it literally heals the brain. Like your left hemisphere and right hemisphere, the impulses go back and forth while you're walking, and it's brain healing. And they've done studies about how walking reduces anxiety, how it reduces depression. Because then you've got kids all day sitting like this, and they're not using their legs. So that's a different kind of meditation as well. There's a lot of physiological ways to do it. And I play tennis, and I find very meditative because in tennis, you've got to just look at the ball. Mm-hmm. That's it. You can't be thinking about your email you need to write. You're just like, you just have to see the ball. I imagine in jiu-jitsu, it's all about being completely in the moment, like what's your opponent throwing at you and what's your in and stuff like that. So all of a sudden you're out of an hour and a half session. You're like, what an hour and a half just went by? Seriously? Like, holy shit, and I feel that way coming out of a tennis game.
I never heard that thing about walking before, but it definitely makes sense because it's one of those things where it's like it's like when you were a kid, like go for a walk, like to calm down, right?
Yeah.
But you need to go for a walk around the house. And then you think about when everyone got locked down during COVID. Yeah. Oh my God, I never thought of that before. They're like, yo, you can't even walk anymore. You just sit here in your room.
Wiping down your groceries.
Oh my God. It got crazy. Number 16, centrality of justice. What is that all about?
I think that we think about justice in terms of like the court system, right? Or Congress or the Supreme Court or something like that. But there is right and wrong. It's connected to morality. Mm-hmm. There's like right and wrong and justice. What is right and what is wrong is inherent in belief systems. And for me, it would be really important to, if you're creating this made up fake religion, to have justice be a part of it, or conversations about what is, again, it's just what is just, what is fair, what is right and wrong. And then how can we use spiritual tools to help move that forward, not necessarily the court system, but how can we rectify injustice by using greater spiritual powers?
Mm-hmm. Number 17, a life of service. Number 18, practical spiritual tools. What's your top spiritual tool?
Well, I talked about meditation. That's one of the tools about like detaching from your thoughts. That's a spiritual tool that literally I can sit down in 5 minutes and my life is in shambles. I'm like, and I can just kind of go like this, and I can breathe and just detach with love from my own thought process, and I can gain greater clarity, right? And really anyone can, if you're just taking some deep breaths. Taking some deep breaths is a form of meditation, right?
Who taught you how to meditate?
I just taught myself.
Cool.
No big. It doesn't have to be fancy. You don't need a fancy teacher or an app or anything like that. Although there's lots of great tools out there. And there's A lot of them are free on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But Russell Brand has a great, he does some meditation.
Yeah, for sure.
And talks on podcast. And here's one from the Baha'i Faith. The son of the founder of the Baha'i Faith, whose name was Abdul Baha. He said, if a man has 10 good qualities and 1 bad quality, focus on the 10 and forget the 1. If a man has 1 good quality and 10 bad qualities, focus on the 1 and forget the 10. And that's a lot easier said than done, right? So we work with people, right? And maybe they're just great all around, but they've got 1 asshole quality. Maybe they don't listen very well, or they interrupt you or something like that. But otherwise, they're kind, they're good guys, or this. And isn't it funny how we just are like, God, this guy always interrupts me. And we don't look at like, oh, he's compassionate, he's kind, he's smart, he's funny, he's this or that. We just look at that one thing, right? And likewise, you got to work with people that have, the office is a great example of this. You know, they have 10 bad qualities. You know, they sometimes I have dealt with people that have tried me so much and tested me so much. And I'd love to hear the military version of this when you're with a platoon of guys, like, and you each other's sweat and you're shitting in the same bucket and stuff, what that's like. But, you know, I've had to work with people where it's literally like everything they say and do drives me batty and bugs the shit out of me. So I just have to find that one part of like, oh, they have kind eyes, or oh, they're very well groomed, or they seem to be patient, or whatever it is. You find that one thing, like, focus on this. It's a practical spiritual tool to make your life better and make your day better. So you're not spending your whole day going like, Jocko does this and Echo does this, and why does Bobby always do that? And you're just spending all your time focusing on all of the negativity around you. It's a way to focus on the positive.
Had a guy named Captain Charlie Plum on this podcast. He was a pilot in Vietnam. He was shot down on his 75th mission, which would have been his last mission. He was shot down and captured, and he was put in the Hanoi Hilton for 6 years.
Jesus.
And he had this, they had a rule. Those prisoners of war had a rule. And the rules, because they would be put in prison cells, and they'd have a roommate. And usually they'd have a roommate for like 6 months, a year and a half, and then they'd get another roommate. Sometimes they were in 3-man rooms, 2-man rooms, 4-man rooms, but this is the deal. This is what they're dealing with. But they had a rule that if your cellmate did something that annoyed you, it was your fault. And to me, that answers the question you just gave.
Wow.
Like you and I are living in a cell, and every night while I'm trying to go to sleep, you're like picking your nose and like flicking your boogers onto the wall near my head.
It's like you know me.
Exactly. You seem like a booger flicker. I've sensed it immediately. But I don't sit there and go, why is she doing this? Instead, I go, this is my fault for letting this annoy me. It's my fault. And that's just a great way to do it.
It's a great way to turn it. And it's a survival skill. Because if you're going to sit in that cell and just be annoyed by everyone for 6 years, I went to that Hanoi Hilton last year.
Did you?
Yeah, when I was arrested by the Lake Forest Park Police Department in 1981. No, I went on vacation to Vietnam, which is awesome.
Did you have flashbacks when you were in the Hanoi Hilton of the Lakeshore Police Department?
I did.
Holding cell?
Like, oh, man, they got me. Where's Terry, man? They killed Terry. Terry, come back. Incoming.
In the words of Theo Vaughn, everybody's got their Vietnam, man.
That's great. But, Vietnam is a great place, by the way. And the Vietnamese people are so awesome and beautiful, and they love Americans, and they really actually don't like the Chinese, but they love Americans, and they totally, because people go, and I even went like, am I going to look weird? Like we invaded your country and bombed your...
By the way, yes, you are going to look weird, but...
Well...
Anyways, you were saying?
They looked up at me and they're like, who is that giant white Macy's Day balloon of a fleshy corpuscle above me? But it's a great place. People are so warm and wonderful, and Hanoi is a gorgeous city, but the Hanoi Hilton, wow. It's like visiting a Holocaust memorial or something. It's just, anyway.
Yeah, 6 years. 6 years.
Yeah.
Totally insane. And All right. Number 19, emphasis on music and arts.
Yeah, I think all too often we lose the sight of the fact that so much of religion and faith and spiritual celebration at its best incorporates music and dance and arts and drama and storytelling. Look at the success of a lot of the Christian films recently, and you know how uplifting music is at church and stuff like that. So in this fictional religion of Soul Boom, I think that arts need to be a part of it. I access so much of like heart-based spiritual feeling through art and through music, and I could never be a part of like some kind of boring practice that doesn't feature the arts.
Yeah, you pointed that out earlier, talking about the veterans, and there's a lot of like art therapy that guys will go to, and they'll start doing whatever, freaking crochet or paint or whatever, and it like makes them feel better.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And the last one
I can
is
see you crocheting.
Yeah, crocheting is a big one for me.
Yeah.
Yep. Number 20, humility. And last but certainly not least, Soul Boom Faith admits that it doesn't know the best way to do anything. We don't have any absolute answers. We're in a humble posture of learning. We provide but a few markers, guideposts, and clues along the winding path of the spiritual game of life. A morsel of meaning. A soupçon of serenity? Is that the word?
Soupçon.
Soupçon.
C'est français.
Okay.
Ouais.
A kernel of the eternal. I like that one.
Hey.
And plenty of questions along the way. So you know, to me, and I've always write and say humility is the most important characteristic for leaders and for people to have. And it's what we're lacking a lot of in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I actually think I know exactly what the answer should be, and therefore I hate you because you don't agree with my answer.
Everyone does. Just look at Twitter or X. All you have to do is read X, and everyone knows the best way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Soul Boom, our fictional religion, is a humble religion.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that has turned so many young people off from religious faith is kind of like this kind of like certainty and judgment, pronouncements. This is the way it is. So we just have to, you know, as we walk our spiritual path, keep open-hearted and keep questioning and stay humble and, you know, not always think we know the best way. You know, it's hard for me because I know a lot and I usually do know the best way. I'm kidding. But it really is important. And I love that you say that about leadership because I know it's part of your dichotomy, you know, of leadership, but the, you know, humility and service and really surrender. And that's an interesting thing about 12-step recovery too, is that you find strength in surrendering. That's like weird and it's counterintuitive. Like strength is willpower. Like you have a, you know, alcohol problem or a sex problem or a shopping problem or an eating problem or a relationship problem, or like you just got to will yourself out of it. And, you know, and will and determination are important qualities, human qualities. We wouldn't have our civilization without it. But sometimes there are things that you just have to, surrender. And then in that surrender, you find great strength. And that's an interesting one as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting one too when it comes to like leadership from a humility perspective. You have to have a high level of confidence in order to be humble. So it's always the people that lack confidence that don't act humble. Yeah. But if I'm actually confident, I'm like, oh, you know what? Rainn, it sounds like you got a better plan than I do. Why don't we go ahead and use your plan?
Yeah.
Whereas if I lack confidence, then I'm like, you know what? My plan's better. We'll go with my plan.
Yeah.
And that's problematic all day long.
Yeah, indeed.
And then you do have one bonus thing, which I think is a big hit here for your religion. It's potlucks.
Potlucks.
Because potlucks play a huge part in bringing people together.
It's one of the greatest contributions to human civilization brought to us by our Native American brothers and sisters. Everyone brings a hot dish, and my dad had one recipe. It was a tater tot casserole.
Nice.
And it was cream soup and I think a layer of tater tots and then more cream soup and then cheese and then tater tots and then cheese. Bake on 350 for like 20 minutes. You just put the frozen tater
Hell yeah.
and then it's It's so good.
I thought you were going to say potato chips on top because I know my mom would make like the whatever kind of casserole she was making,
Put
whether
the
it was
potato
tuna
chip.
casserole, hamburger helper casserole, or chicken canned. There was potato chips on top.
How about this?
Crinkled up.
Clown salad on top.
Oh. So this clown salad's a thing.
It's a thing. It's a nerd thing. You wouldn't understand.
There you go. All right. So that's kind of like one small section of Soul Boom. And again, really cool read. You did the audiobook, which is great. I listened to the sample of the audiobook as well, and a ton of stuff to ponder in here. A very idealistic book.
Yeah, it is.
It's a very idealistic book. And I actually caught myself being like, oh, hold on a second there. Who's a freaking think everyone's just going to... And I caught myself being like kind of a reactionary to some of your thoughts in there. And then I thought to myself, wait, why not be idealistic? Why not trying to... Do I have to agree with everything that is said before I say, oh, wait a second, what does he mean by that? I found myself being a victim of my own, what I just talked about. Like, well, he obviously has never been in that situation before. Otherwise, no, it's like, oh, what is he trying to say? And are we not better to have an open mind? And this is one of the things I got asked recently, talking about going to war somewhere. It was like China or Russia or whatever. People were asking me, oh, what would you be thinking about? And I said, the most important thing that I would be thinking about if we were to go to war there would be having an open mind. Because I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what the enemy's going to do. I don't know the way things are going to unfold. I don't know what we haven't thought about. And where people get trapped is they have a closed mind. In battle and in life. They have a closed mind. They already think they understand. Kind of like, interestingly, you said playing that role where you bombed on Broadway, you already knew in your mind how you were supposed to act, and that's what you were going to do. And you were going to stick with it. You had a closed mind and not an open mind.
And not a humble mind either.
Either.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the end I put in 7 pillars of a spiritual revolution, and because I really do think it needs a revolution, and one of them is to foster joy and to squash cynicism. So being cynical and pessimistic and negative is an easy fallback position. Anyone can do it. You can just be like, that's a bunch of shit. That's never going to work out. That's bullshit. That's an easy answer. It's an easy way to live your life.
And I'll join right in with you because that's easy too. Like, you want to complain about something, I'll just jump on and complain with you. We're brothers now.
So if we think a little bit deeper, squashing that cynicism and instead turning that to joy. Like, I'm not helping anyone. I'm not helping myself, and I'm not helping the world staying pessimistic and cynical. I need to bring joy to the world. I'm going to bring joy to the world. Mm-hmm. But I want to uplift people. I want to inspire people. I want to come into a room. One of the things, my dad passed during COVID. He died of heart disease. But when he passed away, and in my grieving process, I thought a lot about his best qualities, and something that I want to emulate is every room he went into, he made a better place. Every room he went into, even if it's like the cleaning lady or the hotel maid or the Starbucks or whatever it is, he was always like, hey, brother, nice to see you. How's it going? Oh, that's a nice watch. What is that like? Or how do you shave your head that way? Whatever it is, he's curious and joyful and uplifting and at his remembrances and memorials, that's what was shared. He always made each room a better place. And I'm so fortunate that he was fucked up in a lot of ways. He made a lot of mistakes. He had a lot of issues, but that was just a beautiful quality that he brought. So if we're going to have a spiritual revolution, we can't, when you're pessimistic and cynical, you sit back, right? When you're joyful, you're proactive and you're making choices to try and make things better and positive. And we talk a lot about giving service, right? And service to others, but spreading joy is maybe the most important service that we can do. So we can go into a room, you can make someone laugh, you can compliment them, and you can go into when someone is sick and tell a joke or sing a song and bring them some Jell-O or whatever, and you've uplifted them and made them better. That's one of the best services that any human can give to another human. So if you're feeling a little bit lost, squash that cynicism. Just try and give a little bit of joy each day. And guess what? You'll feel happier by giving joy to others. And then the cycle repeats, and we can spread this like a virus. And yeah, it's a little bit kumbaya and a little bit idealistic and hippy dippy, but I believe that world peace is possible. And I believe that humanity can mature. I think our lives can get better, and we can make the world a more beautiful and joyful place. We've just got a lot of work in front of us.
Got some work to do on that.
Yeah.
On that front, I was talking to some young seals the other day, and yeah, and they kept going back in the water. Now, I was talking to these young seals the other day, and even once you're in the SEAL teams, you still do a bunch of training, and I used to run that training, but I had been through that advanced training. I'd done 7 deployments, so 7 times I'd gone through this cycle of training, and one thing I always did, was no matter what we were doing, is I took it as seriously as I possibly could. Like, not serious, like, oh, we're not going to have fun, but like, okay, this is what we're doing. We're going to do our best at it. Not being like, oh, we got to do this again, or, oh, this isn't realistic, or, oh, I can't believe that. No, it's like, oh, this is what you want us to do? Cool. We're going to knock it out of the park. And just that reframing, that taking a positive attitude on what you have to do, it just makes all the difference in the world. And you can immediately change a whole platoon. Their attitude, if you have a shitty attitude, your whole platoon's attitude will be shitty. If you have a good attitude, like, oh, this training might seem a little bit strange, but I bet we can knock it out of the park. And all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I think we can. And it really does spread. So what you're talking about on a large scale definitely happens on a small scale as well. So that's Soul Boom. I don't know. You might have to, if we're going to go in depth on Soul Boom, you have to come back, bro. Because I mean, this is already getting long. But you have other stuff going on right now. You have a podcast, Metaphysical Milkshake.
Yeah.
Is that not a podcast?
It is a podcast. It's kind of, that one's kind of
is it
winding
sunsetting?
down. It's sunsetting.
Okay.
Yeah. And I did it with Reza Aslan. We talk about big metaphysical questions about the meaning of life and love and pain and wonder and being a human being. It's been great, but I think I'm going to move and try and do more of a Soul Boom podcast that's a little bit more about spiritual ideas.
Okay.
So, but in the next couple of months at some point. So,
TV show.
Yeah.
This thing is not sunsetting. I'm the Geography of Bliss.
That's correct.
So what's up with Geography of Bliss?
Well, it's on the Peacock channel, and you can stream it. And I travel around the world looking for happiness. And it's a wonderful, delightful show that I am not allowed to promote because we're on a strike. And please support the Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Guild of America in their quest for ever more fair revenue streams from these streamers and studios.
So that's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
How long is that strike going to last?
Oh, dear God. You know, it's really hurting a lot of working class families. People think about, oh, Hollywood elites on strike, boo-hoo-hoo. But the majority of, I think it's like 80% of Screen Actors Guild actors make less than $20,000 a year. So it's a lot of working class families trying to feed their kids and pay their homes while being actors and writers and working in showbiz. A lot of writers, you know, you look at the end of a show and like the writers that are there, like, you know, they make a good living. Don't get me wrong, but they, you know, it's about middle class homes. So the entire business has changed. So we've got to understand this is not just a strike of like, oh, I want a 5% raise, not a 3% raise. It's like show business changed. Do you remember what show business was like 7 years ago? It was completely different than it is now. Everyone had cable. You watched network television. And then there was this Netflix upstart and, oh, should I pay my $9 a month to watch what's on that one? Mm-hmm. But this whole subscription revenue streamer kind of thing is a whole new thing. And the contracts don't reflect the new business model.
So that means the people that wrote them and act in them are not getting the pay that they think they should get.
The Office, I forget what the number is. Echo can Google it.
Yeah. Echo,
and then
look that up. Pull that up, Echo.
He'll Google it tomorrow, and then next Thursday we'll hear from him. Like, hey, I got that information you wanted. But The Office, when it was on Netflix, there was some number that came out. It's like 17 billion hours of The Office streamed or something like
My
that.
family alone streamed 1 billion.
I mean, it was, and yet the checks that we got in residuals from Netflix for those years, I don't want to say any numbers, but it was pathetic. I mean, it was pathetic. Like you couldn't pay your credit card bills from it, and we were being watched billions of hours. Now I'm fine. Yeah. Steve's fine. John's fine. We're all fine. But like some of the guest stars on The Office and people that are, you know, the more workaday actors and stuff like that, not the fabulous stars. You know, that's a real struggle. That's a problem. So we have to figure out how to make that more fair and equitable without shutting down the streamers. You know, so I hope they're talking, but it's probably, what month is this? This is early September, but it's not going to get fixed till December or January probably. It's already been a couple of months.
Is there like a head of the union, of the SAG union?
Yeah,
or of the
Fran
writers?
Drescher, the nanny, is the head of our union.
And
remember her? Oh, hi. I'm Fran Drescher, the nanny.
I don't. Echo?
That was a mediocre to poor imitation, but yes. The nanny.
Oh, hey.
Sorry, coming out of
he says one thing.
Okay.
The whole pod. He hasn't listened to anything. I said, look at the 10 good qualities.
There we go.
Not my Fran Drescher impersonation.
Fran Drescher. I knew exactly who it was. Thank you.
Echo
Charles,
whatever, bro. So what I'm saying is,
okay,
if we're trying to indicate who Fran Drescher is, that wasn't as accurate as maybe it could have been, you know, to trigger the memory as far as. But so if you heard her real voice, you'd be like,
"Is a TV show called The Nanny?"
The Nanny is a TV show.
It was a sitcom from the 90s, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so she's like the head of the union, and she's talking to all the different execs.
So they have a producers coalition. It's not really a union. It's called AMPAT, I think, an association of media producers or something like that. And they have a couple of key negotiators talking on behalf. But here's the other weird thing about the strike is the streamers have a very different business model than the studios. So you think about like Warner Brothers has HBO Max, but it also puts movies out in theaters. It also has Harry Potter. It has theme parks, and it makes TV shows that it sells to networks and to streamers as well. But Netflix has its own business model. You know, it doesn't actually make anything. It's just the platform. And then Apple and Amazon, they're making billions of dollars selling shoes and computers, and then they make some content on the side. They don't care about these contracts and stuff like that. They're $1 trillion corporations. So it's such a weird time when you have like Sony, which is very specifically a studio. There's no Sony streaming platform. It's a studio that makes content, working with Netflix, which is only a streamer, working with Apple that mostly sells phones, and they're all like working together, but they kind of have different interests. Whoa, it's a weird time. And the other thing is, because like I said, I've been on a couple of these TV shows. I can't imagine all the other out of work. Yeah, the crew,
the people that make the set, the people that feed you.
For every show you watch,
and
there's like 12 actors or 14 speaking actors on a roll. There's 200 people.
It's crazy.
250 people, the camera loaders and the people doing the snacks and the people cleaning up afterwards, driving the trucks, the Teamsters, and those guys are hurting too. It's hurting a lot of people.
And you think, hopefully, by the end of the year, there's been some progress made?
I hope so.
What's the outcome? Like, what's the most positive outcome for the writers and the actors? Is like a slice of the...
Yeah, a bigger slice of the streaming pie in a fair way, because we used to get a nice fair slice of the network pie. That's all been worked out. If you go still now and go do a network show, you know, you do Bob Hart's Abishola, or, you know, FBI, or you do, Law and Order, Chicago or whatever on network TV. That's all been worked out, and you get paid very fairly, and residuals get paid fairly, and compensation and pension and all that's.
Oh, but when Law and Order goes to a streamer, you don't get jack.
You don't get jack, yeah. And they're getting, like, Suits is the #1 show on Netflix. That was made on TBS or TNT 10 years ago, and people love this show, Suits.
Oh, okay.
Actually, David Costabile was on Suits. So, but those guys aren't getting paid diddly. And it's being watched for billions of minutes on Netflix. You open your Netflix and the top shows, Suits is right up there. But they're making hardly any money.
Oh, because it wasn't in the contract, but 10 years ago.
To stream it on internet streaming, you know, that wasn't really a thing up until 5 or 7 years ago. So,
damn. And those contracts are already signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, we got to. So stakes are high. It sucks. Hopefully everyone can find a solution.
All right. Does that get us up to speed? Does that are we there?
Yeah.
We there for the most part?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Any more insults you want to throw out at people, Echo Charles? Where can people find you right now? So you got soulboom.com.
Yeah. And Instagram on Soulboom, at Soulboom. If you're interested in spiritual conversations, I'm going to be trying to build that out over the next year.
You're on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah.
At Rainn Wilson. There's 2 N's.
2 N's. Because
your parents decided an extra N was necessary.
Yeah, I say the extra N is for extra nookie. So
you're on Facebook as well, and you got this other TV show which we can't promote because you're on a strike.
Yes, The Geography of Bliss. I will not be promoting on Peacock about finding happiness around the world. Yeah,
awesome. Echo.
Yes.
Any questions?
Hard-hitting question?
Hard-hitting questions.
Hey, why'd they put The Office on the iPod? They're like, why did that deal go through? Was that just...
That's a great question. I have no idea why. I think NBC must have just done a deal with them to put it on. But I don't. Maybe it was an Apple thing. Maybe Apple was like, we need to put a show on that we think people will like, and maybe NBC was just like, oh, you can have The Office. No one's watching it. Put it on for free.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to dig into that.
Yeah, seems kind of like a random thing for such a big deal. Even, you know, like something.
Yeah, why didn't they put CSI on or something else? I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Did you hear, the movie Office Space?
Yeah.
Is it true that that's like a, what do you call, like a spin-off or like a movie version of The Office? Was it inspired by The Office?
I think it was before The Office. I think that came out in like 2002, but I don't think... No, The Office is and you can look at it, so specifically spun off from the British Office.
Yeah.
But I love Office Space, classic comedy, so many great characters, and there's definitely, they have a similar vibe at the center, the awkwardness and the... Yeah.
And then Dwight, right? Dwight, are you allowed to be Dwight officially, like at certain events and like all this? Bro, we did how's this kid? So I did a show called the Renato Laranja Show. You might be familiar with it. So we do like parodies of certain
one
things.
of the best. I mean, I don't know. Is it good if you're not in that world? Is it good?
It will be a percentage of good for sure, because that whole idea is funny, that trolling idea. But yeah, if you're in the jiu-jitsu world, you're gonna get the full experience for sure. But one of the parodies we did was, remember the Incredible Hulk, the original?
Sure.
The OG Lou Ferrigno. So we did a parody of that intro to that show, David Banner or whatever. And so for the Hulk, we used this real famous wrestler because he's a black guy, right? So he turned into the Hulk. So we used a big black. His name was Ezekiel something. Okay. He was like a super fan. I'm not in
like WWE
guy.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. So boom, when he turned in the Hulk, I digitally morphed him and did all this stuff, colored him green and what. But it was this famous wrestler, and so we're like, yeah, it's gonna be perfect when we do the credits, and boom, we'll get all this exposure right through WWE or whatever, and. It comes back, hey, we can't use that name because that name belongs to the WWE.
Oh, whoa.
So you got to make up. So we just made up some funny name or whatever, but it's a famous wrestler guy, Zeke something. And I think he retweeted it real incognito.
So does WWE own The Rock or own Hulk Hogan?
Bro, I don't know. See,
that's the thing. What is it? The Grave Digger? What's that guy's name?
Digger, Undertaker.
Undertaker. Yeah.
Grave Digger's Monster Trucks, right?
I don't know, cause Stone Cold Steve Austin, who I've been on his podcast, but when you look at his Instagram and stuff, it's not. He doesn't often refer to himself as Stone Cold Steve Austin, so maybe there's the similar thing going on.
And I would imagine,
I do know that NBC Universal owns Dwight Schrute, Dunder Mifflin, Schrute Farms, The Office, all of that stuff. They own all that, right? If I went around dressing up as Dwight to like make money, they could come after me or something like that. Although there's so much merch out there with Dwight that people make on Etsy, like you can go to Etsy and find thousands, and NBC isn't profiting from it, but they're not shutting it down either. So yeah, they could probably, they do own that. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, so because you do it in like charitable situations, right? Like how you said.
Yeah.
So yeah, it feels like
I do some Dwight T-shirts, and I suppose that I sell for charity, but I suppose NBC could be assholes and come after me and say you can't have it.
And everything that goes on in that show, if you would have made up Schrute Farms, it's still owned by them because they're paying you at the time, and that's just the way it works.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Kind of like when you said Angel Brain earlier on this podcast.
Yeah,
and now it's my property.
Yeah, Jocko.
Exactly.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Angel Brain T-shirts.
Sure. Shirt locker all day. So what if, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but we're talking about it. So Schrute Farms, what if in Schrute Farms, what do you call it, like the myth or the idea of it, there was maybe a worker in Schrute Farms. Never materialized, but let's say as an idea. Then you made a shirt. You know, like on Seinfeld, right? Remember Seinfeld?
Yeah.
There was George would pretend that he was like an architect or whatever.
Yeah,
and
Import-X Vandalay or something like that.
Vandalay Industries was one of the things he'd purport to be like this guy of, right? Vandalay Industries. So people will make shirts saying Vandalay Industries, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of part of the ethos, part of the, well, not the ethos, but part of the myth, you know? So I wonder how deep you have to go with Dwight and his whole, atmosphere.
Yeah, I think anything that you did that's related to Schrute Farms
Just
or
in
something
any
like that,
way, huh?
in any way, I think they're going to own that.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And they will come after you.
Yeah.
What about spinoffs? They must have proposed 1,000 spinoffs.
Well,
for
we
you.
tried to do a Dwight spinoff, and they passed on it.
What?
And they would have made $1 bazillion off a Dwight spinoff. We did one episode in like season 7 that was called Schrute Farms. And what we were looking at was, what if Dwight left Dunder Mifflin just to focus on the bed and breakfast at Schrute Farms? And
like Faulty Towers, sort of.
yeah,
right?
a little bit.
Yeah.
Faulty Towers, running an inn, running an agro inn where you get to see a working farm.
Oh my God, that'd been epic.
And the episode that we made, it was really hard to make a 21-minute episode that introduced a lot of these different characters and stuff like that. But ultimately, there were new people that came in to run NBC at the time, and they were like, they wanted to get more into big splashy multi-camera sitcoms, and The Office was kind of waning in the last couple of years, especially without Steve. And so they were like, we're done with the whole Office thing. But if they had done Schrute Farms and we had done even a couple of seasons, this would be streaming all the time.
100%.
Would it have been as funny as The Office? No. And that's okay. Because even if it was 67% as funny as The Office, it would have been really good.
Been damn funny. But that's not going to, like, all the people that listen to this podcast, tons of them, they're going to reignite that idea. And you just don't.
I've talked to them a few times about, like, how do we do a reboot of Dwight or Schrute Farms, or do we want to? And, just mostly for me. So I've had some creative conversations and with some of the producers from The Office and stuff. And it's like, I just, I had 10 glorious years. We made a great show. I'm really enjoying the other stuff that I'm doing, other acting and writing and whatnot. Do I really want to go back there? Right now, I don't really, but who knows? Next year, who knows? Maybe I'll be like, that would be really fun. Maybe it's a Dwight movie.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, is there examples of this that have happened?
Well, Frasier is the famous spinoff from Cheers.
Got it. Yeah.
Right? That's the one that really worked, where Frasier was maybe even better than Cheers. So there's been a few. Joey was a spinoff of Friends that only lasted a year or two, didn't do very
Tenacious
well.
D movie came out, right?
Right?
2 of them, as a matter of fact. That's off that HBO series,
There's actually a lot of them that started and kind of, even like Seinfeld had a few, like Kramer had one.
Yeah, but it wasn't any character from Seinfeld. It was just Michael Richards
like
having
based off of it, almost kind of inspired character. Yeah, that's true, huh? He wasn't.
It was similar
Kramer.
to Kramer, but his name wasn't Kramer.
Right. It's like Cardoza or something.
How often do you hang out with the Office people?
There's a lot of them I see a lot. I see Oscar, Brian, Jenna, Angela. I text with John and Steve, and BJ I hung out with in New York a while back. So I see him here and there, but we're spread out. We have a nice text chain, and we have a good time. So. Yeah.
Text chains are freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, my family group text is just like awesomely epic. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
And like the jiu-jitsu group,
Yeah.
like the jiu-jitsu training group is like an awesome text thread of shit talking and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Scheduling.
Freaking,
shit
I think there's going to be a book or a movie or something that's just nothing but bubbles popping up with words in them. Bloop, 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 bloop,
And then
bloop.
memes and
Oh,
emojis and
yeah.
Yeah.
the whole nine
Animated
yards.
GIFs, the whole deal.
Echo, anything else?
That is it. Oh, wait. This is like off the topic,
Hit
I
me.
guess. You ever watch MacGyver?
Sure.
That wasn't one of your jams, girl. I guess that's a little bit. What's the opposite of ahead of your time? Like later.
Yeah, it was
right?
It's a little
yeah.
late. MacGyver's a little bit
80s.
late, but still, it's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like in acting school in New
Yeah,
York, and I
okay.
wasn't really watching MacGyver then. There's a whole period of stuff that I kind of missed around that.
That's like what you guys said about the 90s.
Yeah.
Whatever show was in it with the girl in the 90s, The Nanny.
The Nanny,
like that chunk of period when I was like in the SEAL teams going on deployment. There's no TV. Like there's just a whole era that I missed.
Yeah.
So, but what about it?
No,
Echo Charles?
just seeing what up. Because that was one of those ones that when you're in it, well, I was like a teenager at that time, or a kid or whatever. But when you think, you're like, man, this is the most clever, smartest show ever. Like, he doesn't carry a gun. He just figures things out with the stuff around him, like that kind of stuff. And then when you grow up, you're kind of like, bro, none of that was you in real. Like, bro, you can't even do any of that. You know?
Do you watch MacGruber at all? Remember those?
No.
Wait, what's
'cause
MacGruber?
it's
That's
like
the takeoff on
like a
MacGyver.
parody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That from Saturday Night Live, and then they made that into a show too.
Yeah. I saw parts.
It's pretty
but
funny. The movie's funny. Watch MacGruber. The movie is very funny.
It would be I would think it's way funny now because back in the day, MacGyver was
You
the
took
truth.
it seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he used chewing gum and a piece of yarn to
paperclip.
dismantle that nuclear bomb.
You know,
literally.
it's kind of harsh sometimes. I during COVID, got my youngest daughter all hyped to watch E.T. Like, oh my gosh, like we're going to have a night tonight.
Classic.
If I would have known about clown soup, what is that? Popcorn M&Ms? What is it?
Clown salad.
Clown. If I would have known about that, I would have
Clown
done
soup is something very, very different. I don't want to describe it here because it's kind of it gets a little dark.
it. So I get my daughter all hyped for E.T. And she was 11 or something at the time. And we sit down to watch it, and it is so bad. I mean, it's so bad.
What are you talking about?
I know. Go
No,
watch
it holds up.
Go
It
watch
does hold up. I watched it with my son. It's great.
When?
10 years ago.
Okay, it's still held up probably 10 years ago. If you go watch it right now, it's rough, man. That's all I'm saying. It's rough.
But there's a factor with this, though. So, and we're talking about it earlier, where there's this factor. I think that it's not a secret or nothing like that. But back in the day, when you went in the movie theater, the lights turned down. It's like, bro, you're locked in. So your attention span kind of was required for the whole 2 hours, right? And we were all cool with that because think about how you watch TV, right? Same deal. Where, bro, you can't pause, DVR, watch it later, watch it when I want. Bro, it was on and you watched the thing. And okay, maybe later on you got the VCR, you record it, okay, but that's a pain in the ass. Generally speaking, you're just watching it go. And if you missed it, you miss it. So you better be paying attention all 2 hours, by the way.
Yeah.
Now it's different,
Hells
bro. Our brains are trained different, and the kids, that's how they develop now. So now they don't need, 2 hours of this.
Sometimes
BS
I find
special
myself
effects.
watching a show and watching a YouTube video at the same time.
It's
you
true.
need help, bro. You
But
need more therapy.
No, that's
I really
real.
do.
That's real. No, I think that's kind of common.
It's real,
though.
right?
I mean,
and then
it's
if
not
I
like
miss
it's a
something in the
problem.
show, I'll pause it and then I'll just go back and like, what did they say about the thing?
Exactly right. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. Now think of like writing and producing and stuff. Now it has to accommodate that a little bit. Back in the day, it didn't have to accommodate it. Bro, you character development all day. Bro, you ever watch Predator? The first one?
Yeah.
Bro, you don't see the Predator till like freaking like an hour into it or something like this. Bro, try to do that now. They'd be like, bro, this movie is boring.
I just now after I just called you out, I immediately had like internal angst and regret because you know what I'll do? I'll look at Zillow and watch something. Like my wife, when I watch something, I'll be looking at Zillow, like checking properties.
Yeah, that's
you know
real.
what I mean? I've got like 9 locations around the country where I'm seeing if there's a good deal today.
Attention not required, my friend. You just rewind that one or watch it freaking when it's more convenient.
That's why I do love going to see movies in a theater. Like it's old school. We need to get back to that. Sometimes go see them.
My kids know this. I would go to like see movies when they were little. We'd go to see whatever movie,
Yeah.
and I would 100% fall asleep. Like, I was just tired. I was working all the time, and just like I'd go in there, Dad's taking a nap, and whatever it was. And the last movie we went to see as a family was It 2.
Yeah.
You familiar with this?
Chapter 2. Hell
Yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry, but that
was not a good
that
movie.
was freaking.
The first one was pretty good, but
the first one wasn't too bad, but the second one, I slept, and when I woke up, I was like, this is absolutely.
I remember going to see Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs 2 with my son, who was like 8 years old, and it was so loud. It was just like and meatballs and thing, and I just was like, I slept through half of the movie,
sure.
and it was an assault on the senses, but it couldn't stop me. Clown salad couldn't keep me awake.
Just no clown soup. That's what we're hoping. Anything else, Echo Charles?
Yeah, that's no, nothing else. So cool to meet you. Right on. Thanks for coming
Rainn
down.
Wilson. Any closing thoughts?
I'm not kissing your ass. I love what you do. I love this pod. I love your authentic self and the stories you tell. And you serve a really valuable role. And I'm honored to be on your podcast. Thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us. And, you talked about bringing joy to people. And thank you for putting smiles on a lot of people's faces, including my face, including my family. Like I said, we were going through the war. And we had a little office, and that could make us smile even in the worst of times. Thanks for what you've done. Thanks for what you're doing. Charity, the writing, the producing, the acting, everything that you're doing. Bringing a little bit more joy in the world. Much appreciated.
Right on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, Rainn Wilson has left the building. You good, Echo Charles?
Yes, sir. Good stuff, man.
Interesting stuff, right?
Yeah.
Very interesting journey.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of us kind of can nerd out on the show business side of things, especially when you watch it. When you watch a show and then like you're so familiar with the show and the characters and all this stuff, and you don't know anything, not one single thing about the behind the scenes.
Yeah, or even about what that person's actually like as a human.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right?
Very
like
crazy.
That's an actor. That's not who they are.
Yeah, it's not Dwight.
Now there's some, elements in there, right? Like Rainn even said, he called on elements of his own life to form the character of Dwight K. Schrute. Yeah. But it's still not. He's not actually Dwight K. Schrute.
Right.
He's Rainn Wilson. Yeah. So it's very interesting, and it's weird now. You think about all those people in that show, and it comes across in the book. When we were talking about like different rock bands and how, but a lot of times rock bands, like the truth comes out, right? And this guy's an asshole, and this person like was an egomaniac, and this person was like a closet drug addict, and this person was stealing all the money. Like there's all these, always, or oftentimes these horrible backstories about what's going on behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fully.
In reading the books, like it's like everyone's cool. They're all just like good people. They're all so it gives you a nice feeling, right?
Yeah, fully.
And they all felt good, and they all liked working together, and they all did a good job, and they all just enjoyed it. You know, so it's kind of a good news story across the board.
Yeah, fully.
But
yep, I felt that same thing.
And now he's on this little spiritual journey, trying to find happiness. And I'll tell you, I'm all about being happy. Yeah, got to be healthy.
Gotta be
healthy. If you're having health issues, you got to do your best to get them squared away. And you want to maintain your health. Pretty much that should be one of the highest focuses of your whole life, should be being healthy. Yep. If it's not, it's going to hurt you. Yes. Right? It's going to hurt you. If you're not doing everything you can, because look, you might be out of shape right now, but you shouldn't surrender. You should get back on the path.
Yep. So he mentioned tennis. Right. So I saw this article. It wasn't tennis. It was table tennis. Okay. In this article, this is what I was talking about. Where actually, you know what? Yeah, it was. Article said table tennis is one of the better things to do to maintain cognitive function.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a fast sport, man.
Right. So your brain, your hand-eye coordination, and the speed and the kind of the intensity of the hand-eye coordination development / maintenance / stimulus is like table tennis. And I would imagine tennis even more because you're actually running around with your body more.
Yeah, but it's not as quick.
Yeah, it's not as meticulous, right? Yeah, that's true.
So.
But yeah, they said that like as far as cognitive function goes, bro, it's like one of the best things to maintain it. Plays tennis. It's like, damn.
Okay, well, table tennis is what you're talking. Ping pong.
The article was about ping pong, but he said he plays tennis, which to me is not very far off.
Do you know who Jewel is?
Yeah, Jewel, the singer. Hell yeah.
Yeah. She was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and she was talking about she runs like a school or like some kind of a camp or school, but to help kids, and they make the kids play tennis. And she didn't even play tennis, but she's like, it's a psychological game. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's good. Now, look, would I prefer they did that jiu-jitsu? Of course I would. Of course I prefer they did the jiu-jitsu. Sure. Of course. Yeah. Nothing better for the children than getting them the jiu-jitsu. But tennis, also psychological warfare is happening, right? You see John McEnroe be smashing his racket and whatnot.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I think
they're frustrated. There's something about tennis when you can miss. Like in jiu-jitsu, you make a mistake. Look, most of the times you can recover.
Yeah. Yep, it's true.
You know, occasionally you get caught. Like you make one mistake, but you already made 7 mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, very rarely does someone just catch you out of nowhere. You know, and you make 2 mistakes, and now you're in a bad position, and now you can't recover. Now they got your arm. Yeah. But you had 3 or 4 chances to correct that situation. In tennis, you hit it in the net. That's it. It's instantly dead. Yeah. And then you can win a bunch of points in a game and still lose the game. And you can win a bunch of games in the set and still lose the set. And you can win multiple sets in the match and still lose the match. So you can it can be frustrating for some people.
Gotta watch out. Wait, so why did Jewel start this tennis thing?
Because it was good psychologically.
Oh, yeah,
It's because you got to like focus. You got to. Now, look, again, do I prefer the jiu-jitsu? Jiu-jitsu, I think, is the number one thing a person could do for life, just to help them. But kids, even more so. Because kids, they're going to be scrapping. They're going to be bully situations. Like, these things are happening. So that's what we're doing. We want to be healthy on your path to happiness. It's going to be a big part of it. And look, sometimes you get sideswiped. You know, you get T-boned by like a disease, you know, some health issue. That's worst case scenario. But the healthier you are going into that, or if you were born with something where it's like, hey, I got this thing going on, still being as healthy as you can be is the best possible thing you can do. So we're working out.
Yes, sir.
When we're doing jiu-jitsu, by the way, you're going to be sweating.
Yes.
You're going to need to hydrate. You're going to need to rehydrate. Get yourself some Jocko. Hydrate from JockoFuel.com.
Oh, yeah. Bro, that's in my everyday rotation. Every day. You think, only when you sweat a lot or whatever. No, every single day.
You know when I have it? Sometimes I have it and I'm not sweating. Sometimes I have it because it tastes good.
Yeah.
Like at night, I'll kind of want something sweet.
Yeah.
But I don't want to have a whole milk. Right. So I'll just have just a little hydrate.
It's like a little juice.
Yeah, little juice. It's like a little juice, but it's good for you.
Yeah, I have one in the morning with creatine. I'm on creatine, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
So I mix it, hydrate the creatine.
Are you threatening me?
No. I'm just putting out word.
Right on.
Yep, hydrate creatine.
Good. Greens. Get your greens on. You can just have greens once a day. It's a nice little way to kick things off. It's a nice little bridge. For me, do you eat breakfast?
No.
It's a nice little bridge. A 10 o'clock bridge to get you to lunch. Because it's a pain in the ass to stop everything and make a Sammy, right? At 10 o'clock. No, get a little hitter of greens. Yeah. You're good to go. All right, so there you go. JockoFuel.com. Check it out. Get some milk. I just had a milk. In the break, I had a milk.
Same.
Milk, good to go. Joint warfare, super cool. Everything. You guys know the deal. Go to JockoFuel.com, get some stuff, or go to Vitamin Shop, or go to GNC, or go to the military commissaries, AFES, Hannaford, Dash Stores, Wake Fern, ShopRite, HEB down in Texas, Meyer up in the Midwest, Harris Teeter, Lifetime Fitness, Shields. And by the way, if you got a gym, a jiu-jitsu gym, CrossFit gym, weightlifting gym, whatever you got, if you got one and you want to sell Jocko Fuel there so you can help your students and your clients get better, email jfsales@jockofuel.com. Get yourself some stuff. We'll set up a wholesale account. Or if you go to one of those places and you want them to have it, tell them. That's how you can make it happen. There you go. JockoFuel.com. Get some.
Also, Origin. If you want American-made stuff, From it, like, you don't want to support all this crazy offshore slave labor type stuff with your products, which you probably are in one way or another. It's hard to avoid nowadays. It's true. But hey, you need some relief from that. OriginUSA.com. When you get your jeans, you'll know that everything about these jeans, everything from the cotton that was harvested all the way to the person who made them with pride, by the way, skill and pride, made them here in America.
American made. You can get a gi, jiu-jitsu gi, and it's going to be hands down the best gi that you've ever had in your life.
Yep.
It's not even going to feel like a gi.
Yep.
Imagine if for your whole life you were wearing a burlap and wool suit head to toe. You know, wool, like real itchy.
Yeah, like
burlap.
a straight jacket or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Let's say you were wearing that your whole life.
Yeah.
And then one day you put on like a rash guard and how good you would feel. Or like a cotton t-shirt.
Yeah.
That's what it's like when if you've been wearing a normal gi and you get an origin gi, that's what you're going to feel like.
Oh, yeah.
That level of differentiation.
And they keep getting better too, by the way. So I had the Riff gi. Remember the Riff came out? We were all like, oh man, no way anyone can top this one right here. Because like the cut and like the fabric, like the form, the whole deal.
It's topped.
Oh yeah. So I would just use that every single time.
Yeah.
The Riff gi, and then the Nano Pearl came out. I was like, ooh, okay. So you guys just keep making them better and better. I get it. I see what you guys are doing.
We ain't playing. OriginUSA.com. Go get yourself some gear, whatever you need to wear on your body. And don't forget about JockoStore.com. That's what Echo Charles made up.
Yeah. Well, it's your name, but yeah.
But you made up the name of the store.
Yes.
Super creative.
JockoStore.com.
Yeah.
That's where you can get your discipline equals freedom. Hey, you want to sport the X flag, deathcore. That's where you can get it.
Good thing to represent.
The idea of good, which is very prevalent nowadays.
Yeah, you know, Rainn said that at one point. He went through his whole experience, and he's like, I went through all this good. And I was like, wait, is this a reference to the good thing? But I didn't like say anything, and then we just moved on. I had some other thing, but maybe he was in the game. Maybe he was saying good the way we say good.
Very possible.
I think he was.
But
even if he wasn't, it was an alignment because he went through this terrible situation, freaking bombed at Broadway, did crap, and he was like, all that stuff happened, and he went, all this bad stuff happened. Good. Because that led him to the rest of his life.
Yes, sir.
That's what happens. Imagine if he went down the other direction. I can't believe this happened to me.
Right. Yeah.
Drinking, doing cocaine.
Exactly.
Shit could have gone wild, bro. But he got it back together.
It's true. So, man, the alignment, exactly right. So it actually doesn't even matter whether he was referencing your thing or not. Is it even your thing? It's a thing. It's the thing. So, yeah, if you want to represent, we've got some shirts. We got, some cool stuff on there. JockoStore.com. Also, the shirt locker. People seem to like.
Been a lot of requests lately, hasn't there?
Few requests, yes. Yes. Shirt locker. What it is, if you don't know, a new shirt every month. The designs are cool. People kind of like, well, sometimes we go a little bit deep,
We should make a freaking something like you were talking about going off. How many levels do you have to go off of The Office?
Right.
Like how many levels before you're clear?
Yeah.
We should do something like that.
What,
like,
from The Office or just in
from The
general?
Office.
Yeah.
Go far enough away from The Office. Make up our own thing about The Office. Like the Schrute Farms. Like there's another farm that competes with Schrute Farms.
Right.
And we can make their T-shirt.
Right.
Like truly the best beats in Pennsylvania.
No matter what any other places say.
Yeah, no matter what other places say. And we could make and we could do that. A bunch of those kind of, look, I don't want to get too crazy, but let's face it,
it's not nothing.
The world's real best boss right here, like sell a coffee mug.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we just need to go off one level of removal.
Yeah.
Plausible deniability. We're like, we don't know what you're talking about. We just thought it'd be funny to have a beet farm in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What are they going to say? Sue us? They're not even going after the Etsy people or the Amazon people. I wonder, how you look at Jocko t-shirts and there's a bunch of freaking ripoffs on Amazon?
Jocko Navy SEAL inspired t-shirts? Yeah.
That literally say Jocko on them?
Yeah.
Well, don't get those t-shirts. But he said they don't go after, whoever owns. NBC doesn't go after the Amazon people that are selling Dwight K. Schrute t-shirts.
Right.
They should be. It kind of sucks for him.
Yeah, you figure,
right?
What do they call it? Name, likeness, right?
Yeah.
Name, image, likeness, or whatever kind of a scenario. I guess the image and likeness. kind of thing. Well, either way, hey, look, to me, hey, man, if you could go on the other spectrum or the other side of the spectrum where it's like, hey, if you made it better than how we made it, bro, that's your right. Get the better one. Up to you, you know. But either way,
let's just keep an open mind, and we can request ideas. If you have a good idea for a 1 level removed office T-shirt, we'll make it, and we'll send it to Rainn, and we'll be like, Rainn, you don't need to take any of this shit from NBC anymore. You're going to be in the game. 1 layer removed.
Boom.
Prove it. Prove that we're talking about Schrute Farms. We're not. We're talking about the best beets in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
You know, not what the other guy sells.
Yeah. Well, we don't like beets, bro. We like beets all day. But yes, that's what you're going to get.
We love beets.
Yep. It's true.
There you
Shirt
go.
Locker.
Shirt Locker. Shirt Locker. Get some. Subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to Jocko Underground. Subscribe to the YouTube channels. Subscribe to Psychological Warfare, which is actually an iTunes thing that we put out a long time ago. And for a while, I was like, oh, I'm going to make another one, and I still haven't. Looks like I need more discipline in my life. Psychological Warfare out there on iTunes and whatnot. Flipside Canvas, Dakota Meyer. Making cool stuff to hang on your wall from an American hero. American made. That's what we're talking about. Also, books. Clearly, today we covered The Bassoon King and Soul Boom by Rainn Wilson. Good reads. Funny reads. Check them out. Final Spin. I wrote a novel. A lot of people think it's one of the best novels ever written. That's what I've been hearing. So get on that. A bunch of other books. You guys know what they are. Get the Warrior Kid books. Warrior Kid 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mikey and the Dragons. These are books for your children. Help them. Help them figure things out. Also, Echelon Front, we have a leadership consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com if you need help with leadership inside your organization. Also, we have live events. We've got, well, the Dallas October muster sold out a while ago. The next one's in San Diego. It's not sold out yet, but it will be. So check that out. Women's Assembly, I think there's a couple seats left. No, there won't be. By the time this comes out, it'll be over. So anyways, echelonfront.com. That's what we do. We also have an online training academy at extremeownership.com. Learning the lessons of leadership for business and life. You can do it online. You really can. You really can get educated online. It's a true thing. It's not a fantasy. It actually works. We've had incredible feedback on that. Go to extremeownership.com if you want to be educated about leadership online. And if you want to help service members, active and retired, you want to help their families, you want to help Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom, Mama Lee. She's got an incredible charity organization. And if you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to americasmightywarriors.org. Also, Heroes and Horses, Micah Fink just got his latest class out of the field where they went into the wilderness and got lost and got found. Heroesandhorses.org. If you want to connect with us, Rainn Wilson is at soulboom.com. He's also got an Instagram and a Twitter at Rainn Wilson. He's got a Facebook at Rainn Wilson. He's got a TV show which we're not allowed to promote, but if we were promoting it, it would be called The Geography of Bliss. It's on the Peacock Network. And if you want to connect with Echo, he's at Echo Charles. And I am at Jocko Willink. Just be careful, because there's an algorithm there, and it'll grab you by the throat, and it'll put you to sleep. And when you wake up, you'll have wasted your life, and you don't want that. Thanks again to Rainn Wilson for joining us. We got him stuck in traffic on the way back. He's got a long drive. He's sitting in traffic. It's miserable right now. Apologize for that, Mr. Rainn Wilson, but thank you for joining us. Sorry it took so long. Appreciate the lessons from your journey. And thanks for making us all laugh and feel a little joy along the way. And thanks to the members of our Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. We can live our lives because of the dedication you have made with your lives, and we thank you for it. Also, thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, and all first responders. Thank you for your dedication to keep us safe here at home. And to everyone else out there, I'm going to leave you with a couple quotes. A couple quotes from Dwight K. Schrute. Number one, whenever I'm about to do something, I think, would an idiot do that? And if they would, I do not do that thing. There you go. That's quote number one. This is actually important. I said something similar recently. Don't do dumb shit. It's a very similar thing. This one takes a little bit more thought, but it's a good thing to think about. And then here's another quote. In the wild, there is no healthcare. In the wild, healthcare is, ow, I hurt my leg. I can't run. A lion eats me and I'm dead. Well, I'm not dead. I'm the lion. You're dead. So there you go. Don't do dumb shit. Don't do things that an idiot would do. And then be the lion. And that's all we've got for now. And until next time, this is Echo and Jocko